Halo. Mana sih ini? Kita ganti langsung ke sini aja nggak sih guys? Karena sebenarnya nah gini. Ya hilangin aja dulu. Gue belum masukin, sabar ya. Dasar streamer setting. Nah, sekalian gue mau pamer YouTube gue premium. YouTube gue premium bos. Udah sih itu doang. Gue cuma mau pamer YouTube gue premium. Bentar, gue belum baca komen weh di YouTube gue. Let's see. Kok nggak ada? Ada ding. Halo, P, Hai, Q, P, Q, R, S, T, U. Halo Kade, halo. Ini gue pindahin dulu gak sih? Kita pakai suara gak sih?
Much unfortunately for them, but one thing that, or actually a couple players who were hitting some things is our top 3 players from yesterday, and it kind of doesn't do full justice to how really close everything was. Regiosio was our MVP of the day with this 5 damage lead over Lamborghini. But we had
gitu,
5 players on 12 eliminations.
Yep.
Yeah, at least 5 because we couldn't see past that.
So obviously you asked us at the end of the day, who's going to be the MVP, guys? And this is why we had a hard time, all right? The fact that these 3, yes, being able to take 12, and then obviously we had another 2 getting 12 eliminations as well, it showed once again how much that lobby was so close to one another in terms of skill. It was very difficult to pinpoint who the standout was, how they were standing out, because of how awesome the level of play has gotten to. So I'm hoping for it today. I think green is going to come in and shake that up completely. I think maybe we'll see a bit more of a disparity at the top.
Well, we've seen disparity alone when it comes to the 2 groups, I should say, right? We'll take a look at that when we get into our overalls with Group Yellow struggling a little bit. But before we get to that, one thing I do love about live events that we don't really get to do too often is seeing the player reactions, and luckily we do have quite a few of them from yesterday brought to you by Pepsi. So let's take a look here and enjoy.
Kok kayak ngeblur gitu sih ya, guys? Anjay, ada boom coy. Selewat. Ini gue, kocak guys. Pantesan gue merasa kayak gak kedengeran. Ternyata emang gue kecilin volumenya di apa? Di PC guanya, kocak. Kita
I think the best part about that was you're not seeing anything over the top just yet, because every team realizes, I mean, yeah, chicken dinner is good, but this is only the group stage. We still need to get into the main tournament, and that's where we can win potentially $400,000. So smart for them to keep composure, which I think you were saying yesterday with Alpha 7 in particular. They got a win. They're like, okay, all right, let's just keep grinding, keep at it, because we don't need to celebrate yet.
Yeah, you don't want to count all your ducks in a barrel just yet. Here, what are you?
I see what you did there. Because I think 7 said it, but I gave you the credit.
Oh, this always happens. I mean, no, I always say this.
Reverse.
It's like Max is on the desk, you know?
He's here with his spirit. But let's take a look at our overalls really quickly at the end of day 1. D plus Kia, 57 points, but there's not a big gap as you go down this list. But one thing you will notice, it's a lot of Group Red teams in here.
It really is. I mean, and the best part is that for some of these red teams, I feel like if they're able to just get a little bit enough points today, they're more than likely going to be able to qualify. They're going to be a little bit more reassured with them having to sit out the final day. Some of the other stuff, though, that we're currently going to be keeping an eye on is that in Group Red, you're going to be able to see one team that's not currently here, and that is going to be Brute Force. They're going to be on the second page, and that's a team that a lot of people were expecting that they would skip the survival, they would actually go into the main event, and for them to not even be in the first stage here, that's a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely so. I'll talk about it in just a moment.
No
but
glasses,
1 through
why?
7, unbelievably close here, and that kind
have
of
one.
rises testament to what we were saying about how close red versus yellow was. I expect a bit of a shake-up from some of those red teams up here, as I think that they can still hold on and be able to take some of those spots. So red is looking pretty, as you say, for brute force. I said it at the start yesterday, I think that they run hot or cold. They had an insane game to be able to really put themselves on the podium in EMEA. One Miramar game was really a huge determining factor for them, but yesterday it really didn't materialize. It's their last day today, only 32 points. They are the one at the bottom of red right now. They've got to be scared.
And something that we got to keep an eye on brute force too is they were fighting a lot outside of the circle. Hopefully they'll be able to change that today.
All right, well, it is time to check in with our commentators here. We're going to be joining us for the first couple of games. It's going to be, of course, none other than Jimmy Allen, also known as John Allen, and Hockey. You guys are below us. I thought you were supposed to be over there, so I'll actually go back on this side. I don't know, Seven, you got to be careful there. But
I wanted to say hi to Seven up there. I was like, hey, Seven, what's up?
We're just going all over the place.
That's the tallest he's ever felt.
Dude, so why did you change your name to Jimmy?
Look, it was a temporary thing. I actually just changed it back again.
Wow.
So I'm now John Allen again.
Very interesting.
It's me,
Well, gentlemen,
John
really
Allen.
quickly,
What do you mean?
can hear. Can you guys hear
I can
me?
hear you.
Yeah, we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Oh, okay,
What's up, bro?
I was saying that's the first time Seven's actually felt tall, but while you guys have a quick couple of seconds here, talk to us really quickly. Like, day 2, Group Green coming in. How do you feel about that?
Dude, I'm
Hot
so
take.
stoked.
Ini tim
I'm
apa aja
stoked.
deh
I mean,
hari ini,
Vampire
guys?
Esports is coming on in here. That's the team I got my eye on, and I know you're looking at Team Falcons, John.
Absolutely. These guys absolutely blasting on all cylinders. Pretty hopeful for their performance today. Also Team Liquid, as the guys have been talking about. So we'll look forward to those in the games.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you in just a few moments' time when we get into the first match. Is it a coincidence that Falcons, whose logo is green, is in Group Green?
Oh.
Oh, hard-hitting stuff here at the death. I'm taking over now, guys. If you just...
All right, Clark's the host now. I'll sit myself out. But you guys obviously are hearing about the teams we expect
Ini
to do
tuh
extremely well
ada
here.
dia
We wanna
guys,
hear about who
ada
you expect
kayak
to do extremely well. You can cover the
konspirasi tim
SBC played
hijau
out. You
dan
can get your
tim
predictions
merah.
in and potentially compare to the likes
Kayak
of
gue
what
dari
we
tadi
have, but
baca
we all
komennya
know
tentang itu
the
sih.
analysts here have the best predictions in the game.
Kenapa
Mr.
ya?
Maxman, he's got the best curse in the game.
Team Falcons. Yes.
You can't trade.
Wait, what?
No.
you're Maxman.
I'm being back. Team Falcons is going to win. I just need a jersey, and then I'll really fully curse
You
them.
almost
Oh,
did it.
and you need probably like half your hair.
Yeah, you almost did it. Oh, yes.
Lose it.
It's Maxman.
Oh.
Yes, Falcons.
No.
Oh,
You almost,
Can't do
you
that
almost
voice.
went that far. That was,
Uh-huh.
I mean, Falcons is a great choice, right? I mean,
Yeah.
But at the same time, there are so many great teams in
Yes.
this group. I have to empathize with the position that you take. Team Liquid has an opportunity, and I say every tournament, it's time for Brazil to
Yang
win, please.
ke-1
What if it actually turns out to be Team Liquid
Hah,
winning
kok
and
hilang
Alpha
sih,
7
guys?
second place?
Oh, no.
Kita
The
ganti
evil in me hopes for that.
HD.
I mean, yeah, I love the chaos that ensues for that.
I wouldn't be
potentially.
surprised. I'm so used to it as an Alpha 7 fan.
But Seven, you haven't even mentioned our NA representative coming into this one. GK first, TJB. I'm curious to see if he's going to be playing. I know I caught him completely off guard, but as you can see behind me,
Your
we got 8
video is
seconds
so
to go
small.
until we
It's
head
too
into our
small.
first match of day 2. Group Green making his debut. Let's see how things kick off as we head down to the stage.
Anywho.
Wait.
The tone is set. Our players have had a taste of what it is like to compete here on the main stage. And today, Group
Gila,
Red
stage-nya bagus banget ya.
will complete the first part of their journey, and their
Free
fates
entry
will
and
be
free
sealed.
food, free
Ladies and
drink.
gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the group stage
So
of the
good.
PUBG
Oh
Mobile
iya, guys,
World
ada
Cup
watch party
and
weh
Esports
besok.
World Cup.
Yes, I love it. My name
Besok
is
ada
Max and I am
watch
your host
party
alongside
di
Samson.
M-Block tuh, registernya di situ tuh. Kalian tinggal registrasi aja. Tiketnya gratis guys. Jadi kalian nanti bisa
STC arena as our team start to realize
merasakan nonton
first impressions mean
PUBG
everything.
Mobile secara langsung bersama para penikmat Pmwc juga.
Will they be able to surmount all the pressure that they are feeling?
Bajunya lucu banget kayak orang mau main golf. Bajunya tapi bagus sih bajunya. Kayak outfitnya ini kayak lu tahu outfit apa ya namanya ya? Kalau di TikTok sih ini guys. Kalau di TikTok old money aesthetic. Say my name. Hello Robins. Hi Deepak Sharma. Hello guys. I didn't come to watch the game competition. I came to see your face. My face. Why? No, you need to watch the competition also. I mean, looking a girl face is just sorry, Papa. It's just wasting your time, bro. Wake up, bro. Absen dong hala Ahmad Fatoni. BTW hala dia hala Tito. He is blushing. Of course he is.
Here comes Group Green. Starting
Group
out
Green
with Vampire Esports.
Bung grup apa guys? Grup apa ya?
Alona IHC Esports.
Besok datang kan nih, datang. Tito lu datang nggak? Kemarin ada yang udah nanyain gue tuh, dia dari Bandung Jir, udah mau datang. Nah lu pada datang, lu yang pada deket tuh datang. Ada tuh kemarin di live gue di Bandung. Streamer Inggris kah anjay. Enggak guys, gue nggak fluent Inggrisnya, jelek gue. Tapi gue ngerti. Kok kalau nonton film juga bisa nggak pakai subtitle Jir. Kalau lagi mood datang alah, malas gue. Deket Jir. Absen Kwaci, halo Hendra.
Harami Bro.
Harami bro? Harami bro? Is that Harami bro? I mean like Harami. It's Harami.
In today's games.
And you better keep an eye on for the Arabic.
From Group Green. How closely were they watching their opponents yesterday? Any chinks in the armor they may have found?
BTW, boom grup yellow. Hari ini grup red sama green ya. Ada Talon. Talon ada nggak sih? Ada VPA. Harami bro from Philippine team. Ah, Philippine? You know guys, Harami word is Harami.
Day number 2, baby.
Harami
Let's get
Harawin.
after it. You heard Meg say it himself.
Malam-malam,
2 more
iblis.
days and $1 million is getting chunked away from this prize pool. I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary John Allen, bro. $1 million. That's a lot of money.
Like that you called me legendary there.
There's
as
a
well.
lot of
That's
money.
Flattering. Thank you very much. You're not so bad yourself. Group Red's last day, though, that is a big factor that's going to be weighing on these teams' minds going into the day. Obviously, the debut of the death group, Group Green, coming through as well. So everything going to be a little bit on shaky ground, I think.
Tapi aku juga membaca bilang, tenang aja. Nih, aku nge-live nonton kita nobar ya. Nggak mungkin aku nggak sambil bawa 9, karena aku suka banget nonton sambil makan.
We have to keep an eye on, obviously, is Group Red, right? Group Red need to not believe the scoreboard.
Lucu konten TikTok sama ayam bersos tertekan banget jogetnya.
Yeah, that's going to to be the main thing for them
Itu
today.
terpaksa,
It's gonna be really
Jir.
interesting to see
Cuma
how
abis
they
itu
take
dia
on that dynamic.
Deza
Obviously,
nggak
you
mau.
look at some
Tapi
of the
sebenarnya dia
numbers,
mau,
I've
guys.
got a
Itu
small estimate for
mukanya
you.
tertekan karena
Just
harus
where I think
ngafalin,
that
tapi dia
bubble's
tuh
gonna
mau.
be. Obviously, we're going to be looking
Dancer,
at 12th
anjay.
place going directly through to those finals, right? Which means that
Nanti
it's
aku
halfway down the
ajak
table.
bikin
Now,
joget
in order to
TikTok
draw a
di
parallel to
TA
that,
ya.
you look at halfway down the first 16 teams, which is the 8th place team.
Boom
is
didn't play
is
well
the
yesterday. I
representative who
hope
would
today
essentially
will
be pushed down
be
'cause
the
you're adding 8 more
best.
teams.
Oh, that's
But
right.
unfortunately,
About 6 points a match
Boom.
right now.
Okay.
In that position, which would put the bubble at 72 points. So to be safe, you're looking at wanting to push up over 75, over 80. That's where we're going to start to see teams getting quite safe. Now, D plus Kia from Group Red,
Boom not
they
going
are
to
going to have their
play
last day
today.
today. They're on 57, right? So they're not too far off that bubble already.
Yeah, so you know, that's to be able to make
But
it
tomorrow,
into those
Boom will
finals.
play,
Remember, for everybody that's just
and
tuning in,
we
it
hope
is
the
top 12
best
from
for
this stage that are
Boom
going to be moving
tomorrow.
straight directly to the finals. The
Pas
bottom
lagi
12
ini,
going
guys,
to that
nanti pas
survival
lagi
stage, and that is a place you don't want to be because we're going to have
watch
some
party
more teams
offline.
coming in, and they are watching this. They are
Jadi makanya pada
studying these
datang watch
squads
party
with a
offline.
magnifying
Tuh
glass.
daftarnya
So
udah ada
you don't
tuh
wanna be
di
in that spot. But yeah,
pin
D+Kia,
di
not too far off. They had a
pin komen
great game
kalian
one, obviously.
klik
Big
aja
74
tinggal daftar
points.
itu
They are
free
our
entry
leaderboard
kalian
leaders
literally
right
tinggal
now.
datang
But
doang.
again, we did
Bawa
not see
diri,
Group Green play
nonton,
at all, so they
beres,
cannot get
pulang.
comfortable. Yeah, making it to the main stage is great.
Dan pastinya di sana tidak cuma menonton doang, bakal ada activity seru, pasti bakal ada
Yeah, each spot's
games
worth
dan lain-lain.
over
Jadi
a
kalian
grand, right? So
langsung
you definitely
datang
want to be
besok ke
pushing
watch
as
party
fast
offline.
and as hard as you can go.
Nggak cuma Boom
You don't wanna
doang,
lose those
tapi
keys,
ada
right?
Talon juga
That's
sebagai
what's
perwakilan
all
Indonesia.
important
Jadi
here.
nanti
I
kita
don't think we're gonna be
Boom X
crushing
Talon,
any,
anjay.
for quite a little bit. I think it's the survival stage where we'll cut.
Hopefully the
big sets
Indonesian
of
team
teams,
will
right? So it's going to be the end of the week,
all
and we're going to
qualify
have
for
like
the
12
grand final.
keys to crush in a row. That's
Yep.
going to be fun to watch.
It's gonna be fun to watch if you're fans of the teams that are
Bawa
doing
diri
the
aja
you know,
ke
that's-
WP offline besok guys,
so,
daftar di
these
pin
teams gotta
komen.
go and
Tinggal
put
daftar
everything
doang.
on the line, especially
Tadi kemarin
Group
di
Red,
live
'cause this
gue
is their
udah
last
ada.
day. So if they
Aduh hilang
fumble
ngeblur.
today, and I'm looking at
Kemarin di
teams
live gue
like
tuh udah ada yang mau datang,
IW and
dia dari
RX,
Bandung, dia
Power,
nanya kayak travel dari Bandung
Ingo,
ke
so many
langsung
names,
ke
you know, had a
M Block
really
tuh apa
kind of
begitu
rough
loh.
day
Kalian
one. They gotta
kalah
make
sama
sure
yang
they
dari
put in
Bandung.
some work
Yang dari Bandung
here
aja
today.
OTW.
So Group Red,
Masa kalian
obviously
tidak?
the IW and RX,
Itu
they're
maksud
available to
tangan
see
dia
them
tadi
tomorrow.
gini apa ya?
But, you know, at
Pamer
the end of the
kuku.
day,
Aku juga bisa
D+Kia,
pamer
that's the
anjay.
team I have my
Lihat
eye
kuku
on.
aku
Not-
tuh udah
anybody expected
merah-merah,
for them to be
iya
up on
udah
top here at the end of the-
boom banget
day
gitu
one.
sih guys.
Kelara's definitely expected to
Anjay.
be,
Oh, that's true.
for sure, 100%.
Buset merah putih ini
That's
mah,
what he believes.
ini kuku timnas, ini kuku timnas.
Bit of a lie. We're only teasing him. No, he didn't think as you rightly
Berarti
said,
besok
as
nggak
with
live
everybody
dong,
else,
orang
you'll
jauh
be seeing
nyimak,
that.
harusnya
We
tetap
saw
ada
some very
live,
steady hands just there
tapi
from, Besiktas. I mean,
bukan
it looks like
gua,
they're taking it
bukan
all in their
Rea.
stride. Right now they're in 8th place. So
Dan
as
bukan
it
Jesslyn
stands,
pastinya.
you expand the table with 8
Mungkin
more
Kurli
teams
ya,
playing
nggak tahu ya.
there.
Besok siapa? Aku nggak
They
tahu.
would be right on that
Besok
bubble,
bakal
and
yang
obviously
live.
it's not phasing them. They're
Kurli
taking
bukannya
their stride.
ke sana ya?
Yeah,
Kurli
they
ke
are, you know,
ke
as a matter
sana
of
cok.
fact, another team, I got to
Kurli
talk
ke
to,
Riyadh ya? Enggak
I got to
kan?
talk to Brute Force a little bit earlier today. You know, they were a
Kurli
little
ikut ke
frustrated
Riyadh
with their
kah?
performance. You know, they said a couple things surprised them. They made some adjustments.
Tim
and they
Indo
know
mana
that today's
aja
their last
bangku,
day, so
tim
they gotta
Indo
put in
boom
some
sama
serious,
Talon.
serious work. I think the biggest disappointment yesterday was that first match at Sandhawk. You know,
Yeah.
they landed on that.
Atau enggak ya?
northwestern
Enggak ke
island,
sana
they
ya?
got
Enggak ke
that
Riyadh ya?
circle,
Waktu itu
and,
ke
they were right
Thailand
next to
doang ya?
D+Kia. They
Iya,
could have
kemarin.
challenged them early on
Ikut
and
nonton.
taken that high ground, but instead they played it safe and weren't able to put up as many points I think they wanted to.
Iya,
Yeah, I
pokoknya
mean,
besok
first Sandhawk, they
masih
got
ada
fourth
harusnya
place
watch
with 4
party.
limbs.
Cuma tidak sama
And they
aku,
also
tidak sama
in
Rea.
the 4th match of the day, the final Erangel, they came second
Bentar
with
guys,
3
gua mau nyalain
limbs,
AC dah.
And
Gerah, Jir.
getting those podium finishes, not converting with a decent chunk of a limbs. I'm looking at sort of 6 or more as being a decent chunk, right? It's just a little bit galling because you know you've gotten deep into this game. This is your chance. The only strong performance they had was that third place on the first Miramar with 10 eliminations, which they were able to obviously rack up a load of points for that. But it's just too few and far between right now. We know that Brute Force can do it. They are the champions of the MEA, right? They are coming in as a tournament winner. So to be down towards the lower end of the table, not really as illustrious as maybe they hoped moving into this.
Yeah, I mean, 3 games with 0 points, you can't afford that in a
Absolutely
tournament
not.
like this, especially 3 days, that's all you got. And actually 2, right? You got
Boom
2 days
dan
of playing
Talon.
total, and this is their last day, so They can't afford
di
any
grup
mistakes.
stage
Yeah,
kalau
in a tournament like
survival
this, to get
stage
top 12,
ada Pandum
maybe you can
Esports.
afford
Oh iya,
one
Pandum
or two
Esports
bad
udah ganti
games.
pick nih.
That's about it. You got to pop off all the rest. So for a team like Brute Force, they've definitely, you know, stamped all of their bad games.
Abangku mukanya fresh terus, beda sama yang satu lagi kadang jutek. Yang mukanya jutek ya apa? Kurli. Bukan jutek tapi lagi PMS. Siapa?
Well, I was talking before, right? They
I
were
want
holding the hand out,
Boom
very
to win
steady,
because
calm,
of you. Thank you.
collected. I like that shot. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I want
but
Boom to win.
It's kind of, to be honest, this is a team that I think overall people were potentially a little bit surprised to see make it all the way through. They did manage to get up into
Alam
third
ng pisang.
place in
Kenapa aku
the
makan
EMEA
pisang?
region,
Karena aku
and they obviously have got a lot of very talented players, but at the moment,
mau
I
makan
feel
sehat.
like it's not the sort of team that you look at from the region, certainly from EMEA.
Dia yang di
when
thumbnail
you're thinking
siapa?
about
Kok cakep?
the best
Siap?
team,
Emang thumbnailnya
right?
gimana, guys?
It is definitely a
Gua
team
belum
with a
lihat.
lot to prove. So if they can get into those finals directly, avoid
Anjay, Bumin sialan. Thumbnailnya kok jelek dah. Kenapa sih foto gue yang Buminnya nggak bisa milihin foto gue, Cok. Gue ntar request Bumin fotonya ini. Dosa cewek makan pisang kenapa? Ini Gigaha bukan Chin, bukan Shy.
Being the MVP of that tournament, a lot of expectations on them, and they were able to steal that away from Alpha 7 in their own homeland. As we can see, all the players, you know, walking in here to the beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is such an awesome place to be. This venue is insane.
Lah jelek. Lah cakep itu jelek itu.
The most beautiful PUBG Mobile trophy
Bumin
I have seen so far.
belum dikasih fotonya. Itu mah Kang Disa. Kang Disa ini kurang. Sumpah, gue dendam pribadi sama Kang Disa. Kenapa coba? Kenapa foto gue yang selalu dipakai tuh literally foto yang kayak gini, yang Chainsaw Man. Itu kayak foto yang di save, foto gue yang di save tuh cuma itu doang apa gimana dah? Kayak literally banyak banget. Pokoknya kalau ngirim fotonya tuh yang itu. Kenapa kayak lain itu foto bercanda? Kenapa yang dipakai tuh foto yang Chainsaw Man yang wibu anjay? Kan gue jadi disangka wibu ya? Gue nggak wibu guys.
It is great stuff. Obviously, military finish for Alpha 7 as well with 9 eliminations. They started out quite strong. The interesting fact about this, facet, I would say, of the overall standings right now is that it is very, very, very close at the moment, right? You've got 57 points in first place. You go down to 7, it's 42 points, right? That's a 15-point difference. That's one big game, right? That's quite easy of a gap to go up on over, and when you're only playing 6 more matches for these teams that are in those places, it's even more important because you know that your opponents are also.
Tahu gak sih di otak gue lagi ada lagu apa guys? Seandainya warga plus 62, tau gak? Gue malas. Kayak gue yang TikTok nerd. Lu bener-bener yang ntar gue bikin apa besok?
And we have 3 squads in Group Red, right, that are in top 3. You got T plus Kia, Tianva, and DX Xavier. So all 3 of these
DX
teams, you know, they want to
Xavier.
kind of continue that
Si
streak
Cuak
that they
main
had
nggak, Cuak?
yesterday.
DX
And,
Cuak.
like I mentioned a little bit earlier, put on so many points that
Bajir,
nobody
ada
could pass. Let me ask you this.
Habibi.
So you did make that.
Ini apa? American Vibes. Timnya apa aja guys? Gue kepo dah. Gue belum tahu timnya tuh apa aja.
To win the whole thing?
To win the whole thing.
Ooh. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you now, I didn't do this overnight. I just did it about 5 minutes before the show.
Oh, okay.
I literally divided 36 by 6.
Si itu ya, si Tonike. Cakep tuh dia, cakep.
Very, very basic
Si Tonike.
analysis. And so there is a lot of room for error there.
Tapi
However, looking towards the top of
cakepan
the table,
Paraboy.
it's actually a lot more volatile as to where teams tend to end up, right? It can either be
For sure.
a situation, it depends really if you have a clear front runner or 2 or 3 teams right
si Paraboy
If you've
main
got a
gak
clear
sih?
front runner,
Di
it's
sini di
likely you're gonna
Pmwc
see like a 50-point gap.
mengkonsumsi pisang bisa
over these
membantu
games,
kamu
over
menjaga
this amount of
kesehatan
games,
jantung,
maybe a little bit
mengontrol
less,
berat
sure,
badan
might see
hingga
like a
meningkatkan
25 to
kesuburan
30 point
pria.
gap,
Strip halodok.
towards the top. Or
Nice.
you can have the situation where we're in now,
Pisang
right? Because
adalah
you've got
satu
57
buah yang
points, 52
populer.
points
Terus apa lagi?
towards the top.
Lanjutannya lu
That
setengah-setengah lu.
would expand a little bit, but it could be that it's just blow for
Bagus
blow, right? It
guys,
could be
ini
anyone's
tuh
game, right? Up
kalau
until
gua
the end. And that has a
lagi
big impact as to where
lambungnya
the end of that curve
kambuh atau
sort of
gimana
ends
gitu,
up, right?
gua selalu
In first place,
makan pisang
in
karena
the
mengenyangkan.
finals, as far as that goes,
Sampai
I'm
gue sebenarnya
not entirely sure what sort of
gue
point
nggak yang
scoring
suka-suka banget sih,
we're gonna need
kayak
to
gue
see.
makan
At least for
pisang
the
udah
group
karena
stage.
terpaksa aja gitu.
Yeah, for the group stage, I mean, we've got a total of 18 matches played.
Karena kalau
but
gue
only
sama
12
lambung itu kan
matches
nggak boleh makan
per,
buah yang asam.
which means that you could basically,
Jadi,
the best estimate
pisang.
you can give is just kind of double top score. Which
Okay.
we're looking at 114. But in order to double your score, you're going to need to get into the games. That's exactly what we're going to do with dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen. The GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also, of course, the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and
Americal
visually
vibes,
stunning experiences
basic
in
task
the
black,
2024
Judul
PMwc.
Alliance,
I'm ready to be visually
Vampire
stunned by the
Esports,
first map of the day.
Al-Ula
It's
X.
It's Sandhawk,
Al-Ula?
and we are ready to
Itu bener
get
Al-Ula
going.
apa ya
I know
guys?
you guys
Tim
are so
Falcon.
pumped up for day
Banyak
number
sih nama-nama
two.
tim yang
But you
udah
know
gue
what?
tahu.
We're gonna take a little bit of time here. That's right. Zoink.
Ada
We're
talun
gonna
ya?
get these players just a
I
little
see.
bit more warmed
Tim
up
apa ya dia
for today.
guys?
So, you know, you were talking
Kok orang-orang
about
pada pakai sarung
let's
tangan
get-
gitu sih?
If
Emang
they
apa?
doubled their points, I do agree. I think they will be able to win this.
114 would be that measure, right? That's
Yeah.
on one day's games, they got 57, 2 times 57, as everybody knows.
Of
Oh,
course.
kenapa itu kenapa?
That might
Technical issue
not
lah.
be as prevalent. What would that be? Over 12 matches?
Wah,
the 10
keren
point
banget
average
anjir.
basically is where I tend to
Stage-nya
look
gila.
at,
Insane per game, by the way.
per game, which is pretty
Stage-nya
nuts to be
bagus
able to
banget.
achieve that.
Prediksi
The
top
bubble
5-nya
currency
dong.
is
Gue nggak
6
tahu
average, for example.
nih yang kemarin
If you look at
WWCD gitu-gitu
that,
siapa aja gue nggak tahu, gue nggak
points
lihat
per
masalahnya.
match.
Jadi kayak gue
And
tidak
the
bisa
Bucks here currently
memprediksi
not at
top
that metric.
5-nya
If you
dulu.
see a team that is over 10 points per
Rematch
match,
iya ya
that is
keluar
when
lagi
you need
tuh.
to be scared of them.
For sure.
Jadi
Yeah,
gue
and you know
kayak
what?
belum
There are
lihat
plenty of teams in Group
kayak
that can do that.
tim
I mean,
yang
we've seen it
kemarin
before.
pada
For sure, you know,
WWCD itu
Vampire,
siapa aja
Esports is
gitu.
stepping in the
Terus
fray.
kayak
I thought
dari
Santani, he looked
gameplay
sad,
mereka di
actually.
hari
He
kemarin
looked
gue
like he
nggak
always
lihat.
does, just so chill
Jadi
and
gue nggak
relaxed.
tahu.
He's like,
Such a chill guy.
He's so chill.
Nanti
He's
jalur
just like
kemarin
walking
sehat.
around in his sandals, just being like, oh yeah, we just came to get some more money this year, just like we did
Mian
last
pisang.
time. I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
anybody
Man
expected
pisang.
Vampire to have the performance.
Ada bug parasut,
mid-season
nggak tahu
that we
tadi
saw
kayak
last
pas
year.
baru
And
turun
man,
gitu mereka kayak pada
these
kena
guys look calm,
bug
collected. I saw
gitu.
Tony K playing foosball in the players' lounge. Like he's just like, ah man, I'm ready for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ya udah.
Well, I spoke to Sertani earlier
Karena ini
this
kan
morning,
kayak
coming into this tournament. He's aware that Vampire have this reputation of only kind of performing as strongly as they do in these mid-season events, right? So
Esports
coming into
World
the WC,
Cup
he
ini
actually said something which I
baru
think
kan?
is actually quite respectable, right?
Okay.
He's aiming
Baru
for
nggak sih?
top 8
All right.
right now.
Okay.
That is what he was going for. They had an adjustment in their IGL structure.
Sisi nggak tenang
at the start
Kwaci
of
nih
the
bos,
year,
senggol dong.
moving into PMGO. So they have actually sort of changed up a little bit of the dynamic with Stones taking on that role of the IGL, and he's been adapting to that. And I think the thing that Sertani is focused on, and by the way, I think this is a great attitude for a coach to have, is creating a synergistic environment where they are the best players that they could be, right? Giving them that platform, worry about results a little bit later, right? Just create strong cohesion, strong players.
Esports
and
World
the
Cup
ability for those
first
teams.
time, iya jadi wajar lah masih banyak
Don't have
technical
that, you
issue
don't
segala
have
macam
Yeah,
karena
absolutely.
pertama
I
kali
mean,
iya
I
nggak
think
sih?
it's all about just,
Tapi
you know,
sekarang
having
PUBG
players
sekarang
focus on
sepi
their
gara-gara
best
apa ya kak?
opportunities, their
Sebenarnya bukan
strengths,
sepi
right?
sih,
And
pasti
for a
banyak
lot of
yang main,
times
cuma
you see
lebih
players that
eksklusif
are
aja
just
karena jadinya
insane
orang-orang yang
gunners.
main tuh harus
A lot of
punya
times you just stick them up as an IGL. But
harus punya
trying to
device yang
focus
lebih
on,
bagus.
hey, where should we
Karena kan
go, map,
kalau dulu tuh
everything,
masih bisa kan,
it
kayak
makes things a
handphone
little
gua
bit more
HP dulu
difficult for
masih
them. So
bisa.
a lot of the times
Makin
it's
sini tuh
better
kan
just, hey,
makin
give
berat
that
ya
role to
gamenya.
somebody else,
Jadi
let
orang-orang
them do
tuh
what they're best
jadi
at,
nggak
and
semua
that
orang
is
bisa
shooting
main
anything that
karena
moves, you know? Tony K is
device-nya
definitely
beda.
one of those
Kayak
players,
misalnya
for
kayak
sure.
game PC
So
gitu,
that's
nggak
always
semua orang
interesting. One of
punya
my favorite
PC.
things to do
Nah
every
kalau
time I
misalnya
talk to the
PUBG
teams,
Mobile
you know,
tuh
I'm
kayak
just like, all right,
nggak
guys,
semua orang
how you feel? I get the
handphonenya
technical answer,
sebagus
you know what I'm saying?
itu,
They're just like, ah, you
jadi
know, feel good, we're
kayak
excited, ready to do this stuff.
nggak
Then
bisa
I always ask
semua
them, okay,
orang
right?
main
If you guys don't
gamenya
do
gitu.
good, whose fault is it?
Jadi
You know what I'm
kayak
saying?
ya
Like,
udah,
whose
jadi
fault is
lebih
it? And
eksklusif
they
gitu
always
karena
look at
emang
somebody or someone gets quiet, and I'm
yeah.
just like, you don't listen to your IGL, do you? And then
si
everyone
device-nya
just
tuh
starts
harus
laughing
bagus.
Yeah.
because they're just
Gitu,
like, oh,
kalau
I'm like,
menurut gue ya.
okay,
Karena gue juga kalau main
when
PUBG kayak
your
kelamaan
IGL
gitu.
says to push, do you not push?
Tuh,
And they go, no,
panas
no, no,
karena
no, no. He's
ya,
like, we tell him to stay, and he pushes.
game
You know?
juga lebih berat.
It's crazy how
sekarang.
those things still happen, even though there's so much on the line. PUBG Mobile is just crazy when you get into that
Pagi
end
deh,
zone.
pagi
There's
lagi
so
apa
many teams around you.
anjir.
Absolutely, where every single team is going to be paying attention to one team in particular. The team at the top, it's D plus Kia.
Absolutely. D plus Kia, what a performance.
Kenapa PUBG sampai
yesterday.
karena tidak ada tim robot merah di turnamen kalau katanya gitu.
일단은
Wah, gua nggak bisa
우승할 수
ngomong.
있게 된 것에 대해서 굉장히 기분 좋고 되게 잘하는
Ini tim apa,
선수가
guys?
우승할 수 있다는 것에 좀 많은
Oh, gue tahu nih tim Korea.
일단은 인게임
뭐 타워
리더는
팀
이제 K가
팔로냐?
맡고 있고 이제 롤부 칩스 선수 같은 경우에는
이거 인간 로고는?
어태커 겸 백업을 맡고 있고요. 이제 포리코 같은 경우에는 이제 멀티플레이어
Kalau Mbak lihat besok tadi
저는
Kade,
이제
halo Rizky welcome
카운터랑
back.
서포터를
Besok jam 5 baru sampai sana deh.
이전 연도랑은 확실하게 다른 느낌을 가지고 있고요.
Lebih cepet sih
다른
harusnya.
덤이라고 하면은
plus
작년에는 조금
Kia.
더 안정적이고 탄탄한 점이 보였다라고
Oh,
하면
gara-gara
이거는
nggak
공격적인
BP.
게 많이 다른 점이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Garam kan sampai sebelah.
또
Ya,
이제
ya kan
리아드에 와서
ngomonginnya gamenya,
경기를
bukan
보여드릴
turnamennya.
텐데
Kalau gamenya ya
아쉬운 모습들이 최근에 많이
bisa dibilang
보여졌어서
kalau gamenya itu karena
그것도 많이 하실
device.
것 같아요. 그래도
Kalau
이번에
turnamennya
월드컵에서
sih
꼭 좋은 성적,
ya
좋은
nggak
모습
tahu ya.
보여드릴 수 있게
Kayak
준비했으니까 많은 응원과 사랑 부탁드립니다.
Opa ini kemarin top 2. Oh ya kah? Tapi orang Korea
Oh
jauh-jauh sih.
yeah, that's what we're looking at. D
Kalau
plus
ini
Kia
ada nggak
leaders, of course, on the
tim
table,
China ada
57
nggak guys?
points.
Biasanya
They're
tim
the
China
bar to
jago
beat right now.
biasanya.
Hopefully they can keep things rolling for today.
Yes, sir, indeed. And you
Eh,
can
si
just
Paraboy
see,
main nggak sih?
you heard
Si
saw in the
Paraboy main
interview
nggak?
right there. You know, he said, I think a lot of our
Si
fans
Paraboy
are
itu kan
worried
pindah
about
tim ya?
us
Ke
right
tim
now
apa sih?
because
Lupa.
we've kind of been struggling in some seasons prior to this. But I don't think they're worried anymore. I mean, with a
Yang
performance
event
like
sekarang
that,
nggak
at
jelas
day
dia rame
number
banget,
one,
sumpah.
what more could you ask for? Starting off with that chicken dinner, 10 eliminations. That's 20 of their 57 points here. So it's going to be interesting to see if they
Menyala
get
abangkunya
that
kayaknya boom besok
Northwestern
guys.
circle. In
Pas
Sandhawk, once
WP
again,
offline
that's gonna
harus
pay
ada
off
buff
big time for
kayaknya,
them.
buff
Now,
WP
if they
offline,
don't get that
buff
zone jump,
dukungan
right,
dari
do
warga
you think that they have
Indonesia
a possibility
yang akan
of
nonton di
having a
WP
similar
offline
performance they
besok,
did
yang
yesterday,
kalian bisa join
or-
dengan
I think
cara
that's
registrasi di
almost
link yang udah ada di
impossible.
Right.
Right.
pin
I think that you can't really
komen.
read too much into it from yesterday. What we did see is that they were able to back up their
Lah, itu
results
DX
in that
tim
first
Cina.
map with
Ah,
two
DX
other
bukan
high-profile
Vietnam.
games, right? You have an 11 elimination
DX
game
emang
in
tim
the
Cina.
second Erangel, followed
DX
up by a
Vietnam
third
gak
Erangel
sih?
with 12 eliminations and a fourth place, which to me indicates that they definitely do
Sotoy
have
nih,
more
gue juga
strength to their
sotoy
bow
sih
than
sebenarnya.
just get circle win
Besok
game.
boleh foto nggak nih? Boleh
However,
dong. Besok bakal
you
ada
always have to put that
aku,
question mark on there, right?
Jesslyn
When
dan
it
juga
is going to
Rea.
shift towards you on that high ground on Sandhawk, are you going to be able to transition? Historically, I think that the best example of teams not being able to transition as effectively, I think towards the end of their tenure as a big roster, was the Gladiators coming
Yes.
through. And they started just to really struggle well, to be honest, they started to struggle when they got the circle or not on that northwestern island. But their transitions were always being cut down, and they really kind of struggled to leave that sort of position. So maybe we'll see the same thing with D plus Kia. Maybe we won't. I think it's too early to say, given that we've only seen one Sandhawk played.
Yeah, since we've seen that with Sandhawk play,
Diamond kuning beli
it
skin apa
really
nih? Nggak
is a
beli
little
gua.
bit of a gamble when you land on that
Nggak ikut
northwestern island. If you get
event
that zone, your
Diamond
chances of
kuning.
popping off are crazy, but you have to still perform.
Karena
and
apa?
they
Karena
did, right?
mager.
Double elimination, chicken dinner is everything they hope for, but if it doesn't go your way, it is quite difficult. And the thing is, you know, we saw D plus Kia, they got that zone, they performed as expected, as they should. You know, next game though, 16th place, 0 eliminations, you know? If that happens today, where they actually struggle in Sandhawk, I want to see that flip in reverse, right? Aaron Gale
Streamer
just go
satu ini nggak bisa
crazy and put
ditipu,
everything
Jir.
out on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be
Gua menonton
taking things well, but they
PUBG
did then follow that
sudah
up
cukup
with some
lama,
big
guys.
Erangel games, right?
Walaupun
so
gua nggak hafal
they were able
semua.
to do that.
Ada
And
Ipu,
not to mention rounding out
Sepu.
the day with a pretty decent scoreline. I mean, in general, obviously, they have performed very
Kecanduan
well
Hawk,
yesterday.
benar.
I think that is
Kalau
inarguable.
game
They
MOBA,
are at the top of the tables right now.
Mobile,
Tiampa
Hawk.
as well, really
Hawk tuh
came out swinging in
Tencent
a
ya?
couple of their games. Unfortunately, it was
Hawk tuh
only one
Tencent
where they were able to punch all the way through. Well, I say all the way through, and get 16 elims. It was a third place
Abang
on that
nggak?
first Erangel, that military island finish. I feel like the show on that match was kind of stolen by
Iya
them.
lah
Right?
ya.
You had Alpha 7-1 from
Kocak.
Seabrook there was a pretty
Tencent.
crazy finish there,
Tencent
which
juga
I'm sure is going to be
timmy
plenty of highlight
Tencent.
reels, but
Punya
it really was
Tencent juga
Tiamba
tuh.
who made their
Tencent
mark
game,
on that
PUBG
area goal. They're going to be
Mobile.
looking to make their mark here again on Sandhog as well,
Coba
as
DM
this
Tencent.
time we may actually be going
Honor
into the
of
map.
King, Aussie.
And we're ready to get it going here. You can see that plane going right down the center here of Sandhog. Of course, all these
Akhirnya
players are
turun
able to
juga,
fly
guys.
anywhere that they want to. And I am looking, and we can already see some squads jumping out really early here. I'm looking at Mad Bulls. They were one of the first teams out of the plane. You got Besiktas.
Ini yang sekarang main,
that southern
ada yang
east
kemarin
side of
main
the
juga.
map.
Apa beda
Oh,
guys?
baby. It's
timnya?
day number 2, the last day for Group Red.
Yang kemarin pada
Let's see what
main
they can do.
grup apa?
Battles,
Red.
the new entry to today, and Besiktas Black, that old
Nice,
hat
boom.
from yesterday. Only 6 maps.
Belah
You don't
mana?
wanna call it an old hat, but
Ya,
they
nonton
are
ini
gonna be
apa?
going
Talon.
down. Vampire out over
Gua
towards
Talon.
Ruins and Tambang. Looks like they're not going to be super contested
Talon.
there. Obviously, a lot of rotational paths available to them from that area. They could swing down south past Painar, move up north to that island. I quite like that sort of
Iya,
area.
grup Red. Grup Red main ya 2 kali.
Painar,
Hashtag
actually,
Indo
a little
Pride,
bit of
benar.
trouble.
Kita dukung Talon guys, Indo
A
Pride.
little bit further north with 4MV taking up Painar.
Dan gue punya makanan lagi. Supaya ini gue beneran.
Take shots down to 4MV.
Yeah, and I don't think he wants to because all the rest of
Alright.
his players and teammates are quite a distance away from him, and that's kind of that Painon split. You know, because Painon, you could definitely split loot a little bit, yeah, but you definitely want some players to kind of get some of those surrounding areas. Now, we do not have a similar zone to yesterday's. We have a mainland circle, so teams like Kia, who performed great, are going to have to get moving pretty quick here.
Oh iya, itu yang udah di atas itu tim Red ya. Oh VVE, terus Falcon, terus apa? Talon pada baru main hari ini ya? Anjay.
Oh boy, so let's see what happens. You got Vampire Esports, of course, over there near Ruins. Besiktas Black running, just trying to get their loot set up. You know they want them in force. You know they want that DBS.
Nih tim yang pada belum
They're gonna
main,
need 'em here
apakah bisa
towards the end.
menyusul tim
Now,
yang sudah main
Team
kemarin?
Liquid, dead center
Kalau bisa
of the
keren.
map right
Berarti
now.
dia
They are
poinnya
in
banyak banget.
a great spot here.
Ya nggak sih?
And not to mention Xavier over near in Paradise Resort.
Kresek,
They're gonna have
iya
all the
makanan
loot
gua,
that they
maaf
want.
dah.
But at the end of the day, they're coming in fresh,
Makanan
right?
gue
So,
kresek-kresek.
we're already starting to see some shots ring out from Brute Force.
Yeah, this is still on that north side, right?
Bung,
Looks
posisi
like
berapa?
Tiamba have
Kemarin gue
fully,
lihat posisi berapa ya,
grouped up
guys?
over towards Cow after dropping a little bit more
Posisi.
disparately. Brute Force not going to fully engage onto this fight, and you can see exactly why now, because they are vulnerable. They are too spread to go for this full engagement, and Neos is in danger
Posisi
at this
11
stage,
kemarin.
being rolled straight on out. And
Not
Tiamba
so
with an
good.
excellent response from Cow on that northern
Udah
side.
6
As soon as you take shots without the
Kalau
backup,
posisi
you are
11
going to
ya
feel
udah.
the pain, and
Masih bisa ada
Tiamba
besok.
will make it
Tenang aja.
happen.
Neos knew he screwed up. He knew it.
As soon as
he did that shot, he hit that 180 and started sending it at full speed.
Biar
And
udah tunggu di
he's like, wait,
GF.
It was just kidding. It was all a prank.
Udah
It was all a
nunggu
prank.
di
Premod
GF
tried to
deh.
help him
Oh,
out,
nice,
but it was
nice,
just too
nice.
late. And that's what I was talking about, is when you have those split loots, you almost don't want to start those engagements, because if you're going against, 3 or 4 players that are pretty grouped up, you're in big trouble. And we saw what happened right there.
TJB getting a little bit close to the fire there.
Cek aja guys sama Bung
Roasty
guys.
toes, but nothing more
Back
than
to
that
back
just yet.
PMSL nih bos. Senggol dong. Jangan disenggol deh, gue
Be able to
takut.
find the shots. Being diverted around. TJB
Canda.
moved fairly early, actually, it has to be said.
Sambil makan
into this
guys.
circle.
Iya.
They're trying to move past
Silakan Kwaci,
Liquid.
selamat
Regroup
makan.
to
Haha,
the
iya
northeast
makasih.
side of that quarry.
Ini apa anjir? TJB tuh tim apa guys? TJB.
And very fortunate for them, they don't lose a player. And a
Ula
lot of
tuh
times
yang
you see rotations like that,
Ula itu ya?
teams will sacrifice maybe 1 or 2 players in the process, but fortunate for them,
Oh, Fighter nggak pakai
they're gonna
flash
be
day,
just
iya nih,
all right.
entry-nya
Now,
dia.
teams that are still outside
Iya,
of this
dry pick,
circle,
dry
Mad
pick.
Bulls still need to make their way in. Vampire, D+ Kia, a lot of names here, so we'll see how they decide to make this rotation on in. Now, we already seen some squads on the move. The Xavier have left Paradise
Oh,
Resort
Kak Ade, apa kabar?
very, very
Halo,
quickly
yoga,
and are looking
baik.
for a more central position.
Team starting to group up
Wait.
towards the center now. Boot camp has been evacuated. This northwest island, pretty slow on the move at the moment. Talon and D+ Kia yet to make their move. We're on board with Xavier, and you're right, they've got a really important compound on the northern side of this circle. It controls a lot of the territory around them. In general, it's that the compound that DX Xavier are in, and the compound out to their west. Those two junction compounds that have a lot of control. But for my money, I'd still be out on the hills. I don't think you want to be committing towards the indoors when you're not sort of slap bang in the center, and you know a lot of teams are going to be putting pressure on. I think on this northern side, for DX Xavier, I like that Paragen still has that outpost, right? Out to the east, it gives them a foothold outside of their compound because you do not want to be boxed in this early.
Yeah, you can tell they are just trying to get as much information as they can, and we're seeing them move away from that spot, which I definitely think is a good decision here. And that's the problem is, you know, at Sandhawk, it's such a small map. You don't want to overcommit and get greedy, if I say so, right? So sometimes you're just like, oh, this spot is good, but if we just move up this next hill, it'll be a little bit better. You get into engagement, get third-partied, and you're out of there.
Yang papan bawah itu nggak usah dilihat ya guys, tutupin sama muka gua aja. Yang papan bawah kan nggak usah lihat lah.
So making this move now, I think is wise. They've now put two
Ketutupan
players
sama
for DX Xavier out over towards a little bit closer to Barn, which I much prefer. So I think that's a good decision coming through from them. Talon have now left Hartin.
Dari ini tim-tim yang ketutupan sama facecam gue biar berusaha, biar nama tim dia naik.
Which means that if D plus Kia opt to rotate past that ground, it's gonna be tricky.
So they're gonna have to gatekeep, you know, two monster squads of D plus Kia and possibly Tianba as well. So I think they're just gonna kind of hang out here towards the edge. Yep, you can see them doing the forest strategy is what I like to call it there. Snake, smoke,
ya gimana ya guys ya?
and snake.
Apa nggak bisa ada facecam?
I like it. Okay, all right.
Apa facecam gue hilangin aja di facecam lu ngalangin, oke?
Powerful. Oh yeah, silence, the 5S strategy.
Mulai ada tembakan dari boyfriend, BF brute force. Anjay, item Mobile Legends.
So brute force needs to be calmed down a little bit. It's too early to get into an engagement.
Boyfriend,
if you see
let's go
an obvious
boyfriend.
player where you know you can get that knock and thirst,
Negara mana
take
dia
those
nggak ada ya?
shots. If not, just hurry up and wait, because if you do get into a fight in
Buat
Sandhawk with this
transparan
type
gimana
of zone,
caranya?
the chances of both of you getting third party are just so high.
Let's talk about something that you said earlier, right, with brute force. And you're talking
Bisa
about
diubah
you can't be
opacity-nya.
making an over-aggressive play unless you know you can get the knock and flush. Brute force, right? Neos early on. Something that you said before when you were talking to them earlier today was that they felt like they weren't just making these mistakes. And that's just happened again. This is not good news for Brute Force fans.
Not good at all, yeah, especially considering that I think they are the lowest performing team in Group Red, right? So, yeah, they're going to have to really give it all they got today if they want to make sure that they're in that top 12. And the problem with that is when you have a rough game one, every team tomorrow knows exactly how many points they need to pass you up, right? So if you're brute force, you cannot afford any mistakes. Losing a player early on is gonna hurt. But we can watch D plus Kia, like I said, if they don't get that circle, it's a tough time to get into this zone, and that's exactly what's happening. Talon Esports is staring right at them and just trying to make their lives miserable.
D plus Kia having already lost a player as well. They're trying to move over this north bridge. I'm not entirely sure that this was the right call to make.
Ada si Yoru
the
tuh.
moment Vampire actually have
Ayo,
made
Yoru,
a slightly better rotation over the trifecta compound, I feel like D plus Kia had the option to even swim across over towards boot camp, which in general, you know, if you have that scout,
Yoru
which
entry,
they should have done, having on the high
lihat.
ground, is a fairly simple rotation. It's definitely going to be in the playbook. You could even have moved south past that trifecta. Brute Force getting taken down. They try it. They try it on. And DX Xavier rolls straight on through them. Really strong stuff. I'm not entirely sure how that one started. I think DX Xavier moved down south towards Brute Force. But either way, another poor performance from Brute Force is now on the books.
Terrible performance right there.
Boyfriend,
Brute
kasihan
Force,
boyfriend.
not what they were hoping for at all. So they're gonna have to make it up here, and that's, I think they, like I said earlier, I think they punched out all their bad games yesterday, so they can't just have good games here today. They have to have incredible ones if they want to make it. But we're seeing Team Falcons and Team Reject go at it. That is a huge, huge fight. Action getting knocked down. It's going to be a close one right here, so we'll see what ends up happening with that. As we're also seeing Talon take out D plus Kia.
Yeah, they are continuing that pressure on the North Bridge rotation. On the northwest side of the central area of teams, this is where the fight between Reject Reject and Falcons is happening. As we jump on board with it, you can see Falcons, all four of them alive, but East gets knocked, meaning there's two on the floor here, two in the dirt. One player already fully flushed. Divine for Reject is out of it. So 3 players
Kalau
active.
Reject orang
for
mana
Reject.
guys? Si
These
Reject
reses need to
sama
come through from Falcons to maintain
Gue jadi
pressure
kepo tau
forwards. Icy
negaranya.
starting to bleed out, but does get res, so they're back up to 3. East not in just yet, but Action has the nade in hand. In comes the Reject roll. They're looking to move downhill now, slowing the res. They are still as 3, but Sara's down in the back line, meaning it's only 2 players up for Reject. They're up and in the face of Falcons right now, and Falcons gonna give ground, gonna bide their time. They don't need to put too much
Reject
pressure on.
Jepang.
Reggie around the side, cannot find the shots. It's all on Duello, and he falls flat in the face of Falcons.
And that is Team Reject
Third party.
on early. Up at the third party, like I said earlier, if you get into an engagement early on, you're going to be in big trouble. So let's see if
Anjay,
Team Falcons
MVP-nya
can hold on.
$50,000.
Falcons trying to pick the pieces back up. There is an interesting thing that's happening on the north side that I'll touch on later as well. But in the meantime, Falcons just getting run over, and this is Sandhawk all over third parties. And 4MV just making mincemeat right now of Falcons. One player now standing in their way. Action. The last
sisa satu, Jir.
have something to say about this one. And
Apex.
Apex cooking the nade. Down it goes, and over the top, doesn't get the knock. Action with the DBS, but it's not going to matter. I was talking about something that was happening in the north. That was Tiamba moving over from
Sisa satu,
that
nggak apa-apa lah,
Talon
sisa
cow
satu.
engagement and
At least.
taking on Talon on the bridge guard, right?
Gila.
Talon and D plus Kia both now on one player.
Tuh, dua-duanya
Unbelievable. You know,
DK
these
sama
teams did their
Talon,
homework
satu
and
orang
they did
aja.
it so well. Tiamba had to know that, hey, D plus Kia, we know where
Gue
they're coming
kepo
from.
sama
And not to mention, we want
negaranya.
first place. We want to make it happen. So if we can make D plus Kia's time just a little bit more difficult, that is how you do it right there.
Americo
Big thing
Vibes
is the
nih, ini
zone
negara
is
apa
now
guys?
shifted even further to the
Maaf.
east.
Absolutely.
Oh,
You've
Mongolia.
got some really strong positions out on the east side
Sama
as well.
kayak
You've got
ini.
Alliance and you've got Ula XIHC. Ula XIHC,
Falcon.
first day for them, remember? And if they can start things off with a good game here on Sandhawk, it would be brilliant. Out on the east side, they've got 2 really strong positions. At the moment, I think TJB are going to be under the most pressure as the circle shifts out to this east.
Yes, they are. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Mad Bulls on the rotation now, coming in for the first time here
Mad
in
Bulls
this tournament.
tuh
Blue
dari-
Green on the move. So let's see how they're going to be able to make it happen in Sandhawk. They have a very open rotation here. So they
Commonwealth
should be able to make it through
of
Bond. And it's very typical of a circle like this.
Dari
Anytime you
cheese,
have a hard shift, you see a lot of teams just hug that zone, go all the way to the hard shift side, and it looks like that will work out from them. Meanwhile, I mean, these teams are practically stacked on top of each other. They are so close, just waiting for that next zone.
What's really interesting about this zone is that the whole of the west side of it is kind of covered by quarry, right? And what this does is that any team that's approaching from the west, and obviously you were talking about those wide swings, I think this is going to exacerbate that. If you're trying to move in from the west, it really linearizes your approach, right? Normally, you know, you're worried about 120 degrees or so on your back, right? But here, you can really look at these narrow alleys. You've got essentially discrete approach points as opposed to having a continuous approach from behind. So the teams out on the west, they can rely on quarry for cover, but it also means that they have very direct and fast approaches towards their position.
That's right. You're gonna have
DX
teams
mantap
surrounding
juga ya,
you,
padahal
or
DX
encapsulating you,
Eh,
like
masa
pretty much from all
kita
around.
tidak
So
boleh,
you gotta
guys.
be able to have
Aduh.
your head on a swivel, and you gotta pick your
Masa
fights.
boom nggak boleh
perfectly.
kalah
Now,
sama
we're gonna
DX
watch
anjay.
Tianba, they did disrupt D plus Kia. They got 4
Oh, si
eliminations
Pmwc
so
menang.
far,
Iya nggak sih?
and they are still in the blue zone. This is stage 3. It's starting to hurt a little bit, but it looks like they're going all the way around this shoreline towards the edge. But now we're starting to see teams get a little bit antsy here. When you're at this stage, too much time, you feel like you got to start moving, and TJB is looking to try to pick off some of these Vampire players. Maybe not. Second thoughts.
Vampire trying to push in around the south side of Quarry. They have been moving across for quite a while now. They tried to move up towards TJB's position, but it was Besiktas Black who were able to take the shots and stop them from doing that. Vampire now on 3 players.
Primi
but
follow
they
deh.
have got their
Nah,
foot in
gua
the
nggak
door,
tahu,
right?
anjay.
They are right back towards that Quarry. And this
Emang
is a
gitu,
pretty
guys?
interesting shift, actually.
Lu
It
mah
keeps
dah
a
gua
lot
bisa
of those teams
dibego-begoin.
already in.
Yes, so it's a perfect zone for so many of these squads. Even Vampire, they're going to be able to move or just inch their way in little by little. But Besiktas Black are still out of this one, though. They got to get moving here. Not to mention Tianba. They've been in the blue zone for majority of this game. Now they're going to start making their way in, and it looks like they're going to have to get through Mad Bulls first.
Yeah, potentially
Yep,
a little bit of an obstacle, that
Tian.
wide swing from Mad Bulls. But if they can find Tulika
Tian.
on his own,
Tian
It's a tough shot.
They need to get that spray to be able to really slow the Mad Bulls down,
Tian
but
Cina,
it
guys.
was just a scout.
Nih
They
jago
will
nih
come across
harusnya
each
enggak
other.
kan?
They'll know that there's
Wah
now a
iya
team
benar
on
kedua
their
kan
border,
bener.
on the west,
Channya
on the west
jago-jago
side of
jir.
their approach towards the circle as they move down south, which means that they're going to be more wary of that. It is still going to be a very tricky approach because you've got Alliance and Ula X IHC, IHC rather, over on that eastern side. They are right now sandwiched up to the edge of the circle, which reduces the power of those compounds.
Yeah, Tiamba's in trouble here. I don't think they should have made those shots at all. You don't want to be bringing any attention to you. Mad Bulls are going to be staring in that direction. Tiamba's going to have to make a little bit of a blind rotation, and there are so many squads waiting for you. You got teams like Alliance right there. So if you're Tiamba, right now you're just kind of waiting. You're waiting to see if a fight's going to go off, and then hopefully come and third party that and make your way into the zone. So Tiamba have to be very, very quiet here and catch that timing perfectly. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, getting pressured from Besiktas Black. That's Tony K knocked. That's just only 2 remaining players left up for Vampire.
That is unfortunate. Tony K, a powerhouse in the roster as well. Besiktas Black have been making life difficult, and it will continue to be even tougher. Newsy goes down to a nade, and it's just stoned now. Newly minted, or well, at the start of this year, freshly minted IGL to try and hold them together. There's a Molotov sent back their way, but Besiktas seem unstoppable in this roll-up. Newsy flushed away. That goes to TJB. They'll be able to pick that one up. Tony K's point, though, does go to Besiktas Black. Stone burning now in the Molotov, forced off the rock, forced back, needs to get some healing done, anything that he can. Using the Shag for cover, Toshpik moves on up, goes for the ground shots, hasn't even got that heal through. He rose for the challenge, falling back, and again, relying on TJB to slow Besiktas down. He does just that. Longs with the shot to Toshpik, and that slows it down indeed.
Stone surviving for just a little bit longer here, but Besiktas Black is on the hunt. They know just how scary Vampire Esports can be. If you can take them out early, that is what you want to do, especially considering that Besiktas Black did play yesterday. So you want to stop some of these teams.
Tiamba out on the eastern side have rolled up to Alula XIHC, and it's not gone too well. 2 knocks have already gone through. They haven't found anything in response. These flushes are starting to come through.
Nice
so
boom, Elim 10,
nice to start off with, but it's not going to go too much further. They do get a little bit of an answer. They're looking for the sprays, and XC might be able to get a little bit more profit on this match. They've got 7 limbs already. If they can take more out of Ola XIHC, then they can start to say that this has been a very successful game for them. But even more importantly is another team on the east starts to get lower and lower and lower. It looked like they were going for a full hold, but now it's just down to Zhou.
Oh boy, and you talked about that average a little bit earlier. Tiamba have already passed it with 7 eliminations, so a great start for them. Let's just see how much further they can go. Now TJB, they have the main compound in this zone. They are dead center. Let's just see how many points you're going to be able to end up with at the end of this game.
I'm also looking at Alliance. Like they've had a pretty calm start, but now they need to start to frag out. There are only 3 players, though, on this northeastern side. It's been pretty brutal for the majority of our rosters. Only 3 teams with 4 players alive. TJB is one of them. 4 MV out on that north side have a lot to fight through, so we'll be tracking them pretty hard right now. And you can see we're on board with Doc himself with that magic arm of his. Those nades seem to always find their mark. Another Molotov, and I don't think the Mad Bulls are going to be able to weather this one.
Tapi kalau kayak yang World Champion
from DXavier.
DXavier did great yesterday. They're looking to continue that here. That's his talent out of there. Only 10 teams remaining, and folks, if you go out right now, that is 0 placement points. The pressure is starting to rise. Mad Bulls putting some shots from the blue zone. Their final remaining player, is he going to be able to get the knock? Close!
And he goes down to an off angle there as well. 4MV taken off the map, as does the player out to the north for Mad Bulls. Alliance remain in with 3, DXavier with 3, Team Liquid with 4 on this northern side. It is going to be a bloodbath, but importantly, TJB have lost a player as well in the middle.
Oh boy, now the zone centers up again on TJB. So TJB did lose 1. They have 7 eliminations so far, so a great game for them, but all eyes are on their spot. Let's see if they can hold it down. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, the champions here from PMSL Americas, Ayala, starting to throw out some of those Molotovs. You know that they have been waiting to catch up to Alpha 7. They're Brazilian brothers, and they take out the Xavier.
I feel like this is Team Liquid's game to lose now, with TJB sort of on the ropes, not being able to hold all the angles they'd like. Fragments of teams spread across the south here. It's Team Liquid who can carry this momentum forward. They just need to keep everyone alive, play for one another, and get rid of Alliance. That's their major barrier right now.
Let's see if they can do it. They see if they can do it, because you have TJB from those compounds just staring at this area, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to shoot at anything that moves. Just play keep away at this point. Meanwhile, you got Besiktas coming on from down the hill. Gonna start climbing their way up little by little. That compound is very susceptible to pushes here. So TJB, even though they do have the dominant position, I'm gonna give the edge.
Ini bagus ya, ada top damage dealernya.
Team Liquid actually shrinking down from their position and moving along the west.
That's smart.
Using that terrain, sweep through. Stoned first to face. He's going to have to reposition, but it's not going to work out. Besiktas able to finally put the nail in the coffin. And that gives away Besiktas' position further through. Team Liquid sweeping, I think, is one of the best decisions that they could have made. Although, it does get rid of a lot of off-angle threats to TJB's central hold. The question is, what can Team Liquid do with the outer position?
Yeah, Team Liquid's trying to soak up some eliminations here, and that's what I was talking about, is that compound is basically in a bowl. So all these surrounding areas, and you can even see Alliance so close, but has plenty of coverage. Let's see if he's going to be able to get some shots on to Team Liquid. Honestly, Team Liquid's looking very, very strong, even though they only have 2 eliminations so far. I think they're going to get a whole bunch more.
See if they're able to keep this one going. Tianba, remember, they had a great start to the match with the third-party rotate. And they're still alive as well with their solo representative. Leon up close now against Seoul from Alula XI.
Ada backup
Only
sih di
2 elims
belakang.
for them. And a low HP close to it. There's only 3 players here. 1v3s are doable. The heal doesn't come through. And the SK12 is doing a lot of work, but it's not going to be enough to do the heavy lifting for them.
Dia juga udah
It was going
main
to be a
style
little
dia.
bit of an outside chance there, but they go down. 2 eliminations on the match in 6th place.
Oh, that was so close. If he was able to get that shot, who knows what could have happened, but Alliance shut that down.
Oke,
And
ini
they shut it
5
down
nih.
well. 8 eliminations so far. They are doing
Wah,
great
Liquid
here at
gak sih,
this
guys?
one. And now we're down to our
Zonanya ke siapa ya?
final
Belum
4
tahu nih.
teams here for match number 1 on day 2.
And the shift finally goes away from TJB. They're on the outside. Oh, Shan's so close. Solo player right on the money.
That's 1!
Takes him out.
Dapat loh.
First player down.
Dapat loh.
1v2 now.
Gila, dia
as
main
Leon.
sendiri aja
Are they
dapat,
looking for him?
anjay.
Do they know he's on the tree? It seems
Wah.
like they do. They just need to isolate
Gila.
these angles. The cook is there.
Wah,
Clem not
aduh,
going to be
aduh.
able to take the
Dia
peak.
harus lari
He's
tuh.
forced out. He's forced wide, but no damage. There is a response. The knock goes back to the back lines. He finds one, and it's Shan with a 1 versus 3 for Tianba. They do not stop. It's 11 eliminations, and the solo
Kan kata gue
warrior
bener,
himself
orang
takes a
China
play.
jago.
A knock over towards Team
Lihat
Liquid.
1v3.
Might be able to find the knock. The
Gila.
flush is there. Cardozo seals the deal as TJB tried to stretch out.
Main
but
dia
it's not
kejepit,
out of the
terus
question.
dia kayak
But
mau nggak mau
Shan's
keluar
making it
gitu
happen
kan.
again.
Terus dia masih
Are
nge-kill
you
kayak gitu.
kidding me? Sean's got those nades locked and loaded,
Wah.
and TJB is
Gila.
feeling the punishment.
Siapa nama
Chief
dia,
gets
guys?
faded down to about 20%
Nyontek,
HP,
siapa nama dia?
and it's really up to
Jago
Ayala to finish off Tianba here as fast
Tian
as he
Shan,
possibly
Shan.
can.
There we go.
Sean, all
Shan.
by his lonesome. Can he make something happen? He cannot. It's going to be Team Liquid to win.
Tuh kan, tapi Tim
Right
Liquid masih
off
4
the
ya.
bat. They come in from Group Yellow, and I'm sorry, Group Green, and shut things down.
But what a way to carry on for Tianba, right? Shan is a Terminator. This is the 2nd time we've seen them do this, right? Come in, not win the game, but kind of steal the show. An excellent rotate out from Cow on the northern side to third party that bridge engagement, slurp up a load of those points, dominating on that northeastern side and coming on through with a strong performance to open things up. But Team Liquid played their position really, really well. That sweep down on the western edge really played out in their favor.
Oh, it's beautifully done right there. I mean, Tianba, after this one, we know they're going to top the leaderboards. I mean, they straight
Kan Tianba
crushed
jago,
it.
anjay.
Plus Gia, they didn't get that circle that they did yesterday. And what do you know, right? 0 points on the leaderboards. But man, a 1v3 to start off day 2? Let's go!
Shan with the magic in his fingertips right now. He is having a good day today. We'll see if they're able to keep this one going. Team Liquid as well, though. They have
Gila.
got a lot going for them. That decision-making was there. The position Obviously, they had a pretty solid position to start with that circle. They were slap bang in the middle. They regrouped at the right time. They kept themselves as 4 for as long as possible. It looked a little bit scary in that fight with TJB. If TJB had gotten another knock, Shan had that in the back.
That's
100%.
right. That's right.
Maybe not 100%.
Well,
but still, look at this. I mean, what a crazy way to finish this one out. Able to get that first knock and then win that 1v2 when he was behind a single tree. That's all he had to play with.
That's it. That's it. And he was able to get it done right there for Tianba. Now, the big thing is that you were talking about scary, and I think if you're in Group Red, you should be scared.
Genji
Because
nggak ada
Team
pubnya, kayak
Liquid,
ada deh.
right, coming from Group Green, just straight crushed it.
Mlock dekat TA kah?
Absolutely. This
Kwaci.
is a great way to
TA
make
tuh
a statement
setahu
at
gue
the start
Jakarta
of the day,
Barat.
right? And it's the same thing that D plus Kia
Apa
did
enggak?
at the start
That's
of
right.
yesterday.
M-Block
Coming in with a
Jakarta
good
Selatan.
game number
Nggak
1,
tahu
10
nih.
eliminations in first
Kalau
place.
nggak
They were
salah
able to
ya.
get on that second half.
Oh my goodness, what's gonna happen at the end of
Harusnya
this day? Because you got Tianba
Nggak
just
sejauh itu
straight
dah.
crushing it.
Harusnya masih
Sean
deket
with
tuh.
the 1v3, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back.
Iya anjir 1v3 gila. Ini ya M-Block ke TA ya. Tuh, 35 menit. Deket lah. Genji nggak lolos ke Pmwc. Oh, Genji ada PUBG-nya ya? Baru tahu aku.
Ready, set, go.
Baru tahu ya aku.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease. Gives you 8 hours of freshness and
Belum besok ada,
100%
ya, besok.
dandruff-free hair.
Tapi aku besok watch party-nya offline, jadi kalian kalau mau watch party offline tuh daftar
100% confidence.
di link yang udah di pin. Free regis, free entry. Ping halo. Beres malamnya guys. Ini gue masak sama cuci tangan dulu ya.
Well, Team Liquid have started things off with a splash. The team from Brazil taking PMSL Americas have started off their event with a chicken dinner, and it looked pretty damn good as well. I know, Kalaris, you're a big fan of the team, saying they're definitely a team who can contest for the title, potentially take it, and that's the start that you were hoping for.
We were saying at the start of the day, right? Like, it's all about the timing and precision. Like 4 Brazilian luchadors, able to jump from the top rope using precision to strike at their enemies with a 5-star frog splash. It is going to be Team Liquid. 17 points. It's not the highest elim game from them, but they play for the victory. They know exactly what they want. It's in the palm of their hand.
They're playing for the belt, man, or trophy in this case here. 17 points as Tiamba as well, coming in with 17 at the very end. Was it Shan who's able to pick up a ton of eliminations towards the end and survive a 1v2 against Alliance that honestly we had to ask the Indo talent what's going on. It was a 1v3. Oh, yeah, it was a 1v3. He got Olio knocked with the nade initially.
1v3 there for Sean with those nades. I mean, once again, I'm sorry, Boom, but you're going to have to be taking notes here from that player because those nades were beautiful out of him. TJ Esports, though, being able to get those 13 points. That team, I felt like they definitely got a little bit blessed. They were in the compound for quite a long time, but they were able to be proactive. But going back to Team Liquid, I was really impressed with what they were able to do, and I'm happy that they're able to start an international event with a chicken dinner. And going here towards the second page, Team Falcons, they ended up getting third party by 4MB, but it's good to see that they were still able to collect some elimination points.
I do like that you've just outed us on broadcast as well, Jason. We turned to the Indo talent saying, what's going on? Didn't we also do that yesterday with Boom? Every time one of their teams has a mishap, we're just like, Indo talent, what's happening? What's going on here?
I mean, to be honest, the perfect answer back is, oh, hey, Jason, what about the NA team?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
We have players that played in NA.
I mean, but I do want to point something out, as you did mention with Falcons, something that's really interesting is that East is now on Team Falcons, who was previously on 4MV, and after that was on Stronger playing in PMSL CSA, but now he's playing with Falcons, and he was actually playing in this match over Nerzet. And I'm kind of curious, why are we seeing him in so quickly when Falcons were already looking pretty good in PMSL?
It's a good question. I wonder if it's a Sandhawk thing? I'm not sure. Like, okay, so a different battleground, maybe they want to actually switch from battleground to battleground, who knows? However, I mean, on Sandhawk here, right, the opportunity for third parties is just aplenty, and unfortunately they will fall via a third party here. Unfortunately, he couldn't really do much, but it is a good question. I mean, we'll have to see how it develops, Jason, if he's playing for the rest of the day.
Besides that third party, I mean, the fight that they were having against Reject was a great fight. They were able to execute it really well. But that third party, it comes down to Sandhawk. We always talk about it with Sandhawk. You got to make sure you finish up those fights quickly.
Well, there was some revenge coming in later on because 4MV got in a fight against Mad Bulls.
Yep.
And then we had D-Xavier actually third party that fight and take out those teams, which, to be fair, for Mad Bulls, it's kind of interesting to see that they're able to do the super swing, the super wide rotate around the zone, realizing the direction it was going. But that leads me to go into our next topic of, well, D+. This is their last day of games. Playing on the Northwest Island yesterday in the Sandhawk win. The zone went to them. This time they had to play from the outside, and it wasn't too successful.
I mean, we've been talking about them. Did they end up getting blessed yesterday? Was it just a fluke because of the circles that they ended up getting? We can't really say that after just one match, especially after Sandhawk, but something to do tell. They had to rotate. They rotated very, very late. They ended up running into Talon Esports, and Talon Esports went on a chase after them, even whenever they decided to rotate southeast for D+. Talon was like, we're just going to keep chasing you guys. So for what I want to see out of D+, if they do end up not getting blessed by this circle like they did yesterday, I want to see a little bit quicker rotations.
You're right. Sandhawk, it's hard to judge from it, right? It is the most arduous map to transition on across when you are against the circle as opposed to having it go your way. So Erangel and Miramar will tell us a bit of a tale, maybe. Jason, we'll see.
Well, what about Alula LHC, a reigning PMGC, a reigning world champions? And I know, Clark, you were saying that you weren't really too happy with the split they had and the compound they were in, kind of like towards the east side of where TJB were set up.
Yeah.
Because they just got overrun and they should have held that.
So it was Tiamba that eventually breached on towards them from the east side, as we take a look at the Team Liquid stats coming in. But Alula IHC, holding that compound down as 4 is very difficult. It's an extremely hard compound to hold. It's not just one road in some scenarios that you have to traverse across to be able to reinforce your team. It's sometimes 2 roads because of the way the compound works out. A few buildings on the west side, one in the middle on that kind of fork, and then some buildings on the east side as well. Tiamba picked exactly the right compound to breach, because they were using a lot of information gathering on that east side to identify exactly where the weak spots were. And unfortunately, Alula IHC fell victim to it.
Talking about, we got a chance to see there some of the stats from Team Liquid as we're going to be looking at Sean. This was a star play. Him by himself, 637 damage, and we got a chance to see what Team Liquid, the team that won, they ended up with 700 damage. which it's not the likes of Brazil team that we usually like to see. We usually tend to see a lot more damage.
And
Jago nih dia
this
nih,
shows
jago
the
real
importance
cuy.
of holding utility to the
Si
late game.
Paraguay
If
kan
Shan
enak
has
hati lo ya.
only his guns, to be able to make that 1v3 happen, it doesn't happen. Because he had nades
Kalau
to be
udah
able to
daftar
start
besok
the
tanggal
ball
21 harus
rolling,
nunggu konfirmasi
being
dulu
able to
apa
kind of
bisa langsung
pivot
datang.
around, get a few
Kalau udah
knocks here and
daftar
there with
langsung
those nades
datang.
to start things
Harusnya
off.
tuh nggak
That's
ada
why it's so important
nggak
in
ada
the late
feedback
game. So
konfirmasi
being
dari
able to make that
merekanya ya.
1v3
Ya
happen,
selama
nades,
kalian
absolutely
daftar
pivotal.
ya datang.
Something I wanted to mention
Datang
there
aja.
on Team Liquid, because we got the Sean graphic, is it's a very big contrast from that team, because they were willing to back away from fights. They weren't even taking shots at them. They were just focusing on
See
how
you
to get
guys
inside that
besok.
circle. So a big difference out of the Brazilian team.
Yeah, big difference indeed, but we're going to see how things
See
will
you
continue to progress
tomorrow.
on later on today. But for you guys who are watching, you might have noticed the players using a very sick skin. The Violet Thunder set and S12K are now out for you guys to pick up as well, and incorporates aspects of the Pmwc trophy, which you actually see on the back of them. You see the little W in there. But you know what, speaking of W's, we're going to head back to our casters and kick off our second match of the day. It's going to be our first Erangel of the day. So Hot Jukes and John Allen, take it away.
Big W. Big W's, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And a big W from Team Liquid coming in today for Group Green. And remember, folks, we have a squad,
Berarti
an
nggak
entire
perlu
group
nunggu
sitting
konfirmasi ya,
out
langsung
here.
ajak
So
sana. Iya,
do
harusnya
not
gitu ya.
believe the
Langsung aja.
leaderboards, right, for a
Selama
second,
kamu
because
udah
tomorrow
isi Google
is going to be
Form Live, ya
absolute
udah
chaos.
regis
And,
gitu kan.
I'm going to talk a
Itu
little
udah
bit about
kehitung
some of the
satu
struggling
orang.
squads here, because
Jadi
that's who we're
datang.
really keeping our eyes on. You know, one of them is Brute Force, right? Brute Force struggled yesterday, and they start off this one with a bad goose egg. But now we are headed into Erangel. Let's get it going.
Absolutely. With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices. Offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 Pmwc, let's get Erangel underway for the first time for Group Green and for the last set of Erangels for Group Red.
That's right. That's right. It's just this one and two more.
Oke, terima kasih infonya, semangat rappingnya. Terima kasih
And you do
juga
not want to go out
Idan.
like this. I mean, there's nothing worse as a PUBG Mobile competitive player than having to sit out a day and
Udah
just
mulai
watch
guys.
your league
Erangel.
go away. In
Oh sama ya,
or actually,
sama.
not even an
Terus
instant,
Erangel,
just little by little by little. So you're a team right now that is
Berapa
in
orang
that
sih total,
mid
5
pack
kan?
of the leaderboard right now.
Atau
You
6?
got to get it going. You got to get it going, because tomorrow they're coming for that slot.
Absolutely. They need to pick the pace up. It all matters here. It's really short sets of games in these group stages, in these survival stages, and there is a lot of money still on the line for the early part of things. Plane path on the south side from Rapovka down to Primorsk. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of a difficult path, potentially up towards George. And it's not even going to go out there. Hard northeast shift on the circle here. Keeps a lot of those Yaz fields in, and Stalber as
VPA
well.
gimana? Wah, tim
Kameshki's in play,
Liquid.
baby.
Hell
Tim
yeah.
Liquid enak banget ya, udah masuk.
Let's go.
Udah langsung masuk
Let's go.
zonanya.
Everybody
Lu lihat
send me your energy. I have not seen a Kameshki
Lu
finish
lihat
in years, so that'd be awesome.
Harami
But you know, I think a lot
bro.
of teams
Tuh
are going
lihat
to be kind of
tim-tim
heading
yang
for
pada
those
di
Yasnaya
ujung.
fields.
Itu
A lot of
OTW
zones
ke
that end
zonanya
up in that
gimana,
area
anjir?
there, so we'll see what
OTW ke
happens.
zonanya
Team
udah
Liquid
babak
are in a great
belur tuh
spot
di
here.
tengah-tengah
Lepavka,
situ.
You got,
Dia udah
of
babak
course,
belur.
Talon taking up Yasnaya. But you got squads like Vampire, right, all the way near Primorsk. They have a big journey ahead of them.
Speaking of teams
Jauh,
that didn't do so
jauh.
great, right? Vampire in that first match, their approach, I felt like it kind of just didn't have
Buset,
any
dia
wind in
mainnya
its sails
gini ya?
to start
Emang
with.
enak ya
It was a
mainnya
lot
gitu?
of
Gue kan
grouped up
pasti
teams, to be
nunduk
fair,
dong.
and that's
Dia
kind of
mainnya
what I was
gini
talking
anjay.
about with the linearized
Literally
approach
gini.
to the west side of that circle that you had to take, is a lot of teams are also going to be packed in behind you, so when you're taking that approach, it's going to be pretty tricky to navigate. Vampire definitely felt that. They didn't have their back clear. It was Besiktas Black who were able to take them down on it.
Yeah, you know, Vampire to me, they just look like a team that's coming in for the first day. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure.
not a overwhelming performance, just a little bit of synergy issues here, some little slight mistakes. And at this stage, especially we have an entire group that has already played, they're hot, they're ready to go. Any little slip-ups, you are going to get taken out. So yeah, Vampire,
Nih
you definitely
zonanya
step it up here.
nanti
We heard
pas
Sertani,
pada
or you
OTW
talked to him, and he
zonanya
said
seru
what they were
sih
looking for at
harusnya.
least top 8.
Kayak mereka
That's
pasti
in the finals, that is
udah
not
babak
the group
belur.
stage.
Okay.
I
Sebelum
mean, yeah,
masuk
in general,
zona.
top 8 is kind of where they would be
Atau
happy
juga
with
mungkin
as
mereka
a
fast
result
rotate
at
kali
the end
nanti
of
loh.
this
Fast
tournament.
rotate.
And I think that that's kind of what they're focusing on. They're focusing on creating that foundation to be a titanic international team, right? That's kind of what matters, and hopefully we'll see that start to emerge here. And you can never judge a team coming into a tournament off one game.
That's true.
But I think in that last match there was a pretty clear lack of attention given to their back.
Well,
right?
it makes a lot of sense. I mean, especially considering that, you know, they are our last year's mid-season champions, so a lot of expectations are going to be on them. And of course, we're going to be scrutinizing the teams that we have high expectations for. And, you know, Vampire is definitely one of those squads. So it's one thing, right, to win a championship. It's another to defend it, you know?
That is true. That is true. You've got to, yeah, all sorts of logistical problems.
Got to get that back-to-back. That back-to-back. And it's
I mean, they did it once.
They did it once. That's right. That is right. So let's see if they could do it once again. Now, I'm looking at the circle here. We see teams, I think, very, very comfortable with it because there is that northern island still available, and there's a lot of different routes that these teams can take to make it to safety. But at this point, I think a lot of these squads are a little bit slow on the rotate. Meanwhile, Team Reject trying to take out Tiamba. Oh, Reggie getting caught.
Oh dear. And again, Tiamba with an early opener. This is a team that's starting to turn heads. Right? I don't think many people would have put Tiamba as a
gue baru
top
denger sih
team,
Tiamba jago kan
in
mereka.
terms of like predictions coming into things, which I mean, to be fair, they did win PEL, so it's reasonable that that they are performing as well as they are right now. But I feel like a lot more attention was being given to the Falcons, to the Alpha 7s of the world, and to Team Liquid. But Tiamba reminding us just why they are such a big name in the international scene as well.
Ooh, that's how you do it right there. I mean, they crushed it in game number 1 today. They did a great job
Dia early
yesterday.
udah
Kill
ya. Dapat satu sih, tapi lumayan lah dapat satu.
points right now
Ngekat
on that
rotasi
leaderboard.
orang.
Nice. I mean, these guys are not messing around. Now, teams like D plus Kia, they need to have a good bounce back game here because this is their last day they're going to be playing in, at least in this stage. Alliance starting to take some shots downrange. Looks like they got a nice knock near Potato Hill.
Leon DZ.
And they are, just setting up nice and pretty. And that is going to be Harami Bro. They're going to lose a play.
Yeah, to Alliance as well, which is going to slow them down on that southwest side, playing around that Potato Hill
Leon
position.
DZ ini kan yang ini ya?
Losing a player again. This is their first
Yang orang
day
Indo
as
kan,
well.
Leon DZ?
Harami Bro did not have, I
Bejir.
believe, a great first map. They didn't get any point. Well, the opposite of great,
Leon
I think.
Leon
It's
DZ.
the worst possible result. First map, getting 0 points. And it looks like they're not off to another great start either. I'm a little bit worried about this team. I mean, they came through, I think they were champions from SCA, right? And it's just not happening for them so far at the start of these first 2 matches. And you can't let many more get away from you if you want to be in those top 12, moving into the finals directly. Maybe see them in the survival stage. Over to the circle we go as Talon moved into Yasnaya early. They've been in there for quite a while now, and they're starting to have neighbors move in. It's going to be pretty difficult to isolate these positions. Yasfield being a big factor here, with D plus Kia taking up a really strong compound on the west side of those Yasfields. The east side currently being dominated by Team Liquid, although it looks like they might want a little bit of a scrap with Besiktas up north.
Okay, meanwhile, speaking of scrap, we're looking at Mad Bulls taking on some shots under Harami Bro. Harami Bro down to 3 players. You can see them late to the party here, and they're just trying to find a spot. Looks like they're going to commit to Alliance, though. And Leon is now, it looked like he thought he was going to go into that dip, but instead, turning at the last second. They're going to give it up to Harami Bro.
All right, okay. It looks like Harami Bro are starting to take things back into their own control. 2 eliminations now on the board for the one that they had taken away from them, and 2 players from Alliance have gone down as well in the midst of this scrap. Mad Bulls
Gila, bener di tengah-tengah.
They will continue to just trudge up north
Gila.
for Harami Bro.
Ngumpulin mobil.
Yeah, Harami Bro taking a place we like to call OP dip, right? And it is a pretty good, strong
Ini kok kayak gini
spot.
tuh
The
gimana
problem
sih,
is you have to
Gua
commit
nggak
to
ngerti.
it when the zone is
Emang
in
kalau di
this
situ
area, right? They lost a
posisinya enak
lot
lah.
of resources there. Their vehicles are smoking out,
Buat
and
gue
the
yang
zone can
tidak
still
jago,
go
gue
all the
sih
way
diem di
north.
tengah-tengah
So
gitu
very
panik ya.
interesting for them to hard
Karena gue
commit
bisa
here.
terpick
They
off
did get
dari
2
mana
eliminations
saja.
in the
Tapi
process,
mungkin
so
mereka
definitely
karena
take
mereka
that to the
jago
bank.
dan pada
And
pakai
I think they are getting a
pada
little bit
nyimpen,
antsy considering that they lost one and had a
vehicle
bad game
sama
one. So
smoke
sometimes you gotta take some risks, and
di
this
situ.
time it paid off. At least for now.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see where this next circle
Kan
goes.
tuh lihat.
Vampire now moving past Pachinki, a little bit slow to get in, but another Eastern shift keeps them Hopker in it.
Vampire cepet juga ya
Get Kameshki.
kabutnya.
Not this time around. We've got 2 more chances though, 2 more rolls of those dice, so we'll see how that goes. Vampire on the southwest side, close to 4MV, who dropped in military base. They've been moving up for quite a while now, and they're going to be trying to punch
yang
in
American
on that
vibes
western
ya.
edge. Around
MV
Potato Hill, they'll try and navigate this treacherous terrain and push in near DXavier, south of D plus Kia, who are leaving their really strong compound on the west side of Yas Field.
Ya,
Probably
keren
rightly
banget tuh
so.
itunya
You don't
tuh.
want to be locked into going
Stage-nya
for a
lihat
full
dah.
rotate straight across Yas Field when a lot of those teams on the south are going to start to post up.
Yeah, you can see a Vampire trying to find a good spot here. They're getting shot at. For Miracle doing exactly what they're supposed to over here by Potato Hill. Just if you see anybody get close, just play keep away. And Vampire are definitely going to do exactly that. They're going to be just still hunting down a spot. Actually, I think they might just hold up this edge here. Yeah, just kind of hold it down for now and figure out where this next zone is going to go. So they're going to stick it in that compound for now. Meanwhile, looking up north, Team Falcons are starting to make their way down into the fray near Yasnaya. Yeah. This was actually a very fortunate zone shift, by the way, for Brute Force. Over there to the Milta. If they would have went north, they would have been in big trouble. So yeah. I'm going to say, honestly, I think if Brute Force does bad this game, we might not see them here. Or we might see them in the survival stage.
Yeah, it might have to be. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. A knock sent over towards DXavier. I'm not entirely sure who was able to pick that one up. And it was a flush as well.
Lucu banget nih.
Leaving them a little bit the worse for wear. 3 players alive, and actually a lot of damage being sent their way. Tianbuck, I mean, of course it. Who else is it going to be? Tianbuck taking the fight. Bulls as well.
Xavier.
Is that DXavier just getting picked apart slowly?
Little by little.
At range.
Gila.
They're down to 1.
They're trying
just like that.
Sisa 1 guys.
Send into the middle, didn't work.
Si DX
yeah, this late
tadi
of a rotation
ya,
is just
tapi
not where it's at. I mean, there's still 16 teams remaining. You got to know
Cuma
that
DX
if
tadi
you're
kalau nggak
late
salah
to
di
this
ujung
circle,
deh.
you got to just play
Saya
edge
ingat gua.
because everything in the middle
Jauh
is already
banget
taken.
ke circle.
Unless you're
Tuh kan
solo,
kebanyakan
sort of
gitu.
going for a last
Jadinya
ditch
belum
attempt kind of
nyampe
play,
juga
right?
baru nyampe juga
But still
langsung.
too early. It's only
Exactly.
stage 2.
You're right.
Mending
Absolutely.
gue.
Yeah, it is
Karena terlalu
definitely.
jauh. Tadi benar-benar
little
circle-nya
bit.
di atas guys.
Let's call it interesting.
Orang-orangnya pada di
for
bawah-bawah
DXavier to
banyak.
make that one go for them. They do still have 1 player alive. They're not out of it just yet. We've seen what a solo player can do with Jean, but those performances are few and far between. Tianbuck holding down in a pretty central position now.
Oh, udah masuk
Yes,
sekarang
they
semua.
are. And yeah, DXavier, they started the day
Oh,
in
yeah.
3rd place, right? In 3rd place, so they had a great
DX
day, number
bener-bener di
1.
tengah.
And now we're starting to see them fall little by little here. Another rough performance here in game number 2. At least it was looking like. Let's see what Lamborghini could do. This zone does not help him out. That
Talon.
is for sure. And what is
Mantep,
there?
Talon.
Yes, Naya Fields. It looks like that is where this could end up, and it's very fortunate for Talent to be
Talon bisa
in the
nih
position they're in
harusnya.
right
Ini
now.
enak.
But you know,
Dia
teams
benar-benar
on the southern
ketumpahan
edge, I'm looking
zona.
at you, Brute
Mantep.
Force, right? You're gonna
Talon.
have to fight your way into this one.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tricky here. Mad Bulls in a really strong ridge line, but the difficulty is defending it from that south side. They're going to have their wits about them. DXavier losing. Did they get a res there? I don't know, but oh no, this is a replay. Okay,
Yeah.
I was caught completely off guard. I was looking at the map feed there, but yeah, that's how DXavier lost a lot of their players. Moving on up north, Mad Bulls now in a position to try and defend their south side ridge of Yas Fields. Could be pretty profitable if they're able to hold on to it.
And let's see right now, for Miracle Vibes, getting some nice knocks. They're going to be putting in some work here.
Western Edge.
Yes, they are.
Third party from D plus Kia coming in from the south side of it, though, as they try and rotate back on up. This is Al-Ula IHC, D plus Kia now wading into the fray, but Olbu actually taken down, says, hold on a minute, we're busy. Shuts the door for them. 4MV trying to take this fight. It's not going well really for anyone in this compound as the spray goes around the side and Godless wins it out for Alola X IHC, but now D plus Kia can get this res, can turn their attention further on in. Yasfield, a major feature, and getting any control over it would be great. That position on the west edge, pretty isolated,
Derby
but could be
Mongolia.
sanctioned.
Yeah, D plus Kia could definitely afford to take this fight. I mean, they have plenty of points from yesterday here. Oh, look at all the nades coming out from this way. Oh, you also got Brute Force here on the edge. So D plus Kia, if you're going to take this fight, you better commit to it pretty quickly.
They need to try and make this one work. Only a couple of players to defend off against it.
Waduh.
Obu does get res, but Osal immediately traded out. And that's
Tembakin siapa dah itu?
swimming on in. And that is going to be a pretty nasty knock for them. That is their backstop as well. Prepod out in the blue zone, still taking shots. D plus Kia allowing Alola X IHC to move in, but Team Liquid moved in on this north side.
Yang
They've
majuin
rotated
di
past
shotgun
Yasnaya, and they
anjir.
are now in massive presence on
satu
this
rumah yang
west
sama.
edge. Another really smart rotation from Team Liquid.
Beautiful play right now. And honestly, we're seeing indecision from D plus Kia. They are late to this fight. Instead, trying to hold off a little bit longer. They got punished from the back by Brute Force. Now they're starting to just force their way in because they have no choice. Let's see if K can get this knock up close. Oh, and they do end up getting one. We're starting to see some jump outs. Let's see what Godless can do on the outside. He has that UFP. Going up against Chips. Chips now stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's holding those stairs for dear life. And meanwhile, looks like Brute Force up on top of the hill trying to make something happen. And Team Liquid are just very satisfied with where they're at.
Tinggal satu anjir.
Slowing the steps of all of these opposing players. Brute Force, this is a good start for it, right? They need to convert here. 3 eliminations, a sweep potential on the west, but with the hard shift down east on the circle, this again makes their path hard. Chips low, but not out of it just yet. 2
Masih
first
sempat
aids,
heal.
and looks like he's going to be able
Wah,
to get
kalau
this
gue
one
udah
off.
panik banget sih, gue udah mau nangis kalau kayak gitu.
Dangerous, given there's 2 players from Alola X IHC here. Prepod could get knocked and flushed very, very quickly, but behind the wall, he's got cover and backup. Team Liquid, again, this is that rotation I was talking about. They move past Yasnaya, and they have the top spot.
The zone is shifted. These teams need to either fight, full send it on in, or get moving. They have no more time to spare here. There is just seconds now on the clock. 19 as a matter of fact before the zone starts closing. D plus Kia gone. Brute Force need to just full send it on in.
Wah,
they
gila.
have no choice.
Ini gara-gara si D plus Kia ini weh. Jadi semua orang ke rumah ini. Tapi ini lucu banget lagi.
A nade from Neos does find it. Finally, D plus Kia fully eliminated. Now
Okay,
Brute Force have the ground floor under control, but Alola X IHC still 2 players going. Only 3 to deal with, so it's potential they can make this one work, but they aren't going to be able to step out in time. They try and send Godless
Wah,
does a lot
dapet.
of damage, but
Wah,
doesn't
gila,
find it.
dibalikin.
There's a knock from Demo on the inside, but it's shut down by Prepod. Zone 4, they need to get away with this.
I don't even know if he's going to be able to get this first aid off. This is going to start chunking them down little by little here. They overcommitted to this fight. And yeah, Team Liquid had to make a decision. Either go in the zone or gatekeep, get the easy eliminations. And it looks like that's exactly what they
Tim Liquid
decided
tapi
to do.
dapat
Team Liquid again,
free
another
elim
heads-up
sih.
play. They move out in front of this fight. They know they're going to have to
Dia
cross
sih yang
Yasfield. They
diuntungin
do not
sebenarnya
want
Tim
anyone
Liquid
behind
sih.
them. They sweep this one through. Mad Bull's now their next barrier as Prepod is moving out into the firing line. Team Liquid might just have to go across this Yasfield's position, use some of that terrain cover to the south, and hit up that Falcons outpost on the south.
Oh boy, well things are starting to heat up here as we're going to have, looks like a finish right by Yasnaya and just north of Mansion. Team Liquid, yeah, with all the room in the world. Well, actually not really, because look at that. You got Icy applying that pressure and popping out Mythic out the vehicle. Beautifully done.
Oh,
they're in trouble.
They hit the vehicle, they hit a snag, and another knock goes to Icy. They go too far north, and these buildings, they knew they were in the zone, and likely there's a team in there. I'm not sure about that one. It felt like everything they'd done up until that point was good. They just needed to turn their
Dia
noses
tadi
a little
gituin
bit
orang,
south,
sekarang
go for
digituin
that
balik
Falcon
sama
outpost.
tim Falcon.
I guess they didn't have the scouting to
Udah
go for
bener.
it fully confidently. And
Lu
they didn't scout.
nggak bisa
They didn't
aman,
scout at all. They just
nggak bisa
full sent it
tentram lu di
it's just, I'm not sure about that. Not liking it from Team Liquid, which is not what I thought I'd be saying.
Yeah, Prepod had the right idea actually. He's going up north.
Tadi dia gini,
Yasnaya, he has that coverage
orang
from
dari
those
jauh
buildings to be
tuh
able to
dia
get in
udah
that zone.
nembakin dari
I think Team
jauh, udah
Liquid,
pakai
just after game
nge-scope-in.
number 1, maybe just got a
Sekarang
little bit too
digituin
greedy
balik.
there. And just was hoping that the spot would be open. And again, guys, this is the World Cup. You know, if you make one small, mistake, you're gonna get punished for it. And Icy did it all by himself.
is
Jadwalnya hari ini.
really quite nasty. I mean, there's a reason Falcons are certainly at the forefront of people's minds. Tiamba still in it with 4. They're right on the south side now, obviously trying to convert off their previous match's performance, moving up now into Reject territory. I want a little bit more from Reject today. I feel like they've got it in the bag, but this is their main challenge now. Tiamba on their south side trying to hold off against them.
Yeah, they got to hold off the entirety of Group Yellow tomorrow.
It's such a strong compound that Reject have, but they're not holding the south branch of it.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they are in a very, very good position here, but they just got to clear their backs at this point.
Ini kalau Tianba, TJB juga TJB, China juga kalau nggak salah guys.
Commit to it, but at some point you got to give it up and try maybe centering up a little bit further. But they're in a really, really tough spot because Tiamba is right behind them. They're gonna have to make a decision though. Meanwhile, you got QZ. Wow, making some great shots from downrange. Mad Bulls, oh, they are completely stuck out in the open here.
They've been slow on this transition from the Mad Bulls position previously, and everybody else has got ahead of them. Tiamba allowed into the south point of that Heaven compound is really good news for them. Reject with 3, most likely thought they couldn't hold off both the north and the south side, so they allow someone in, but Besiktas, maybe they're trying to change things up.
Oh, no.
Nice shots out the vehicle here. Team Reject are in big trouble, getting pieced off little by little. We just got Sarah and Duello now. Last 2 players. Besiktas, they're down to just 1.
Kakali, last player, made in.
Here they come.
What the hell?
On the push is huge. Duello goes
Ada
down,
Tianba
and
juga.
it's just Sarah left. But Besiktas Black explode. Tiamba soaking up some points, and Sarah decided to take himself out and deny it.
Besiktas going down, so do Reject. That is nasty stuff.
Sumpah anjir, itu kayak kalian ngerti gak sih? Di Magic itu dari tadi tuh bukan cuma terkarti, ngerti gak sih? Kayak bisa 4 tim tuh lagi perang di satu tempat yang sama. 3 tim, 4 tim ya. Kayak nggak ada tuh yang cuma 1 tim lawan 1 tim tuh nggak ada dari tadi. Bener-bener selalu ada pengganggunya anjir. Wah, Tianba kah? Gila sih Tianba.
Yeah, they tried their best with those smoke walls, but Tianba shut them down. And Tianba again, QZZ with 4 eliminations already, and the legendary Sean. I mean, what a play this man made yesterday. Wow, he's actually kind of, I think he was laying down on that window seal. That was a pretty interesting play. But meanwhile, that's Team Liquid out of there. And that spot is so difficult to hold. There's so many sight lines that you can get punished from. Team Falcons decide to take it. We can see Talon punish him for that. Let's see if they're going to be able to, though.
Wah, Talon udah barikade.
6 eliminations already.
Crazy.
With 20 players still left alive, they could be on for another corker of a game.
Talon udah memantau aja nih. Talon.
QZ and Bond as well out to that western side with those outposts. Excellent movement. TJB trying to use their split on this northern side. These 2 teams going to be going at it. What is this though from XC? He's moving up north. He's going to go straight on in. Nation is found as well by Falcons. And they are just playing on every single front right now.
Tiamba needs to be careful here. They cannot buy it off more than they could chew. Yeah, they have that confidence. Their momentum's at an all-time high, but they can't be splitting against 2 different teams. But oh, look at this. Angles against Harami, bro. Tiamba.
They're fighting 3 teams right now.
This is insane. XC is applying so much pressure through the smoke. And that's what you got to do. Just shoot through it. Hopefully get some hit markers. 7 eliminations. This team's looking almost unstoppable here at this point.
They're fighting Falcons. They're fighting Harame, bro. They're fighting TJB on the outposts on the northeast side. Is there anything that these guys won't take on? It is absolutely incredible to see this pace pick up at the start of the day. Nades over, and this is a crunch being put on Harame, bro, right now.
Tiamba's committing a lot of resources here to these last 2 players. They should just kind of run up and take him out. Harame, bro, yeah, they smoked themselves out, completely eliminated their own sight lines. And that's going to make things difficult. But now,
Tiamba sama
lawan Team Falcons.
Tim
Can they hold on?
Falcons only on 3 though, and there is still
buang berapa gak tahu anjir, banyak banget udah kayak hujan anjir. Udah kayak zona apa? Udah kayak red zone buatan. Red zone buatan itu real. Buset, punya banyak banget. Dari tadi.
He doesn't quite go down to it though.
How did he survive that? That is crazy. He ate that nade and spit it out. So Icy still up here, but he is down to the low HP QZ.
Wah, Tianba kan. Tianba lagi menyala gitu loh.
Eliminations in this one all by
Tapi kan
himself.
maksud gua, mereka lagi pada nyala gitu semua.
Unreal.
Kayak mereka DC kayaknya.
Midst of it all.
Karena literally lagi menyala gitu, menyala abangku.
And Talent Esports are just very
Tapi-
happy just to be here right now. They are just holding the spot, not trying to get too active just yet. Now we do see one of their players start to move up. So that'll work out for them. But TJB as well. They need to start getting into this fight. Oh, and another big nade.
Udah kena lagi,
Tianba just
dapat 2.
punishing the Falcons
Oh
here.
enggak.
There is a
Itu
knock being
cuma
sent back.
ini
I think
kena.
over towards backlines for Tianba. XC on the
Buset.
high ground you can see, but the nades just take him
Buset.
down. And Tianba can move through another set of death crates.
Tianba
Resupply that
aneh
might not come back to bite them.
Jauh
Finally,
banget.
what should have happened a while ago happens
Tianba-nya
to Shan, and he does get flushed
ditembakin
out.
sama
Leaves Tianba
Talon.
on 3 needing a res, so potentially even 2 if they can't get to it.
Tianba
And another
granatnya
shot goes
unlimited,
through.
sumpah dia
This
berapa granat
felt
ya,
like
Bang?
it was a long time coming, but
Itu
they've already
kayak
got the value.
tasnya tuh
14
penuh
eliminations.
sama granat.
A 4th place guaranteed.
Talon.
This is a team that's already made the money.
Yeah, they did.
Yoru
We're gonna see
maju,
them in the
Yoru
finals
anjay.
already, just with these performances alone. So yeah, I mean, you could commit to try and
Talon dari
get that
tadi
chicken dinner
anteng
or a
aja
ton
diem
of
di situ di
eliminations.
rumah
And
itu
with how
mantau
valuable
mantau
elimination
orang udah
points
kelar
are for a
perang.
team, I'll take that
Si
all
Talon
day
muncul.
long.
Wah masih dapet.
wants one more, and he might just get
Wah,
it
gila
here.
sih.
Let's see if they're going to be able to get that res.
Gila sih.
Oh, it's going to be close.
GK First is moving up on the flank, and I feel like
Aduh,
QZ has
ada
heard this. He's
flanker.
figured something out.
Kok
now.
bisa kayak
Knows
nggak
that
gitu
there's
sih
a
ada
threat
flanker?
from this south side. Unlikely that Yoru pushes
maksud gua kan
into this one.
stepnya
They know
yang
that
nggak
TJB
kedengeran
have
gitu loh.
sightlines over to this
Atau dia
area,
aja?
so going up and trying to flush a solo can be a big risk for trying to create this presence, which means that
Wah,
QZ
gila
fights
sih.
with his back to the wall against the encroaching forces of TJB.
Tianba
And Nate from
seorang
Lamborghini
doang, anjir,
finds
padahal.
Flower on this off angle, and just more and more is going the way of
Dia
QZ right
bener-bener
now.
cuma
Gosh, QZZ
atau
is
dia
just
cuma
an
ngarangin vision
absolute
aja, insting
beast,
pro
but
player.
he gets
Iya,
taken
dia
out
kayak
there.
game
Finally,
sense,
14
dari game
eliminations for
sense.
Tianba's gonna be enough though. We got 3 teams
14
remaining. The Xavier,
kill.
the Snake,
Tianba gila
holding
sih.
on for a little bit longer.
Walaupun dia
He's
nggak chicken, tapi dia
Lamborghini, all
14.
by his lonesome.
Full pacifist run, 0
let's go
eliminations.
Talon.
I'm ready.
Let's go lah
So I'll take that
Talon.
all day. I am very happy
Indo
near
ngasih
this tall
WCD.
grass and this dossier. Just don't mind me, folks. Don't mind me.
Kalau
I'm just
besok
looking
sih
at
boom yang
bugs.
WCD
I'm an
ya. Sekarang Talon dulu aja nggak
You know,
apa-apa lah
I'm
Talon.
just chilling.
Boleh
there
lah.
you go. That's a fun word.
Oh besok boom yang WCD
Getting in
ya.
amongst the ferns right now,
Could
trying
be
to
an
stay there as
herbologist
well.
right there.
Oh, that's nasty. Tags on. They know he's there now.
Actually, they don't. Yeah, because those nades don't give those indicators. So
Lamborghini.
unless they heard him shimmy, they're gonna
That's
know. At the same
Lamborghini.
time, Lamborghini's got that pad out, just trying to be as sneaky as he possibly can. Nice little not blind nade from TJB though.
TJB juga jago nih.
another one.
TJB.
Quite on the mark.
Dex matiin
Oh
anak
no! Now
Someone's
they
shooting
have
at
to know. They
Those
have to
bullets are
know.
hitting the ground right at his
Geser,
feet
geser
right now. His
aja.
ankles
That's it. Okay.
going through.
There you
Ah,
go. 2 teams remaining. It's Talon
Woo.
versus TJB. And
Apakah
both
Talon,
these teams
guys?
playing it very quietly
It's
here.
time
Very
lah,
passive.
Indo Pride,
4
bro.
eliminations so far from Talon, 2 from TJB. Both have 3 players
It's
up.
time, guys,
It's
it's
anyone's
time.
game.
Swinging on through this ridge line. Peaks in the middle of this one as well.
Ini udah
2
posisinya tuh udah
teams
kayak,
from the newly minted group green
udah kayak
trying to
pisah-pisah.
make their mark
Semua.
on their first day of play.
Yoru.
Yoru, front man
Yoru.
right now. They were able to move through and
Yoru.
take down QZ because of that nade that went on in
Wah.
and slowed TJB's
Nggak.
off angles, but a great opener for them for TJB.
Flower starting this off good, and we saw
Gila.
TJB just kind of send out a
Yoru
scout, try to get some
kemancing nih,
information. He
weh.
got caught out, so
Saya
now it's
diem
going to be
dulu
a
ya.
3v2
Kena nih.
for sure. There's
Bisa.
no way they're going to be able to pick him up now. So Talon.
TJB nih nggak
now on the
sekuat
back foot. In a
Tianba ya,
fight like
granat.
this, it's all
Kuat
about that
Tianba,
first knock.
granatnya
So
kena
if
semua
Talon want to
anjir
win
dia.
this, Axel and Linux are going to have to make something magical
Tapi ini
happen.
masih
They are outside of the circle, needing to move forwards. GK first now out in the buggy. 2v3. If Yoru can pull
Circle-nya,
back, they might find this res.
guys,
The nade from
circle-nya
Linux.
guys.
Gonna isolate some
Circle-nya
ground.
di-
There's the shot. Axel on the off angle,
What?
playing around the smoke, finds the first knock. This is the opening now for TJB. Sorry,
Okay.
for Talon to look to
2v2.
come back into this one.
Wah,
Axel
gila sih
is
ini.
in this next zone, but
Bung,
GK
ini kapan
first
besok?
so quick for this res.
Wah
No
gila sih ini
way,
cuy.
Yoru with the miracle crawl. He's gonna get picked back up. TJB playing that one a little bit passive, getting that. Oh, look at Axel
That's
from this
such
off
a good
angle.
shimmy.
Axel.
Oh,
What
TJB's
the
in big
hell?
trouble. Axel When is he gonna pull that
What the
trigger?
hell?
There it is.
What?
That's one.
Axel?
In for the
Yeah,
shot.
si Axel.
And he goes for the flush. A really
Very
good pickup
smart
with Yoru
play.
getting res. There's now that threat that crunches on.
Yeah.
Linux into the buggy. Axel's on the
200
off angle.
IQ.
Linux draws fire. Only S around the
Run
sidelines.
over.
Rolls over with the buggy. There's the shot. And it is GK first to hold his nerve. 2 players from TJB. And another knock found. They're bringing it back under control. But it's Axel still to handle.
Axel.
Only S with the smoke to play around. He doesn't quite get
Yeah.
the knock. Doesn't
Nggak
quite get it.
mati loh.
But it's going to be that off angle. Finding those shots. And
Nice
finally
try, nice try,
TJB
nice try.
put it to bed.
What
TJB.
a game. That was
Tapi TJB jago
so
sih.
close, but TJB, I think they
TJB.
lucked out on that one. I think Talon could have
Gila.
definitely
Kok bisa
made it
kalah,
happen there,
anjay?
but wow, back
Nice
and
try.
forth, back
Udah
and
bagus
forth,
banget
great
tuh
game
Axel udah kayak
from both
muter
these
ke
squads,
belakang,
but at the end of the day,
dapet.
the big name we're
Tapi
also looking
yang
at,
orang
I mean, it's
depannya
gotta be Tiago, right?
Oh,
Dapat
for sure.
juga
They got
sama
so many
TJB.
eliminations
Jadi,
there. I think it was maybe up to 15 at the end,
Ya
14
udah,
or 15.
berarti yang
And the
disuruh
fourth place
boom
as
yang
well. That's
pertama
a chunk of
kali
placement points to add to
WCD
the
dari
tally.
Indo ya.
Tianba are absolutely here to play. It is great stuff to see. It felt like they
Besok
got a
masih,
little
guys.
bit silly with it though in that match. They were like, we're not losing. Let's just fight
Everyone, right? It's us versus this entire lobby at
Tapi
the end
gila
of the
sih,
day.
Tianba
And
gila
they
sih.
definitely did well. But you know what? I gotta give a big
Kayak,
shout out to these
oke,
top 2 teams here towards the
TJB
end. You know,
bagus,
TJB,
dia
again, coming in
bisa,
from Group Green. You know, they didn't have that
tadi
warm-up
sempat
that we
regroup, terus
saw
sempat kayak
from
ngalahin
Group
lagi
Red.
si
Did
talonnya,
a great
udah oke
job here in
banget,
this one. And
bisa
that's what they need to do, because at the end of the day,
full
top
CD,
12
talon
is the
juga udah oke
minimum goal,
banget,
right?
bertahan sampai akhir bener-bener udah nice try banget.
get to those
Tapi
finals.
yang
Sure,
gua
the money's good
ngerti
when you
tuh
get higher up the
Tianba
table,
anjir,
but getting to finals,
kayak jago banget
that's even more
aja
money, right? You're
Tianba.
guaranteed, I think
Maksud
if you
gue
get
tuh
directly
kayak
into finals, I think it's
lu
54k in 12th place, something around that sort of mark.
elit
Yeah,
14
54K in
dan
12th place.
mostly tuh
So if you're able to make that,
akhir-akhir tuh
you're gonna be happy.
pakai
It goes
granat
up about 25
itu
grand
granatnya
towards
tuh
the
kayak
top
nggak
end,
habis-habis
which
anjir.
means that obviously that's nice,
Gila.
but it's not the end of the world.
Tianba
You're
gila
guaranteed
sih.
25k just
true.
for
Gue udah
those
kayak
finals.
Yeah, you want to be able to,
respect
just
Tianba
perform
banget
your best.
karena
So
tadi
again,
di
folks, $1 million
map pertama,
going out
di map pertama tadi si
tomorrow.
siapa
So
ya,
that
tim
is
siapa namanya
absolutely
Shin,
insane. What a performance though.
Tianba, from
Again
Tianba
from
dia
Tianba.
1v3
You guys over
itu
there
kayak
in the
udah
cube, right? I want to see some QZZ
gila.
player stats.
Itu
because,
1v3-nya
man,
tuh yang
he
kayak
went
dia udah di
absolutely
pinggir
crazy.
zona
But that's it
lagi
for
mau nggak
game
mau dia
number
dipaksa
2,
keluar,
folks.
tapi pas
Don't
dia
go
keluar
anywhere,
dia
we're gonna be right
ngerasain
back.
kayak itu udah keren banget. Terus ditambah gue melihat Tianba as a team tadi semua yang di depan dia udah dibunuh-bunuhin dah tuh. Ya, mantap. GG guys. Ntar guys, ke toilet guys.
With match 2 now done in day 2 of the PMWC, I have one question for you all at home. China #1?
Yeah, they're pretty good right now.
Yeah?
I like it. I like it a lot. I was singing the praises of Tiamba coming in. Obviously they've had 2 good games, but TJB's here to play as well. As I mean, in the previous game they had the compound, so that was nice. But this time around, hey man, they were battling. It was awesome.
NA pride, man. hey, we don't really got much on this tournament. We got to claim at least one person. We can claim GK first in this one. But yeah, QZ we'll get into a little bit of time. But TJB looking strong, honestly. First day here with Group Green. And match 1, they look good. They had they got into a compound fairly early on. They eliminated, I think it was Harami. And then this one, they ended up coming out with a strong match.
And what I really liked out of their play right there is that they were still doing that compound play, but on top of that, they were having a great split with Flower being the lone player away from the squad, letting them know what was going on, kind of being the scout. It worked out wonders for them. You can see the stats right here. 1,800 damage, 11 eliminations, and most of those come from QZC, which Paraboy. Nah, just kidding. Not too soon.
Whoa.
Too soon.
You're comparing an NA player to Paraboy. No.
And Hyper's
Who would
happy.
be the NA Paraboy?
Seven
We're not going to talk
gaming.
about it. And he's not even here.
I mean, they're here in some aspects. Yeah, obviously, a great game. I mean, the thing is, coming in from PL, coming in from the regional clash as well, we are seeing some serious work here as we're comparing Tiamba day 1 versus Tiamba day 2 here, or sorry, match 1 versus match 2, I believe, and the damage is being quite consistent.
I mean, across those numbers, that is pretty unreal of a start here for day number 2. They already did brilliantly yesterday, right? But now they're back once again. I mean, for a long time, we expected China to always pop off here in PUBG Mobile. And then there was a little bit of a lull. I think it's fair to say there was a little bit of a lull here for PMWC. They're coming in hot. They're coming in strong. I do think it... Go on.
The lull, I mean, that was from the end of Nova's era, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, I think that they've come in with great practice under their belt. PEL is, of course, obviously an insane battleground to actually contend in. And then PMRC was brilliant for them because it gave them international play just before coming here, realistically.
Yeah, what's scary about Tiamba, too, is that they're being able to do all of this without even being able to get an actual chicken dinner. I know some of the other teams, I mean, we were talking about it right yesterday. Some of the teams that were at the top, like D+, they were being kind of favored by the zones. They were able to get those chicken dinners. They were able to get those placement points. But this team's being able to get not only the eliminations, they're being able to get also the placement points without having that chicken dinner. So for some of the other teams that are trying to fight for those points, when they do end up getting chicken dinners, that's going to be an even scarier team.
Well, you can see here a little bit of a head-to-head with match 1 versus match 2 for TJB. Doing a little bit more damage in the first match, but again, it's about the consistency, right? You don't need to pop off and have the most explosive matches right now in the tournament. This is just group stage. You need to be top 12, make it into the finals, and that's where you really go full steam ahead.
The 2 games, late games, have evolved from having pretty decent compounds in their first 2 games, so we've got to take that into account here. The Sandhawk one, obviously, they were so close to that compound almost until the very end of that late game. But this one, they did have to swing out from the compound they had in the northeast side, going into the penultimate circle, and then beyond that. And then moving south and sweeping alongside that edge to make sure that Tiamba, one of their bitter rivals, I would suppose, for this tournament, was to be eradicated, then yeah, it was very well done.
As I mentioned, Scout being, actually Flower being their actual scout throughout that split, allowing them to kind of move out of the way, out of that compound, moving it into the circle, getting into those fights, knowing what was going on. Overall, these are the splits that we want to see. Yesterday, we're kind of memeing a little bit on some of the splits that we were seeing out of some of those teams that weren't really working out, but so far it was working out. And yeah,
I don't know if it was that fight exactly where we had Besiktas rock up on, was it Reject, and then Tiamba was like, hey,
cleaned up.
3 eliminations.
Like, okay, I'm gonna be real. It's Mean Kale again.
Yes,
I don't know why Besiktas is rocking up to heaven there in that location in a circle like that. You're basically assuring yours and Reject's destruction as long as there's another team there, because usually heaven is coexisted by 2 teams taking the south as well as the north. So it's rough.
The even crazier part out of that push from Besiktas was that they were expecting Reject to just be in one building, because you could see them being absolutely surprised whenever a player from Reject started shooting them from the other building. They were like, okay, wait. how do we not? I think they had zero knowledge. And talking about zero knowledge of what happened there, I kind of want to just mention it because we're talking about it so much too. Team Liquid was doing such great rotations at the beginning of the match that I felt like they were going to be able to possibly have a great match. But boy, they sent it through the fields of just Naya, and it backfired in a big, big way, Kyle.
Yeah, I was being mean, Kale, again, actually, now that you say it. I mean, like, the place that they sent themselves to in between the Falcons' 3-1 split in Yasnaya as well as in the Fields compound, if you send yourself to that location as Team Liquid, you can't go there that early. It is not possible. The whole of Yasnaya can see you in there. There's really not much cover there where Team Liquid went, and it felt as if they got a little bit lazy in their transition.
Yeah.
You were mentioning that they could have maybe gone through Yaz the way Brute Force went.
Well, and the reason why I was mentioning that too is because that's where the team was kind of coming from. They would have known if there was going to be any shots from over there, and the time between those circles, between those rotations, wouldn't have been that long. They would have been able to take bigger fights too. Ultimately, you ended up helping Talon Esports. That ended up pushing out of Yasnaya. Sadly, didn't end up working out for Team Liquid.
Well, Seven, I'm going to throw it right back to you here in just a second as you see Tiamba with a nice almost 30-point lead in first place. But Xavier, Lamborghini, surviving into a top 3 right there. And those placement points that them and now Tiamba now share with 27 is pretty insane.
It is pretty insane. Something that we want to see a little bit, well, I personally want to see a little bit more out of Xavier is clutching up more elimination points. They've been getting themselves over and over again towards the later matches. We were talking about yesterday in regards to their splits, that they were maybe forcing themselves a little bit too much, spreading thin a little bit too much. But in this one, we've seen a little bit better splits out of them. It just comes down to, I want to see them get those placement points a little bit higher too. Being able to get the chicken dinner, but most of all, being able to see more eliminations.
The interesting thing about that for me is we're seeing these like roster swaps, right? With East coming in and Zed not playing for Falcons, but for Xavier, Shadows was playing, who was previously known as Levi's in PMSL SEA, and yet Shua is actually the one playing instead of him at the moment for Xavier. So we're definitely seeing some like swap ups come in. We also saw TJB already able to break through in the leaderboard here, and Kalaris,
Mean Kalaris back.
What do you want to be mean about?
I'm looking at that leaderboard, and I'm looking at the very bottom of the leaderboard, and it's only been 2 matches, but 1 point.
It might be tough.
It might be tough.
It's only 2 games. It's only 2 games.
Only 2 games. Okay, well, we can edit there. Only 2 games. We still have a lot of games left to go here. But in the meantime, we have to head down to the stage to actually hear what Team Liquid had to say about that last match.
Hello and welcome back to the main stage where I am joined by the coach from Team Liquid. It's night. I mean, I've got to say, what a great start to the day so far. Sandhawk, winner, chicken dinner. Sandhawk's a little bit of a roll of the dice, isn't it? It can be quite chaotic. So you guys seem to play it really well. You played it quite slow. What was the plan of the approach from the top of the day?
So we recently changed the drop spot to Quarry. So we kind of were getting used to this position. But I think the main idea is, since Sandhawk is such a small map, we can't take too many fights, because otherwise you're going to bring the attention of the teams around. So we kind of got the compound, and we waited until the teams start fighting to third-party them. And then we have like a clear path towards the end game, and we develop our game.
Nice tactical approach, I love it. Let's talk a little bit about the team itself, because you guys have formed almost like a collection of different players from different teams and different places, and sometimes that doesn't always work, but your team just seems to click. They just seem to play extremely well together. Can you tell me why that is?
So I think at the end of the road, I have a little bit of experience of creating like new teams, but the main point is we're trying to figure out the way that each player feel comfortable playing. So we kind of create a game plan that will benefit all the players, instead of, oh, you guys gonna do what I'm saying, and that is, no, you need to be like very flexible about, okay, if you like to do this, let's try to play a little bit more like this and change a little bit of that. But at the end of the day, everyone needs to be comfortable so they can give 100% of them.
I love that. Okay, finally, Erangel. It went slightly differently in map 2, didn't it? You guys got caught. Were you taking too much time? What did you kind of gather from watching that map?
So I think our rotation was really good. We found a really good entry point, but I think we lost too much time trying to third-party the teams, and we ended up forgetting our main goal, that is trying to find our entry point in the next save. So this is very hard. When we tried to find the entry point, there was like 3 teams around, so we lost 2 players, and then only 1 player left. He tried to gain as much time possible, but we knew that the game was over there.
unfortunately for you guys. However, it's still early stages of your first day. It's your first few maps, so you guys are just getting warmed up. You're shaking off some of the dust. So congratulations to Team Liquid so far. Thank you so much, Knight, for joining us in the post-match interviews. But for now, we're going to continue day 2 of the group stage, and we're going to head back to the studio.
With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 Pmwc. And you never guess what, Hot Jukes? That's exactly where we are.
That is
Map
right.
number 3, day 2, first day for Group Green, coming in for the Pmwc. It's time to kick it off.
Let's kick it off indeed, and we kicked it off strong right here. Tianba going crazy. You can see QZZ with the most elimination so far, most damage, no surprise there. And to kind of galvanize the interview that we just heard a little bit earlier with Knight from Team Liquid, man, I love the fact that when it comes to his idea of building a new team, right? Not just having an idea of what he wants and fitting just random players in there that will make that happen. No, search out different players and then build off that, right? Find out what each strength is, how can we make this work, and just go from there. And it's worked, it worked well. And I like his answer of what happened in the last game. Sometimes you get a little antsy, head up a little bit too early, and in a tournament like this, that small mistake, you can pay big time for it.
Absolutely. We'll see if they're able to stay a little bit less squirmy in their seats this time around. The plane path, very similar to the first one, the Povka down to Primorsk, but the circle, very much not similar to the first one.
Right.
Opposite side of the map, down towards Primorsk. This is good news, potentially, for a team like Vampire. Obviously, mean Kale over on the desk, mean old Kale, that grumpy old so-and-so, was saying how bad they were in those first 2 matches. No, but they have only got 1 point, right? So this is their chance. They've got the circle shifting out their way. They don't have too much to getting on with. Ayala, okay. Getting it done. The shot out the sky. It's a skeet shoot.
Man, it's like shooting ducks in a barrel, as
that's what
our
I
local
always say.
Scrooge must say. You know, so it's crazy to see that right off the rip. That's going to hurt, especially since TJB did so well in the last match.
I'm definitely going to be calling him Scrooge McHale from now on.
Scrooge McHale. Yeah, I think that's a new name right there. Hopefully we can see him change it on all platforms.
Yeah, on the lower thirds. I'll get on to Tomash about that one. We'll be all right. D plus Kia, they're currently dropping out towards school. Should be fairly easy transitions out southwest for them. Before, in a previous match, we saw Everest be quite an important feature. That was Reject who were taking control of that one pretty effectively. But right now, Falcons are pretty close to it.
Walaupun satu orang yang dusun, tapi
going to be around that sort of area. A lot of potential to control the west coast from a position like this. A lot of teams, though, could just send straight across those Gatka fields into it as well.
Yeah, and I think that if they were going to make that stand, they would have had to do it already. And that's the thing, that every single time you have a zone shift so far away from the plane path, you have to decide, right? Okay, are we going to stay here, loot, and be late? Or are we going to just pick up whatever item we can find and get on the move? You could even see Tianba. I mean, they're the top team right now in this lobby. Already 87 points. They're trying to create that gap from the rest of everybody. Now, Tianba, if I recall, Tianba will not be playing tomorrow, right? So they're doing exactly what they need to. Putting up so many points that nobody can even touch them. And man, they really started off strong here.
Tianba tuh
I said at the start,
tim apa sih
where I
tadi?
predicted that the bubble would be somewhere
Atau
in the low
yellow
70s.
atau green.
That's right. This is the first team to cross that threshold,
Wah,
right? Tianba
apalagi.
at 87 points. No matter what, it's very likely that they'll get through to the finals directly, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just off the first couple of games that they've had today. They obviously have more leg room now to try and stretch out a little bit of a lead, make their way up towards the top.
And you know, there's so many different advantages, right, when it comes to having such a strong performance off the rip. I mean, yeah, they've already crossed that, you know, threshold. Not an official threshold, but it is our estimate here, you know. And if you do that so early, I mean, they still have 4 more matches left to go. At this point, it's just about making more money in the bank. But there's another thing as well they could do.
What could they do?
When you have such a great performance and you're like, all right, we know we're going to go to that finals already. There's a couple different things you could do. One, play your heart out, try to go ahead and get that first place, put some more money in the bank. 2, right? mix some things up, try and train your players up, right, for the finals. So
bring
hey,
subs in, that sort of stuff.
That's right. You know, bring subs in, or if we feel like we struggle with this particular strategy,
Halo,
let's try it now. It's risky, but we can afford to try it and train up for the finals coming up, right?
Yeah, they've got Tian Yu, for instance. I think that's from a previous team. I don't know if they are playing or not. I think they've got a sub or two on the roster.
It's possible.
To see.
Yeah, so many different things you could try, and you can afford to try it here now because this is going to be the best practice you could possibly hope for coming up for the finals. Or number 3, John.
What's number 3? I'm liking this. I like door number 3 already. I choose door number 3.
Decide that you want certain teams not to make it in the finals and hunt them down.
Oh, I chose the right door.
Oh,
that is the
baby.
most fun one, certainly for us. It could be pretty tricky, pretty chaotic as well. If you're Tianba, then I put it to you. If you're going to choose door number 3, which team do you want to be behind that door?
Ooh. Honestly, if I'm
Besok
them,
main
I'm
betul.
trying to hurt
Besok
some
tapi
teams that I'm
nontonnya kita
trying to
nggak
threat,
nonton
you
secara
know?
online guys.
If you're
Besok kita watch
Tianba,
partinya
number 1, I would hunt
offline
down a
di
squad
M-Block.
that maybe
Kamu udah daftar
lands
belum?
near you on certain maps,
Daftar
you
Gi,
know, and they can
registrasi
make things a little bit
gratis.
easier
Nanti
towards the
di
finals,
M-Block besok.
or just hunt down some squads that
Klik
you
yang
know
di
could go
pin.
crazy tomorrow.
Daftar
And we're
dulu
talking
biar
about, you
kayak
know,
dapet
squads
slot
like
kursi
Team Falcons, right?
aja.
Team Liquid had a great start here. Maybe you want to kind of slow them down, or maybe you decide to take out the team that took that last scoop of shakshuka during the breakfast buffet. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I like that last one as well. It's always door number 3. You've got great
Belum
door 3.
ada
What can I say? What can I say? It's
peperangan
the
lah.
third one's the charm.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. No, Tianba, I mean, I would sort of agree. I like the idea of targeting a strong team that is on the boundary right now. So, for instance,
boom
Team
kah
Liquid,
maksudnya?
they have got that 10-point average that I was talking about earlier today being very, very impressive. But I tell you what, who else has that now is Tianba themselves, right? 80 points would be 10 points average. They've got a little bit more than that. They've got almost an 11-point average. They're 1 point off of that from that previous result. It's pretty impressive that they've been able to jump up that far. So I think you might be right with Falcons potentially being my top pick for them to target if they were to go for that sort of a strategy. Right now, they've sailed down the west side on past Georgia Pole, and they are currently on that west coast road trying to find their feet there. Team Liquid, a lot more central though.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not saying that Tianba is most likely going to go and like hot drop somebody at this point, you know, or do something crazy like that. But since you have so many points, you have a lot more flexibility, right? So let's say you get a thirst on a Falcons player in a bad position. Maybe it's better to just try and commit to take them out rather than just say, all right, you know what, we'll leave them be and try to win the game, you know? So when you have that flexibility, it really opens the door to so many different options. And they're in a great spot for this next circle. I knew it before I even popped. I was like, yep, they are. I was going to say this circle, but yeah, look at that. They are in a beautiful position. You got so
ini
many
udah
squads
pada
out the
dekat
way.
circle sih, nggak kayak tadi. Tadi gila sih, di ujung, literally di ujung circle-nya. Kalau ini sih kayak masih pada dekat, yang jauh cuma 2 tim.
It is not looking good for them at
Di
this
dalam
point. I
circle,
think if we want to see them make it
perangnya
into the
tapi.
finals, we need to see like a double-digit
Jadi udah pada
elimination
dekat-dekat
chicken
nih,
dinner.
bakal ada perang nih harusnya guys.
Look at the rush for the central positions now, moving around the
TV bukan
foothills
masuk
of
Pmwc,
Everest.
TV
Tianba
tuh
are
main
in and
di
amongst that fray.
survivalnya ya, apa ya?
Might go.
Wait, aku
Vampire
cek
pushing
ya.
in from the southwest side, need to make their mark as
Pimi
well.
itu
They're
main
fending off approach
di
from Reject right now. Haven't lost
survival
anyone just
stage.
yet. Reject
Ada
taking damage,
Pimi,
diverted away.
aka
They're going to have to get
Pandun
in
ya
and amongst
sekarang.
it with the other teams
Rook,
as well. They've been
Steam
sent packing.
Spirit,
Besiktas right over that ridge line.
Twisted
I feel like
Mind.
Vampire are going to want to take this ridge
Sebenernya
on
gue
the
ngerti
southwest
sih
edge.
bedanya.
Near Besiktas with oversight there, and
Bedanya.
Reject can't do a damn thing about it.
Sara just overcommitted there on that rotate. I mean,
Wah,
he just
gila.
got a little bit too greedy, I think, on information. Went down the hill and got punished immediately. That's the Pmwc right there for you. Team Liquid on the move as well. Besiktas Black are holding this compound, and they're doing a great job of it.
Vampire now with the dome under control.
That's right.
Sending out the signals. 4MV on the southeast side, meanwhile, over towards Gatka. Alliance trying to move in pretty close by to them. They're sort of trading off, moving from these compounds through the hills to the south side of it. No one really getting aggy just yet.
No, sir, indeed. Yeah, especially Vampire. They got that observatory. Nice and locked down, looking pretty. And I think everybody right now is just very happy to be in the position that they're in. You got 4MV near Gatka right next to those chopsticks. So if the zone does make a shift towards in that direction, they're going to be in a really good position. Mad Bulls are still looting in Rozhawk. What do you think about that?
They need more loot. Yeah. Basically, you win the game by having the most first aid kits. That's how it works. And so, actually, I think the recent patch actually made it so that the longer you spend in the blue, the cooler you are, and therefore, that's pretty sick.
You gotta be cool.
Hell yeah.
Gotta be cool. That's for sure. But you know what's not cool is this rotation they're gonna have to do. Very fortunate for them that this side of Ruins is not taken at all. But they're gonna definitely have to combat a couple teams if they want to even get some points on the board here with this next possible shift.
Ini tuh
Where do you think
kayak
the zone's gonna go?
nggak banyak
Where do I think the zone's going to go?
baru dibilang itu ada
Okay,
tembakan.
pure guess.
Jadi kayak
I think it's going to go over to the
zona
north
selanjutnya ini udah mau zona selanjutnya kan tuh. Dulu kayak bakal lebih banyak peperangan. Mereka tuh kayak sekarang kayak masih pada main aman gitu.
Let's see what happens.
Oh,
That's pretty north
yeah,
right there.
that's you. That's definitely you.
Hospital in play.
Other two. Let's talk about what impact that has. Tianba's position right now holds out all of these teams to the south. TJB on their east flank actually helps them do that as well. They have this line. Everybody in the southeast side is going to have to figure out how to get through. The one avenue that they have, swing west, up that road, but then you crash into brute force on the west side of South George.
Yeah, you got teams like Alliance all the way on the south side. They're just going to have to fight their way on in. As we look at that, yeah, that knock right there. Sara getting punished. Nice shots there from Tospic. These teams are these players are so good at popping people out of vehicles from long range.
Just taking those shots and able to land them time and time again. I'm pretty sure my guns don't work like that when I play. Woo! Tony K with the Mini 14 as well. A range, able to do a lot of work. Tianba actually fell back from their position that they were holding on that line. So they are giving ground. They didn't want to be the team actually holding that line.
Tony K busting out that mini. We saw him last year, mid-season championships, dominated with that weapon. So the gun has definitely shot off here. So teams need to be careful here and have to start shutting him down quickly. Meanwhile, Chips from D+ Kia gets knocked. We're starting to see fights happen all over the place. D+ Kia getting punished once again. They are holding that edge of Hospital, and they are getting picked apart. Tianba, Sean, whoa, gets the explosion and takes out Reject just like that.
3 eliminations for Tianba, and they will not slow down. That's 90 points now on the cards for them, which means they keep up their 10-point average guaranteed. Excellent news. Meanwhile, Alolex IHC trying to fend off against D+ Kia as well, but it's going not great right now for the Korean squad. They have been all but out of these matches so far today, and it looks like that's not going to change. Alolex IHC takes them down.
Gacor, emang anjir dari tadi gila
They're going out with a
Tianba.
whimper.
Gue aja sampai shock yang tadi dia sempat
I
1v3.
think if I were to guess though, just from what I see here, if I can
Terus
hear their
gitu
comms, I know
defense
better. But
Malaysia ya
from what I'm seeing,
L14
it just looks like they're starting to play it passive. I think they did so well yesterday that they're kind of erring on, hey, let's just try to get some points and guarantee our way to top 12. That's a mistake in my eyes. I think they need to play the same game they played yesterday, just holding those positions strong, taking out every single team on their way in, and it'll work out. But I mean, already 3 games with rough performances, that is not good.
I'm just taking a look at the map right now. You can see the Mad Bulls on your screens descending from Everest. They are moving up towards the north side to try and flank around there. DX Xavier on the north side of the hay farm, taking control of a compound right on the junction of some of the paths that wend their way through. This is a Tianba circle all the way through. Look at that. It is a great compound that they have on the north side of the open ground. It's a hill that rises southwards from them, which means that having QZ actually on the top of that hill will give them a lot of info. He's in a vehicle, and very, very likely as soon as there's pressure put on that spot, he falls back, but they get so much info.
I was about to say, as soon as that zone shifted, I think there's pressure already, so he needs to start getting back to his team right now, because there's no way he's going to be able to hold that by himself. But hey, we saw Tianba doing some crazy splits. They were fighting everybody in the last match,
Tony K.
and that worked out. Let's see if they can do it here once again. Meanwhile, Tony K on the hill getting peppered. Looks like from Team Liquid. They got their eyes on Besiktas Black right here. Yeah, a push is imminent on this location.
Absolutely seems to be. Besiktas going to have to leave likely soon. Newsy for Vampire flowing around the edge. QZ did go down, get knocked and flushed for Tiamba, so was very much exploited. You were right, that pressure was just too much.
Yeah, he had to move immediately after the zone shifted, but you know what? Like I said, when you're on top, right, you have some flexibility.
True.
So at this point, I'm not going to blame whatever you do when you're on top of the leaderboards. But the rest of these teams, they got to do something. One of them in particular,
bulannya Bu main
it's
besok.
gotta be
Iya,
brute
kalau
force.
besok
They've had a
kita
terrible
aku
day.
nggak
If
watch
they want to
party
continue to stay
online.
here in
Besok watch
Riyadh,
party
Saudi Arabia,
offline, makanya
they
besok
got to
jangan lupa
perform here and
datang.
now. Meanwhile,
Di
we watch
M-Block.
Vampire just outside of the circle here. Looks like they're going to
Kalau
wait
hari ini
until
kita
the
watch
last
party
second to make this
Pmwc
push.
aja.
They have been playing very slow and methodical on this edge so far in the first matches. Obviously, it's not worked out for them,
Oh my God,
but they
guys.
have already doubled their
Aku
scores.
kayak
over
gak
this
sabar
match, which
gitu
is great
besok
news,
watch
for
party
the team. Unfortunately, what is not great news
PUBG.
is
Sebenarnya
when
kedua
Mythic
kali
looks at
sih,
you,
tapi
and
untuk
clicks on your head.
And that
World
swept
Championship
thirsted
itu gue
immediately.
pertama
So
kali.
Vampire gonna lose one
besok
here, and now they're in
party.
trouble because they got Team Falcons right next to them. But let's take a look
the
over
next
here at
event
Mad
itu
Bulls
tag
on the
guys.
rotate, very close to Talon Esports,
Can't wait.
and Sir
Look at my
trying to get
nails.
some knocks out of the vehicle. Axel not able to get the pick on the car, and they actually do get one.
Down
Emang
in the
watch party di
open,
mana
but
besok
three
untuk
players
umum kan
make
di
it
M-Block.
through a very
Nih buat
dangerous
buat
rotate.
detailnya
And
cek
straight
aja.
on into the
Komen yang
auto
bikin.
shotty. TJB do not give an inch.
Wah, Talon
when
nice
Mad Bulls
banget.
try and open the door.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Mad Bulls just take that commitment onto
Sama
that fight there rather than the
TJ.
blind send. At this stage, these just don't work. They're just going to get shut down 95% of the time. Let's look at this replay, though. Sean! I mean, this man has been on point today.
Gratis registrasi aja.
What can you do when someone's on fire like that? It's just get out of the way or die trying. I see on the off angle for Falcons, lighten up Team Liquid right now, who have got this position out on the east side. Near that radio
dulu
tower
server
there,
bot,
and they are
tapi
trying to roll on
sekarang
up. You've got
udah hebat
Talon
main,
trying to push on in.
udah
This is a
hebat.
three-way fight right now. Ayala's down, 2 players down there.
Lama banget
Falcons
main
trying to
PUBG.
roll on in. Misery, Linux down, and Talon are
Makanya.
suffering at the moment. I
Korean,
think the
Japan.
front foot might actually be on Falcons rolling up into this fight. But hang on a minute, I had to turn that around. They've just gone down completely. They try and overcommit. And Mythic, now the
DK
last
tuh
player
jago
to stand for Team Liquid. Everybody's having a bad day.
Team Falcons got deleted right there. They
I don't know
tried to
where
commit
they
to that radio tower, and they got knocked out. Meanwhile, Vampire
Ayo,
Esports were
ini
able to
Habib,
get some
kamu
reses off,
regis
so
nggak
they
sih?
still have 3 players
Besok
up, and they're
kan
trying to commit
libur
onto
tuh
this edge
seminggu.
here. But man, you got Talon right there around the corner, 2 players up. Yoru's gonna, what a great shot through the
Okay.
smoke.
Able to get so much done, and the nades are there to back it up. Vampire finally turning up the heat now with a swing out to the east side. And they are now under pressure. Team Liquid go down. Alola XIHC also wanted some of this third party. Vampire playing as 3, leaves this as a 3 versus 3. And again,
Talon,
this is
bye.
now the 5th team to roll up onto this position before they can transition out to the west.
Now this is the Vampire Esports that we saw last year, starting to finally show their teeth here, or their fangs, as we may say. But they're gonna have to take out
Aduh,
IHC
Aduh,
here,
granat,
as
anjir.
Tony K is starting to throw those nades
Jauh
out. This
kan
is
nggak
a
ada misi
bad
Jakarta
placement
ya,
right now
ente.
for IHC. They're gonna have to start moving on in.
I really question
Kalau
Demo's decision to do
Dok
this,
pun
and the
nggak
fact that
chicken.
Stones wasn't
Tapi
able to
tadi
get any
hampir
damage
aja,
onto
itu
him.
udah oke
A
banget lah
little bit
dapat
potentially of
second
a
place.
misstep there, maybe needed a little bit more or backup
Udah
from a
oke lah.
teammate to be able to take that buggy down. But Demo gets some info and folds back in ahead of Vampire in their rotate, but there's plenty of vehicles. They start to move forwards. Tony K, I don't think he saw the player to his left. It was immediately there. Godless tries to step out, and I think TJB might have sightlines. Tony K, stoned, trying to roll over these hilltops, but they're just getting peppered from the off angle. And sees Outlaw XIHC just rolling away from them as well. Popping out these smokes, doesn't have any nades, up high into the sky. The nades go long, but there's a knock onto Godless, that's TJB.
IHC is getting punished from so many different angles right now. And yeah, you can see 4 Miracle Vibes has now got their eyes on this location. Vampire Esports are just trying to hold on here. They're throwing out so many reses, all their utility, and rightfully so, because to try to get into this next circle, you got to go into an open field, and everyone's looking down here as they're downrange to the spot.
It is going to be so treacherous to make this one work. Besiktas Black on the southeast side as well, where Vampire obviously
Wow,
let
udah
them
barengan
go.
mereka.
They're going to be a
Anjay.
major threat for them
Apa nih?
later on
Cewodean
now.
kah? Dua-duanya
The
naik
rolls
mobil.
around the hillside. Zololex IHC try to find the shot, and Tony K with the vehicle position gets a little bit of damage, but not too much more. 2 players for them to deal with, and Demo finally picks up something, and it's Newsy. He goes down entirely. Rogue, low, but heals up, stoned in the smoke. Tony K rolls forwards, up into the rock, has the M4 in hand, looks for the spray against the UMP, trades out, wins it. And there is also backup from his teammates to take out Alola XIHC, but there's only 2 vampires left.
Tony K able to take advantage of that right-hand priority there, wins that 1v1 and moves up into the circle right towards the edge there. He has a little bit of hill of coverage, so he will survive for just a little bit longer. It's going to be a tough one though. If this zone goes pretty much center, it's going to be a tough time for all these teams. This is an open field, guys.
Rampage
taking down another team. We'll get back to that. I'm sure there will be plenty more times of that to occur. In the meantime, on the south side, Besiktas crashing through.
Optimis dua ini masuk playoff juga. Sebenarnya kalau masuk playoff sih optimis saja. Cuma nanti di playoffnya tuh gue kayak belum tahu ya. Tapi kan ini baru sekali ya, baru 6 match pertama, jadi kayak semua hal bisa terjadi. Gitu.
So one goes a little bit further south here. Now Tiamba not only need to step out of their comfort zone and start getting active. Brute Force gonna have to do the same as well. Every single one of these teams is going to be holding the edge because it is a wide open range dead center. So we'll see how these teams decide to play it. You can see Tiamba scouting for quite a long while here, but they're going to have to start making that move inch by inch.
Tiamba, if they want 11 points average, they need 99 at the end of this match. They are currently 6 points short of that mark. When you don't count the placement points they've already earned, which is too many yet, but it will start to ramp up. So they'll be looking for that 6-point extra cachet.
And they can get it. They can really get it. I mean, 6 eliminations already. They're looking good. Now let's see how Alliance is going to approach this fight here. They're starting to apply a little bit of pressure towards Brute Force, but none of these teams need to fight. But if Tiamba's coming in right now, Alliance needs to try to get this third party going. As we see Sean holding back right now, gets one knock.
And there's 2 players now remaining. They lose 1 on the roll-up, but already a lot of damage done. Another player to fall as well. Lose a second. It's Sean. 5 eliminations already. And Brute Force are just being backed off this hold. Alliance on the south edge. Gonna move on up to replace that pressure as well. Sean low, but I think he's managed to get away with the rotate around the edge of Brute Force as well. Look at that. He's now out on the east side of them. Has some high ground. Can he get some healing done? Can he get it back into the fight?
Tiamba committed like crazy there and are just devastating Brute Force in a game that they pretty much need to win at this point if they want to make it into the survival stage. Because it is not, or actually, if they want to make it into the main event here, because they're in big trouble. You can see Sean find that pressure, 1v2, we saw 1v3 a little bit earlier. Nades are ringing out for both sides, and that is gonna do it.
Finally able to stop the proceedings there for Tiamba. They get 6 elims though, and they keep that 10-point average going, looking pretty healthy at the top of those tables. Alliance now with the chance to move up towards Brute Force, but they've already been softened up by Tiamba on the north side, and this west side is looking so open for them. 4 players alive for Alliance. They've got the rooftop high ground. It is going to be so difficult to take this team down. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do it. 4MV yet to dispatch Besiktas, but once they have, or well, if they have, sorry, for the Turkish fans, they will very likely be able to do so. That's kind of the main threat that I see. However, Vampire on the north edge, still surviving. I don't think for much longer given Cluck's position here.
Cluck is staring at him right now, but the zone could still go north. So let's see where it decides to go. If it centers up right here, it's going to be pretty tough for all these teams. But 4MV are still alive. They have 3 eliminations so far. And they're going to have to start working towards Besiktas Black and
Yudu udah elim berapa guys?
Let's see what happens with this next zone shift. This is stage 6, about to be stage 7. Jimmy, got the angles, but Tony K with the stiff arm.
Finding nearly a second knock there, but that allows him to get the res behind the hay bale. It's going to be so tricky to move now, though. 45 seconds until the close. The terrain up to their left side, so their east, will be maybe a little bit more maneuverable, but with Cluck able to have complete control over the runouts, there's basically nothing you can do. You've just got to win the fight or hope that Cluck is busy elsewhere.
Tony K has to hit a miracle shot if they even want to survive, but it's not looking good, folks. I mean, they did enough. They did enough, right? 6 eliminations so far, top 5 position is nothing to shake your head at for a team that's just coming in here today. But it's good to start seeing some signs of life from this team. Now we're going to start seeing some smokes ring out. Or might as well, if you have any utility, just throw it. Why not? Because the odds of you making it out of this hay bale are slim to none.
They are going to have to move before that high ground position for Alliance, but for MV, actually, Besiktas having a good opener there. Poser is down though, and Lewis needs healing. Out goes the forward position, and Toshpik finds 1-for-1 on the trade. The second as well on the straight, and the third on the back. Oh, for MV get rolled over, and Besiktas mounts the side of the compound, able to push their way on in, forced on in, and I take my words back. I thought for MV had it in the bag.
But no, they did not. Besiktas Black coming in high, and Alliance did a great job here of cutting off Besiktas rotation. They're taking up even more real estate. Tony K, though, survived. He made it out of that hay bale with all that chaos from that fight.
Brute Force still have Prepod there, and if he's a snake, if he's not gone noticed by Vampire, that could be the death of him. Alliance have shimmied on out. They've sent 2 forwards.
That's one.
And it is going to be a good opener there. Low HP on Poser. That's going to get healed up on the sidelines as Jimmy keeps the pressure on. A lovely air burst, and Poser goes down. 2 knocks now for Besiktas, and Alliance still aren't committing. They just want to keep the pressure on. They know that they're outside the zone. They don't need to move too far. This is perfectly handled. Vampire take out Prepod on the north edge, and Alliance are putting on a masterclass.
Yo, they got to watch out for Tony K. Tony K is still in the mix right here and could cause trauma for this team, because Besiktas Black most likely going to go out, and Alliance did exactly what they needed to, just to keep applying that pressure. Blue Zone's going to do the work, but they said, nah, we want all these eliminations, and they get them.
Vampire 7 elims, Tony K with the mini 14. They're split 2 and 2. This means you can isolate around the side of the hay bale. Individual fights a little bit easier, but the regroup for Alliance looks to come forwards. Jimmy's moving on up in those vehicles, trying to get closer. Stoned meanwhile on the back lines as well. As Clark finally, is he going to get dismounted? Yes, I think he is. He's not going to be in this zone for the next time around, but Vampire going to have to move as well.
Well, this is stage 8. The zone's going to go into nothing, and Tony K really need to hit a knock there. Oh, one, and that's onto Jimmy. That's a critical knock. Anything can happen. Can we see a miracle? Can we see Vampire clutch a 2v4 to get a critical chicken
Olio now in a really important high ground position. Vision over towards the Vampire players. They have to move forwards.
I don't like this at all from Alliance.
Okay.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, Tony K finishing out Jimmy now makes it into a 2v3. Alliance cannot hold those spots anymore. I know they're good. I know you got a lot of sight lines, but just use the number advantage. Take them out one by one. You're basically essentially allowing 1v1s to happen here, and you're getting punished for it.
That's what I was saying, right? With that 2-2 split, they haven't fully recoalesced. They've left Cluck too far back, but now they move in. Play 2 players forwards with that backstop.
Ini kalau Yudo kalah sih dia
Tony K has 2 nades left in his bag. And you know he's going to throw it. This is stage 8, folks. About to go to stage 9. This zone is about to go to nothing. It's going to center up here and apply that pressure on these players. Cluck he's able to make it off that rooftop, which is what I wanted to see, but he's got to find a way towards his teammates. They're all split. This is a terrible play, I think, from Alliance. They can't be snaking and trying to do this. They need to go in. Oh, that nade.
What? How did that not hit Stoned? I have no idea. It's going to go a little bit further this time. I'm not really going to do too much. That nade was there, but it's still just not quite on the target. Tony K has the hay bale. Vampire need to shimmy forwards. Alliance have the center.
Tony K. Oh, he wanted to get you that crate. He wanted that crate so bad. Tony K goes down, and that's Stone out of there. So you know what? Sometimes patience is a virtue, and Alliance are able to clutch out the 3rd game of the day.
And hey, you know what? That's still a good game for Vampire, right? They were able to get a 2nd place, 8 eliminations on the board as well, meaning that they have jumped up the tables a little bit faster than those first 2 matches would have you believe. But the chicken dinner goes to Alliance. Their 2-2 split, their hold on Besiktas with those opening nades. They knew they didn't need to commit to it. They played the outside. They have that crossfire backup. You can't get pushed. It was there. There's for the taking at that point.
Man, beautiful game right here. A huge win for Alliance as well. You know that this is one that they have been waiting for, and a great performance for Vampire. We're starting to see some signs of life on them. I know we've only played 3 matches so far. At least they played 3 matches so far, and this was one that we definitely wanted to see early on.
Absolutely. Something that you really like to see.
You know
Started
what?
the match in 4th place. So you do Alliance rather, going to be jumping up pretty far with D plus Kia, with the Xavier not really having a great performance.
Man, D plus Kia, you know, speaking of disappointing performances
Hell
so
yeah.
far, oh my goodness. I think they have, what, like less than 4 points so far today. 3 matches have been played. We're now going to reach the second half of this day and the last 3 matches for them. So, man, they really need to pull something out here in these last 3 coming up.
It's not been a repeat from yesterday, and that's what happens when you get the death group green coming on into the mix, right? When you're playing against teams like Team Liquid, like, well, Tiamba, who's just always in their group anyway.
Right.
But when you've got Falcons coming in, when you've got Team Liquid, and I mean, on that last game, I guess Vampire, maybe not the first 2, yeah, there's so much more pressure on you. And it has been such a great watch to see Tiamba do what they've been doing over these last 3 matches. But we've got 3 more matches still to come for you today. We're going to be taking a break. We'll see you guys there. Make sure you stay tuned for more PMWC.
Ah, ada break dulu ya. Oke, we'll back. Gua pemanasan dulu ya. Pegel.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
guys have been watching so far today, you might have seen the Pmwc Violet Thunder set and S12K, which you at home can pick up for yourself based off the design by Ailu from the PDP X Esports Outfit Design Contest. Make sure you guys pick this up because it looks sick, it looks so good, it looks clean. And I love the W on the back for Pmwc. Great input, guys. Great input, gentlemen. As
Thanks.
they just looked at each other like, yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Jason, you are the most handsome one here. You are the tallest, and you're the smartest. So thanks, guys.
Tallest is correct.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about Alliance,
Jack,
the first team to get 2 chicken dinners so far here in Pmwc. They have looked good, but in particular 7, as Kalaris obviously did bring up while we're watching the games, their 4-mans late game are very strong.
It has been. Not even that, just their splits have been really good. We're talking throughout watching that match, talking about teams that are being proactive. This team is so good at being proactive. We saw Jimmy being able to hit a great nade on one of the teams that was going to stop their push into those final zones. Out of Alliance, what I'm enjoying, whenever they do get a chance, whenever they do have their backs covered, they're going to be splitting, they're going to be proactive, getting ready for the next circles. And as you mentioned, being able to get those 2 wins.
They're not afraid of putting themselves in danger, though, when they've found themselves at a good spot at the very end.
Speaking of Jimmy, he's the back person to do it twice now.
They didn't have to go out hunting for Vampire, but they definitely wanted it. Again, actually, it probably comes back to what you were saying about the brute force scenario on Erangel for them yesterday. They want absolutely every point they can scramble for, so they don't want teams denying themselves. Once you know that you are guaranteed 4v2 somewhere in this circle, you probably kind of do have to hunt them down if you want to actually get those limbs.
Well, you don't have Maxman to curse you either because he did that more enough in PMSL CSA. But I did want to point out really quickly, Aula IHC.
Yes.
11 eliminations, 0 placement points. This is looking like the team for PMGC, man, where they get like no placements, no chicken dinners, just get those elims.
And that's what we want to see out of this team. I mean,
is that what we want to see, though?
It worked out for them at PMGC.
True.
And it was a big question mark, and slowly but surely, if they continue to perform like that, I mean, they ended up winning PMGC, but it's just one game out of this team. We haven't really seen much out of them, and that's what we were talking about at the beginning of the day, too. This is a team that barely qualified throughout their PMSL because of the last match that they had. We want to continue to see those high elims out of that team.
To capitalize on what I want to call I was talking about whilst what game was going on, almost the desperation of some of the moves that some of these teams are making at the moment in this start. It feels like a lot of the teams are leaving moves too late in some of these early to mid games, and then desperation hits and all of a sudden 3 teams crash into a location, and then that exposes them because they have to come out of the dips, because nades are going into those dips, other teams are shooting at them. IHC was able to capitalize on some of that in this game. That's why you see those 11 eliminations come along. As the tournament goes on, that's going to become less of an issue, I think. I think teams will get more comfortable, less desperation moves will occur, so we won't see that conversion.
Do you think that's a result of the format, right? Because you have 12 matches, that's it. To make sure your top 12 teams are trying to play too cautious and not the way they know how to play?
Oh, I have to really think about that. That's a good question.
I can give you the other side of that. Or is it a symptom of the caliber of players we have in teams and the respect they're kind of giving each other?
It kind of comes to that, right? Everybody now knows. Everybody in this game can shoot.
Yeah.
Everybody can shoot. And now we're slowly getting to the point where the majority of people can macro good. That's not a proper real sentence. Don't use that anymore.
Macro
that was
good.
Macro good. But what I mean is they understand, okay, we need to be making this wide rotate. We only have the option to wide rotate at this point. We only have the option to try and thread the needle and get to this location. So everybody is rising the bar constantly, and it makes when all the good teams are making the same moves, you all end up in the same position. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And I mean, at the current stage, too, that we're seeing a lot of teams third-party each other. At one point, we saw, Team Falcons fighting with Team Liquid, and then on top of that, Talon came in, and then after that,
I have to change it on you because it was Team Liquid and Talon fighting, and Falcons rocks up like, yeah, we're going to park ourselves in the middle of both teams.
Yep.
Like, what?
I mean, this is a great example, right? The location that you guys are referring to is one of the most important locations in those fields. The radio tower on that field is one of the only places that allows dips for defensive capabilities. Now, you oftentimes will have a team there, but other teams are trying to use it as a checkpoint to get then further into those fields, and then it becomes a hot pot, and, well, we saw what happened.
But to go back to what you were saying, Seven, it was those 3 teams, right? And then Vampire rocks up, IHC rocks up as well. It's like a 5-team fight happening there.
And talking about Vampire, that's usually how we're used to seeing Vampire win their championships here in Riyadh. They're used to be known for being the team that is usually able to third-party a lot of teams. I want to see a little bit more of that. I mean, Tony K too was able to perform really well, which we'll have to wait and see if he's going to continue on those performances. But going back to that fight between all those two teams, I feel like we're starting to see that more and more here so far at PMWC, something that I'm not used to seeing in previous global events. More teams, more big teams are willing to fight against each other, even outside the zone like it happened in this last match.
Yeah, and Tony K, as we're seeing, I mean, he is the holder of most eliminations here at PMWC with 53.
Yep.
5 eliminations. I mean, they had 1 point before this match. I think they got 14 points in this game, so they need him to step up.
That's why I said 2 games. This is a little bit early to really kind of call them out here, right? Like Tony K, Vampire, how they are able to perform here on this stage for mid-season tournaments has been nothing short of miraculous. 949 damage here for the 5 eliminations. Do bear in mind as well, about 650 damage he was receiving. He went through an absolute war to get to here. So it's not only the fact that he's able to get those eliminations on the board, he's also understanding that, hey, sometimes collateral damage is going to have to happen. I'm going to have to find some spots to be able to heal here, because in those fields, it can get dicey.
Well, there is another team we wanted to talk about here, and we're talking about, you know, teams kind of playing reactive or playing a little bit too slow. One team, I think, almost on the other side of that coin is maybe Brute Force, because we're seeing them change their drop locations. And Seven, I know you did want to talk about Brute Force in general.
I mean, with Brute Force being the champions out of PMSL EMEA, by the way, this is going to be a comparison of what they were able to do yesterday to today. Yesterday is going to be on the left side. This is a team that after they're going to be playing their last 3 matches. You can see in the elims, they're pretty much around the same. If they continue on the performance that they currently are, it's going to end up being at about the same. And if it wasn't for this last match that we just had, if they wouldn't have had such good performance there in regards to placement, this stats would have looked a lot more different. It would have been a bigger gap.
For the group stage, the clock is almost striking 12 for Brute Force. When you think about their position, they are on a knife's edge here right now. They are capable. I've said it many times here at this stage already. They can run hot, they can run cold. Sometimes when they run hot, oh my days, they're getting themselves 23 eliminations. We saw it. We saw it happen, but it needs to happen now, because I was talking about desperation before. It's becoming desperate times for Brute Force. They're down towards the bottom, and you don't want to leave it in the hands of everybody else tomorrow when you're just an observer.
I will give them credit, though, because I always respect a team who's willing to make changes, and for them to be dropping Nova before and switch it up and say, hey, let's go Kameshki, I feel like that almost gave them the amount of points they got in this game, because the rotation they had over towards the north side of the zone.
You thought they were concerned about going Nova, or?
I don't actually know, because Falcons would typically drop Nova. Every time in PMSL CSA, they would drop there. But Falcons hasn't gone for that drop location, and we had almost, as you pointed out, almost exactly the same playing path. So I don't know why they switched things up, but maybe they weren't feeling too confident to have to come in from military into the mainland.
It's interesting, right? Because you come into internationals, and Falcons is clearly like, okay, any chance of a hot drop, we don't want it. Straight off the bat, which makes complete sense. We have seen so many teams' opportunities dashed against the rocks just because they're in a hot drop. You could be the best team in the world. If you're in a hot drop scenario, even if you lose 1 player, you're hurting your chances to win that game significantly. Even if you wipe out the 4. Yeah, you could make an argument that you're keeping your points up in terms of an average from getting 4 eliminations early on, but it doesn't work out, because the other teams that you're competing against are keeping their average at 10, 11 points as time goes on. So, yeah, don't hot drop.
Could this be one of the PMWCs that we're really not seeing that many teams hot drop? Because I can't think of one.
No, I don't think we've really had any hot drops, which is very interesting. And maybe these 2 gentlemen to my right-hand side actually has any thoughts on this. We got Jack and we got Blank join us here on air. Gentlemen, we have our first half of the day now done. Day 2, we're pretty much at the exact halfway point of the group stage. How are you guys feeling about this?
It's been good, Jason. I think everything's ramping up. It's getting tasty. The competition's feisty. And Blank has just been absolutely living his movie today.
I have, yeah. I'm having a great time. It's been awesome so far. The games have been pretty sick. You know, seeing Tony K almost take it all back home. They got the gold on the T-shirt as well, the jersey, because they're looking to bring back that moolah at the end of the day. A bit more of it, at least. I've already accumulated like 2 mil or something crazy.
Yeah, but you can always do better, Blank. You can always ask
just
for a
like
bit more.
Alliance right now.
Well, let's see what they can get, Jason.
Yeah, hopefully for Vampire in particular, they can get themselves back into the main event, because I think out of any other team out there, they have the hardest job, considering they have the pressure on them of being the back-to-back champions. To do it 3rd time, I don't think we've actually seen that in PUBG Mobile history so far, of a team being able to pull off a 3-peat like that. We had Nova get 2, we had Bigatron be able to pull off something close, but Vampire are on the toughest stage here. But to go quickly back to the hot drops thing, thinking back to PMSL CSA, we had Aula IHC dropping on that Northwest Island on Sandhawk every single time. and they would constantly fight against a team like 52 Esports. And we kind of, Max and I kept asking ourselves, like, why do they keep doing this? Because they're losing over 50% of the times they do it. But here, I feel like it's more respect to everyone in the lobby, and it's respect to the caliber of the lobby of, okay, we're going to just try to play safe, everyone gets their own location, and we'll play out the game properly.
Oftentimes in a lot of competitions that I watch across the board, like, if you're really, really aiming to be the champion, hot drops get sorted out in scrims.
Yep.
Or you are saying, okay, who are we dropping against? Oh, it's the world champions in, I don't know, Picardo or Pachinki, just a theoretical situation. Let's not go there, we have a backup, right? You always have to have a backup in your mind here in PUBG Mobile.
We've had teams had backup before, but they just keep on that ego. We're not seeing any ego fights here, which I'm actually enjoying.
Let's go.
7, did you know, by the way, that PUBG Mobile has been nominated as the Esports Game of the Year, the mobile game of the year, and you guys can scan this QR code on the bottom of your screen to go vote. But if I'm not mistaken, Kalaris, we have a very special gentleman here on the desk with us.
That's right. As you are well aware of, 7 World Gaming has also been nominated as an Analyst of the Year as well. Check him out.
All right, well, we're going to head over to the stage here to kick off our second half of day 2.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where we are having our halftime breakdown. 3 maps in with 3 to go. And the leaderboard is starting to take shape. Sandstorm, for those viewers who may be joining us a little bit late, why don't you take us through who has the first 3 winner chicken dinners?
I mean, first of all, if you're not watching the PUBG Mobile World Cup and Esports World Cup, what are you doing? We have some of the best teams in the world competing over the course of 3 days. Group Green started off strong. We had Liquid taking Sandhawk. We had TJB taking the first Erangel game as well. So, I don't know, my group's doing well. What about yours?
Well, my group being Group Red, the talk of the town is Tianba, absolutely storming with 31 eliminations so far in just 3 maps. So there's plenty more action to go. We're all really excited here on the stage, as you can probably tell from our energy right now. So let's hand it over to the casters to go into our 4th map of day 2.
Damn, it feels good to have Barney on the stage. There's no one better to bring us in for the rest of the games today, Blank. He's getting the energy going, and damn right he should.
Absolutely. Barney Banks is in the name. He's bringing the money back, depositing it here for us to redistribute to the players, of course. This man is where it's at, but it's also here on Erangel, where it's all going to break down. We've got the boys over on the top side of your screen, and on the bottom side, they're everywhere. You've got nowhere that isn't filled with players, filled with action today in the GT20 Pro. Outplay the rest, and you can only do that if you're playing on the best phone in the biz here, which all the players are currently using. Great little top shot there. Wish I could have seen that a little bit more, actually, on the map.
Hola, hola,
yeah,
what do you think?
Kind of killing it over
What
the
do you
event,
think?
if I'm honest.
Hello.
Right? It's been pretty tasty. I've liked
Hello,
it. We've had some good
everyone.
pans, good establishing
What
shots.
is
It feels like
hello?
I'm watching cinema, but on a smaller screen.
Yeah.
The cinema screen's quite big.
Yeah, it's quite
Is
large.
it
Yeah.
same
We do have
as
that
height?
surround sound, though.
You know, I used to think that cinema screens were blurry just because they were big, and then I realized they need glasses.
You're blind.
Yeah, that was kind of a game-changing moment when I went, oh, it's actually really HD. I'm just blind.
Yeah, I've had that. I had that moment, but is this off topic? It's too off topic. We're on the plane path. We can talk about it. I had this moment like when I was a kid. I think I was 16 and going without glasses for so long.
Okay.
I looked at the ceiling. I saw the lights. I was like, why are the lights in HD? And I got really sad. I was like, I missed out on this for like many years.
Just be lens flare. Oh, you've been living in Michael Bay's movie.
It was crazy, yeah, but straight into the game, we're going to get some optics on this one right now, see where people are dropping. We've got Team Liquid in here. We do have some of the other teams joining us from our groups. We are seeing how this one does play out. Group Green joining us today,
besok mainnya, hari ini nggak main.
with Group Red, and this will
Besok
be
mainnya
Group
pas
Red's
watch
last
party
day
offline
to
guys, makanya
impress here
datang
on the
besok
stage.
kalau
Jackie,
kalian di Jakarta dan sekitarnya
chance,
datang
if
ke
you
watch
could
party
accumulate those
offline.
points,
Di
really
M-Block
stone
tinggal
unturned.
registrasi
If we
aja
can
ke
take
link
starts
yang
yesterday,
udah
they had
di-pin.
kind of had the question of, is that something that's going to
See
carry
you
on? That
there.
was the focal point down in the studio.
Bakal ada
beneath
aku,
us back
Jaslyn
there.
sama Rea yang
Honestly,
bakal
there
datang
was
nanti ke
moments,
watch
but I
party
don't think they followed through
offline.
anywhere near as strong as they started.
Dude, no, it's kind of unfortunate. I think teams have sussed them out almost,
Yeah, it
really,
feels
which
like
is just
it.
a case of we walk at them, they get scared.
They panic.
And they go into the little small ball,
Yeah.
right, as
The
much as
armadillo
possible.
move.
The armadillo move. They try and get away. They're not fast enough. They're not rolling like Sonic. They're rolling like an armadillo.
He's a hedgehog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're rolling like an armadillo, not very fast. No.
More known for defense. Armored shell, hedgehog, spiky shell.
Yeah.
Know your animals, everyone.
However, the boys here in the tournament, they've got pretty powerful attacks here, so even the armadillo move doesn't save them. So I think that's something that Reject's going to have to change, but again, tough for them. This is their last day of play. Again, it is top 12. top 12 make it through. It's the bottom 12 that will be heading through to the survival stage. No one wants that. You really don't want it. You don't want this map as either, because we're heading over towards our angle. Tough decisions to be made here for a lot of teams. Few teams a bit luckier than others, with 4MV already starting down here. Falcons, classic position over Nova up Neuer. Back on ST, this is where they would drop all the time. They have a lot of control from this spot on the map.
They do indeed. You know what, I'm going to throw you under the bus immediately, Blank.
Do it.
You do it right now, just based off what you're sealing. What's the gut feeling? Who's taking this one? I'm going to make you do it right now on air.
I'm going to go Falcons on this map, actually. Yeah. I'm going to go. I'm going to go for a Team Falcons. It feels right. I mean, they've already rinsed Tiamba.
See, this is why we pay the big bucks. Blank just knows what's going on. Falcons switching in immediately to kick this off.
I smell it.
What's wrong with sama Tiamba?
For PUBG Mobile talent.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Or PUBG Mobile talent.
You sniff them out. You're like, that guy's going to play really good today. Tony K.
Yang sejago itu.
Yeah. Smells like Tony K.
Smells like Tony K today. Smells a bit like a vampire. I'm feeling it. But yeah, I think that Falcons should have this game pretty under wraps. I think from the position they're in, decent rotational spots. Kind of depends if they get Icy back up again. I think they should be able to. And it would be unfortunate losing him as he takes another nade here. Where's the rest of the team at? Come on, bring him in. Icy's your off angle. He's the guy that's going to hold back the tide. At least the smoke's thrown on inside from top here.
And this is Tiamba, that although down, could still make some problems out of this one. They've been looking pretty good over the course of today and yesterday, at least with the gun skill and a lot of the individual firefights they've been thrown into. And they haven't had much respite, Blank. It feels like someone is always targeting them, or they're looking for opportunities to get stuck in early. But down to just a duo in the opening moments, it's not the dream, is it?
It's not the dream, but they have been...
Gila, opening langsung habis 2 anjir Tiamba. Tapi kayak udah.
At 95 points.
Dibalikin weh. Nggak dibalikin juga sih. Cuma balik dong.
They need to finish this off quick. Luckily, Icy's brought back up again, but you're still down a member. Will get flushed out by QZ. What is this play coming through from Falcons? Not able to contain 2 players. I mean, they are 2 players who are coming off some fiery hot games today. So it's a little bit difficult. Finally, there is a rebuttal from Tiamba.
As we've seen
bakal jadi tim pertama, bro.
Wah,
ada DX.
We'll check back in with that in a moment, though, as it seems like there is a bit of a commotion going on here.
Si DK ini udah bisa jadi third party sih. Wah, hashtag 16 Tiamba, gila.
Yeah, tough one for Tiamba there. I mean, again, you've only got 3 more matches to do this, and I think they've set themselves up pretty well. Nasty nade just dribbles down the stairs there, will end up in his lap.
Parkour bang, buset.
Could be some more carnage where that came from as well. Big pump in the hands of the Miracle Vibes as the DBS is looking to give a very aggressive hello to the start of this one. Switches out to the utility instead, wants to block off the angle and force them to cascade further back.
Interesting fight here, honestly. I mean, they're so low on both teams, but it feels like 4MV is getting back up to power much quicker here. The Xavier coming out. Lamborghini is flushed, and 4MV is just getting rid of the stragglers now. As the Xavier went for a bolt play early on to try and take this position off the hands of 4 Miracle Vibes. They have hurt them, but not quite enough.
And that's an unfortunate way to go out there. Paragin slides down the stairs as the nade is gone over. They are second team to be wiped off the face.
Apa sih mereka setelah break gitu langsung nggak panas kah?
Mad Bull's first innings into the group stage hasn't gone terribly well so far for them. 24th place, 5 points accrued on the game. That's a tough one for them. Still have tomorrow, but feeling like a bottom 12 to me, really, at this point in time. Just not displaying the same kind of power. Getting a quick replay on this one. This is the initial spray down coming through from East, who they in fact actually lost in the end, but he opened this one up for them.
It was a nice engagement as well. You love the angle. It's always filthy. Very hard to get the shots back onto him, but in the end, he loses his life for it. But they took out Tiamba and stopped them from bloating themselves any further. Will that be that beneficial for them overall, though? I suppose that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of Tiamba is decent, but I don't think they expect that fight to go on for so long. And again, for Falcons, it is a case of you coming up against the toughest team in the lobby currently. So that was never going to be an easy fight, but they do well off the back of it. I like it. I like it a lot. In the meantime, again, it's a lot of these tough decisions that now need to be made. It is very much a guaranteed Sosnovka finish with this circle. I think there's no doubt in my mind that this is heading back up towards the north side. So you do have that glut of teams that all just want to get in on the action. Already, you got Harami up towards the top side.
Is very lucky.
On Observatory right now, just looking down on the competition as the circle does lean a little bit over towards the east. Let's see if we get an eastern shift. That could be a very good position for them to take, but it is an early decision to head that far up on the high ground. You're coming off that one, bit spooky, bit scary.
Could be a bit of a nightmare with the scaling if you don't have the right tools or potentially shoes for the job. You've got to really dig those feet in. Unfortunately for Sara, he's been dug down 2 foot shallow. He was taken out quite early on for reject, so they're playing with just a trio in this one. Team Liquid sniffed them out ahead of time, so they're just trying to keep themselves behind cover and keep their noses clean, really blank. We've got everyone being slowly ushered forward now as well.
I mean, respectable play to the Xavier, honestly, trying to contain that position.
Masih di Gergovo.
But dear me, look at that circle, Jackie. How much water is in that bad boy?
Itu jauh banget sih.
At least, definitely. And now that position from Harami becomes incredibly strong up towards Observatory. Taking that one early is always a risk, but I think when you know it's going to be a Sosnovka finish, you just take that one. It's not like you're going to have to move back up north. You're just going to have to come off it to somewhere else. But this is killer. And I think that with the fact that they're sending players further underneath as well to take care of some other compounds just in case they need to move, this is a great idea. You've got those backstops. You've got players on that top side able to take the shots for you. The reject looking to hold down. Duello in the water. One player down in Sara.
What's wrong with
Reject. Took a bit of damage early on. Scoped it out. They want to deny control of the bridge and stop those rotations dead in the waters, and that's exactly what could be happening here with the bullets that are just whizzing on by. Bit of a setup further back for Talon. They do have somewhat cover, but it's really finding an angle to take any shots back at reject. They're so far in, it's an awkward angle to fight from.
Yeah, man, it's not easy, and I think the fact that you still have a couple of teams that want to make their way, and I mean, TJB is still behind, but they're biting this one out. Vampire actually going for a very, very eastern swim here, and I mean, with the amount of water that's still in, you could have a reasonably good game just by staying out and peddling water for as long as you can. Nice nade from Mad Bulls over towards Harami, and this does feel like somewhat of a mistake to come off Observatory so early, because they have just completely left it. And by that time,
di berapa game lagi? Ini game ke
this is just going from bad to worse the longer it continues. Mad Bulls were on parade, they stormed into the compound, they've isolated the fight bit by bit.
Abis ini 2 game lagi. Ini nomor 2.
Now you basically got one man in the back.
Karena tadi udah break half time, harusnya udah 3 map. Berarti sekarang 3 map terakhir.
I mean, you look at where Alliance is right now, on top of Observatory. Like, they must have got up there, prepared for a fight, and we're like, why is no one here?
Why is it empty?
Why is it empty? So, in my opinion, I get what Harami's trying to do. They're trying to secure a better position in the circle, but they took too long to do it. Nice shot, though, to start things off. And another!
Semua ada trouble deh, babinya. Emang kemarin ada trouble ya, PUBG-nya? Sejauh ini sih nggak ada ya, di awal banget, awal match banget ada, tapi bentar.
You can reset from this point, but Morales can try and get his man back on his toes. He hit some 6 snapshots, especially up close. There is a nade being primed, though.
4MV in the sidelines as well. They've moved in from that western side. They weren't in the greatest of position, but they got 4 players. They should hear this, and this is a pretty prime time location. The fact that Mad Bulls are rebuffed off this one. Look at this 4MV now setting up. They've got the side angles. This fight is going to be incredibly difficult now for both these teams, in Mad Bulls and Bro Harami. It's all gone wrong, and I think it is simply just a case of getting a bit greedy with the positioning. You're there early enough, just accept the fact that you've got Observatory.
They wanted more.
Enggak, kan kemarin waktu WP terakhir PUBG trauma lama banget, iya anjir, gila. Trauma gue WP PUBG-nya itu literally gue dari jam 3 sore. Gue udah live di akun gue sendiri, karena gue tuh kayak semangat gitu, semangat menjalani hari. Akan WP PUBG hari ini gue semangat, dan gue udah live dari jam 3 sore di akun gue dulu. Setengah 3 apa malah.
Falcons taking shots over towards them, but Vampire, they are withstanding. The bullets
Nyayur
coming
ini
their way.
Falcon nyayur.
Team Liquid, that must have been a horrible feeling
Nggak,
hearing the boat propellers
8
coming up
jam ya.
behind you.
Sampai
desperately
jam
trying
12
to
gila.
swim front
Sampai jam
crawl
12
as quick as
kurang mulai.
possible to the land so they can
Gila.
attempt to try and have some kind of
3,
defense
4,
versus
5,
them.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Vampire can keep
12,
just swinging on the
13.
side.
Hampir 9 jam. Enggak, itu 8 jam tuh
This is
di
great
live-nya
news for
kan.
them.
Gue live-nya tuh 9 jam.
Down to a battle of the mythological creatures.
Kan sempet di akun gue dulu, iya gak sih?
Vampires versus the seahorses. And the
Gila.
seahorses got wiped out from existence.
Ini tuh seru tau. Jadi kayak nggak ada yang kayak dia jago banget nih satu. Kayak pasti susulan pasti dia si yang paling jagonya tuh tetap ada tusunnya.
Taking a fight with Brute Force. They moved in on that western
Waduh,
side. They've had a
waktu itu
slight
gue berapa
slower
jam
rotate just because 4MVs kept them at bay for a long while. So they've forced them onto the edge. This is having a great fight right now versus Brute Force. So at least they're able to handle this one.
7 jam setengah. Waktu itu 7 jam setengah.
An impressive day so far. I mean, they're
Belum
still
dihitung yang
fifth
di
place.
akunku. 7
But the
jam
amount of
setengah
points
itu
they've been
di
accrued
boom.
since yesterday, not much. So I think with D plus K, they'd like to hit some more points on the board.
Tur kali ini lebih merata timnya karena udah yang paling jago gitu loh.
A lot of opportunities for teams underneath them to
Jadi
leapfrog
kayak ini
ahead.
merata bener-bener kayak gue nggak bisa prediksi siapa yang bakal menang gitu.
Talon was a team that was getting gatekeeps by Reject on entry, but they've turned the
Gila.
tides a little bit, find their way through the squad ahead of them. Reject is still slightly further ahead and do have the blue behind them. They're going to try and get themselves into the zone though. Could run into the pathway of Udo Alliance that are very close by.
Yeah, I think if you're a Reject right now, you just want to get further into the circle. I think you've had enough of this time wasting over on the northern side versus Talon and Tongjiabao. So getting into the circle, better idea. They do lose a player on the back foot there. They were down to 3 already, so they know they desperately need that third player to have any kind of hope at having some of these equalized fights. Good shots from 4MV here. Brute Force tried to circumvent round D plus Kia, but
Lebih ke
puts them in
price
an
pool
awkward
gede
scenario.
nggak sih
Good
dia jadi
initial
semangat.
keep things at bay, but it's not enough.
Bener,
4MV is light
price
as well.
poolnya gede jadi
Yeah,
orang
Brute Force is
semangat.
good for the
Nggak salah.
offense, but the defense right now
Siapa yang
not
nggak semangat
tenacious
price pool
enough as
gede coy?
Miracle Vibes run in and initiate the cleanup crew protocol. Overall, we're dropping squads left and right. Vampire is still towards the coast side, looking to make a bit of a move up as well now, finding an opportunity.
The fact that they've been allowed to walk up to Mad Bull's compound alongside with Bro Harami is pretty disgraceful, honestly. Harami is not here anymore. They're gone. Out of the game. Mad Bulls were able to solidify this position, but this just gives a huge amount of power towards Vampire.
Itu makanya
Take the fight
sponsor-sponsor gede berani turun
4v3.
ke esports
The
sekarang
utility
benar.
can't be that high for
Ngeri
Mad
banget, Cuk,
Bulls.
sponsornya.
And with Vampire having a lot of time to loot round
Tadi
Big
ada apa
Filter,
ya?
then take
Pepsi.
that
Ini
boat
apa?
into position,
Amazon.
they should be good to go.
Yeah, they're looking like they're
Game,
gassed
bro.
up for this one as well. Want to kick off the engagement. That's one way to take the top off like a can opener. Snipe their way through the side. Close the distance between them. The shotties can get up close.
LG, ult
Yours
lagi.
is clean back though. Here we go, Dulika. Lighting things up.
I mean, it looked good at the start there from Nuzi, but it seems to just be a doozy here for Tulika. Pulls out the
Pakai
S12K.
SK
They're not getting the shipping container. He's going to ship them straight back to the lobby.
STC kita liatin.
Very nice hold with 7 eliminations. This is what Mad Bulls needs. Down in 22nd place
Rampage.
now. We're able to dig themselves out from 24th. Nice to see.
Tulika.
Massive response. Good discipline as well.
Tapi Yudo dari tadi oke lah.
A small second of missed timing on getting that first shot off. It all could have gone wrong. In fact, he's been able to clean up like that, put himself into a great stead in terms of the elim points as well. Good response for Mad Bulls, but the fights continue elsewhere.
Little replay on this one. He even got more on the fight here, bro. Just went through, easy peasy. Nice plays from the Mad Bulls. That's going to be some confidence that they desperately needed today.
Dr. Sulaiman
That's felt a bit
Al-Habib.
rough for them. 4MB with their
Pepsi.
9th elimination will sit
Dr.
themselves up in
Sulaiman
the third
Al-Habib
place
dia
here.
dokter apa ya?
Teams just keep assaulting them, and I think that they're delivering a message to the rest of the lobby right now.
Bye,
They're not
DK.
scared. They're just fighting fire with fire, and right now it's lighting the fuse for those
Bye,
nades that
DK.
are raining in and blowing away the opposition again. For Miracle Vibes
Betul yang
delivering
dekat
when
kayak
they're put under
semoga
pressure today.
berdoa aja lah guys, Bu masuk
This is a crazy
playoff,
game to start things off,
masuk apa
Jackie.
grand finalnya
You do
gitu.
have this issue where so many squads had to get here so quickly.
Sekarang tim kayak Valve Liquid dari awal berani terjun ke game mobile gara-gara Esports World Cup. Iya, makanya mereka pada collab kan sama tim-tim yang di SEA. Karena ya kalau MOBA-nya kayak Mobile Legends gitu yang gedenya di SEA doang. Jadi mereka nyari tim-tim yang udah pada bisa main gitu. Nyari yang udah benar-benar udah punya punya prestasi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Mad Bulls, they know that they need these elimination points. They need them now. So I think for Tulika, picking up these points where they can is really good. I mean, look at this split from them as well, down towards the south side. They are all over the place. Even Tulika flying over towards Reefus, taking him down, running away.
Tapi kebanyakan itu tuh yang collab tuh collab moleknya doang.
He knows how to play with confidence right now. And it's kind of sick. You can see letting him just do it. If he wants to go in, he's going to go in.
Swinging around the side, getting that information, but with this shift on the circle over towards the eastern edge, Falcons have a really good spot. Problem is 2 players. Right? They do not have the force to withstand a lot of this. And it's surprising the amount of teams on a circle like this that we have with 4 players alive. I think we currently have right now 4 teams with 4 players up, 1 team with 3 in Mad Bulls, everyone else is on limited members. So this is going to be a really nice finish. If anything, this is going to be a very fun one. It's going to be action-packed, explosive. So hope you sorted out whatever you needed to do before the game, because we're locked in now.
Yeah, there's no time to get a drink anymore. Make sure you got your seatbelt on.
Mereka nyari tim yang udah pasti lolos playoff, benar.
The no smoking signs on.
Daripada mulai dari awal ya nggak sih?
Strapped in as we're about to take off.
Like you said, Jackie, it's going to be a bumpy ride. You know, this way and that. You might end up 180 at one point. Woo. But don't worry about it. We got you. We're here to fly you straight through to the end of the game. IHC starting things off. 4MV looked pretty impregnable for quite a while, but at this point in time, they're just losing members. And I think it has just been a case that that message was sent out, and there's been a bit of a response here from IHC. You're not the only elimination-heavy team in the lobby.
Nonton lo nggak di awal kemarin? Nggak nonton lagi. Gue nggak ngerti guys, gue nggak pernah main kalau League of Legends, gue nggak pernah coba. Kalau Dota gue pernah main dulu, nyoba gitu.
It feels like the confidence is there, and that's something you always want to see when they're in the battleground.
What are you doing?
Yeah, this feels a bit rough. Alliance usually so switched on over the course of the day. At the minute though, you isolate yourself and lose out in an important way against Talon.
I think they try to hold up on the high ground for a long time. I think as soon as you see that circle shift, you should just be moving. And for Talon coming back into this one from that west side, you probably should have expected some teams that would have made it across that western or eastern bridge. Leons is furious, just desperate for the rest of his team to get across that road, to regroup with him. There is a bit of a comeback here, though, from Alliance over towards Talon. Can't count this team out. Currently 2nd place, the only team with 2 chicken dinners in the tournament so far. So really doing some good stuff.
Oh man.
And Leon's by himself. He's taking down 4MV.
Yeah, he's like literally soloing this right now. He's just taking on the raid boss and dealing a good amount of damage out one by one. Misery loves company as well, Blank, and the problem is it might be in the favor of more elims going the way of You Do Alliance versus Talon as they come up the hill. They've been dashing nades back to back to back, but they're going too wide with the geometry. They're up close with the weapons now. You've got to be split-second decision making with this. Pulls out for the secondary, does good damage on the first, and they're starting to make it look rough.
Mate, Leons is still having an impact on this fight. He's securing the location ahead and securing the location behind.
You Do Alliance.
He is on a swivel this game. Maxwell attempting to get down the hill, but there's already players snaking it out. And there's no room for him. There's no room for him and his teammate currently in the circle. The blue pushes right up against his head here and will force him further forward soon. But Leons is having such an impact in this game. It's nice to see because, I mean, Jimmy going for some of those off angles earlier on. Now it's Leon's taking this one. Everyone can play each individual role very nicely. He is now down to just himself. I think he did a fairly decent job at trying to keep that fight alive for as long as possible. IHC coming in. 4MV just bled members, but I think they've already done pretty good this game. 11 elims. Lovely to see, and we've just like that, with a snap of a finger, we've lost all those teams that had 4 players alive. And suddenly, Mad Bulls is our strongest team in the lobby.
Yeah, and they've been kind of playing pretty damn good in this one with the isolated fights they've been taking. If they can coast it
Tapi
out
ini
for the
tadi tim
longevity
Falcon udah
around the
kayak
finish,
nungguin
there might
aja,
be more to
nungguin orang
say
datang ke
about the
circle
Mad
karena
Bulls.
dia
IHC do get an
dari tadi
opportunity
udah
to
di
strike
zona
back
ya.
on the 4 Miracle vibes. You go from 2 to just 1. Single player looking to make much done. We talk about solos though. Look at the discipline on this. Still finding opportunities to take isolated fights and get a couple more points,
Wah,
even if
dapet
he is in a really rough
Wah
spot.
gila Leon.
Yeah, this is really good from Leon. I think what he was
Jago
trying to
banget,
do is
Leon.
wait for the knock to come through from a different team and then confirm afterwards, potentially when the reload comes through. It's a smart play. He realizes they don't have the shot on him. He does, so he just has to take it. I think that's smart, you know. A lot of times some players might have just thought, well, I won't take the shot, won't reveal my position, but he understands we need these points, right, to keep us up there towards the top. Tulika on 999 damage right now, almost breaking that 1k mark. And this is the kind of guy he's always been. What is Leon's up to?
Oh man, how's he keep this going?
He's decimating right now in the lobby. Lovely to see. This is what I said about Tulika is he's very hot and cold, but you take him off the leash, he gets a little bit of that adrenaline pumping through his body and he will go off, right? And I think those 2 eliminations at the start of the game was what he needed, right? You got to get that confidence back, and I think now what we need more than ever is the Tulika of old, right? Just unwieldy to the team, like a broadsword, but he does the damage.
He really does. And there could be more damage coming the way if you do Alliance here. Leon's has been maintaining this pace. He's isolated pre-pod. He sniffed out the weakened man.
No way!
And he does it again. Leon's. Clearly there's some kind of voodoo in that camp, because you do Alliance do not stop. Even when they're down and out, they find opportunities to make it work.
This man is just taking names, writing them down on a piece of paper and just ticking them off as he goes.
Wah, tapi janji gak sih?
Remember we
Enggak,
talked
gue
about
gak
that really
dijanji
strong
guys.
position over towards that eastern side, but they are starting to be cut out of the zone. But Leon's is starting to feel like a real threat in the circle, even as this solo member. Vampires go out, not able to hold that position on towards that south side. They did live for a little bit longer, getting that 6th place. Not ideal, but it's still better than going out that early to Mad Bulls.
Could have been a lot worse. And there's still so much room in this one to go topsy-turvy. We're hitting ourselves into quite an important piece of the pie then. Top did a good job on turning onto Vampire and keeping the backline covered. They can focus on the front, but they're taking damage. The wings are clipped as Mad Bull's ratio on the contact.
English starts things off strong. I love the way that Mad Bulls built their team. A couple of players from Muerte there of old. Flique and English. Tulika, as well as Zerich, who was properly a prolific player back in the day. And I think that when you look at this team, on paper, it's awesome. It doesn't always come together though, the strategy-wise, and I think that's something that maybe they need to improve on. It looks like they're doing a lot better here.
Ini
Though.
device playernya lagi
really
juga.
cool for me, and they
Gue
have
nggak
just
perhatiin
let
tapi
Tulika
device
fully
mereka
off the
sama.
leash. He's on the other side of the map to the rest of this team, and they're just okay with it. He is pumping damage into this lobby. Another there.
Anjir, belum mati, Cok. Leon.
Man, the second he smells any kind of opportunity to strike, he gets involved. Tulika is lighting up the competition again and again in the battleground right now. There is no one that can test him, and it's not just him. That's the fact that you're bringing up, right? You've still got by far the largest amount of firepower in terms of the man advantage on the server.
English and Flique, long-time duo in the past on teams, now reunited, and they're just playing off the back of one another, letting Tulika get his thing done. Top's able to take down Baron before that nade goes off, so Mad Bulls will be taken away. One of those elims. Leon's from the backside, though. We'll find another. Confirms it onto English. This guy is the big story of the map. Down to just 2 players. This could go any way, honestly, at this point in time.
Oh, man. Alliance. Leon's. The 4 fingers that are finding a way to bite back every opportunity they're given. And he will not go down without a fight. He has played it smart, played it slow, found opportunities to come in like a scalpel and cause carnage over the course of the remaining time he's had right here, Blank. And if he can still add more to his total tally, this could be a devilishly good game. If he fins the numbers, you've got an opportunity. He could still make something work here.
That was the best member he could have taken out as well. Onto Mad Bulls, dropping him down to 2 players. There's a real chance now for him. As well as the fact that he gets a massive resupply. 7 grenades in the back pocket, 2 Molotovs. He's got a lot to work with
bisa
there.
menang,
And that
Anjay.
one elimination might just be the
Kalau
difference
menang
maker.
gila sih.
Flique on the back of a tree. This
Main
is
sendiri
easily
udah.
nadeable here for Leon's.
Oh, Leons, how far can you take it? Can he
Dia
live
langsung
his
terkenal
movie
tuh
the
si
whole way
Leon.
through and somehow snatch away another chicken dinner? Is that the storyline that could potentially be built from this one? It would be off the back of broken, busted squads
Oh,
that have come in
no.
front of him. He's taking damage from the
channeled
side,
the
though.
nade.
Fleek spots him out. Nade thrown wide. He's looking to punish now. Bobbing, weaving. The man's a Hell in a Cell boxer, and he's looking to throw out the right hook. Switches back to the nade. Wants to engage on this one. He's waiting for his opportunity, primed and ready. The damage is going to go wide, Blank.
He's got so many to work with. Got a Molotov as well. Hasn't used it just yet. Sends it behind the tree, but Fleek is playing pretty perfectly until that one knocks him right in the gob. Another nade sent out randomly over the side, clearing out the
What,
other
bro?
tree.
What, bro?
Now knows that Tulika's further down the hill here. What is happening here? A 1v1v1. A four-way towards the end of the map.
This is
Wah,
Leon's
ini
world.
main salah
We
semua.
are just living in it.
1v1, satu,
He
jir.
will not stop pumping until he has found a way to
1v1,
carve a path to that chicken
V1.
dinner. But there are still squads in
Mekanik
front of him.
TikTok.
Everyone isolated,
Gila.
playing the long
Kalau
ball,
sampai
playing the angles. They
dia
don't want to make that first mistake now.
Chicken
Just
itu
going through the
kayak
lobby,
Cinderella
assassinating
story.
members of
Cinderella
other teams
story
where
banget
he
sih.
can, going toe to toe
Gila.
with two in front. Heads down the hill, spots another there. That should be an easy elim for Leons. Strikes it up to 13 elims. Contains the high ground. What an incredible game this has been so far from a solo.
Lucky number 13 for Leons, but he doesn't need any luck. It's all skill right now with the way that he's been playing this one out. Focusing on being able to isolate these next two fights. There's such a good timeline for him here. He's got through the hard part. He's just got to be able to pull it out. Lucky to be alive. That one really was divine intervention. He can tuck back into cover, re-heal off the back of it. He's still standing.
Top out in the open here,
So
challenging
close.
him to peek out. Gets a spot onto Rogue as well. This is perfect news for him. Circle's going to close in. Stage 9, last one. This will pull all teams together. And Leons has to run down this hill. Brazen play he'll have to make.
He's looking for
Oh,
that
gila sih.
opportunity. His best bet before he kicks in those sprint boots and starts on running. There's the response back though. First pick up. Yo! He goes on to do it. A massive performance. You Alliance, they do not go down. Leons as a solo stands strong, and once again a chicken dinner is theirs.
What an insane game there from Alliance. They were pulled apart, the Alliance broken, but united
Anjir.
still they stand strong towards the end of the game.
Main sendiri.
Leons,
Main
like you
sendiri
said,
aja
man,
lu.
That was the move. We
Leon.
were talking about cinema at the start, but this guy's blown my ears off. Blown the roof off the studio.
Temennya udah
too.
diam aja tuh yang digendong. Daripada, hah?
The fact that he's been able to make the right decisions, hit the shots, the timing on it all, dude. We're
Timingnya
looking
pas
at it thinking, yeah,
banget.
you
Dia
play
pas
damn well today,
nge-pick,
but
pas
surely
nembak,
not here.
mati
Every
pula.
time we're going, Leons, Leons, Leons.
Leon dan 3
The
batang
back
kayu.
to back as well.
Dia main
on
sendiri,
that one.
literal.
It looked incredibly slim.
Sumpah
on the
Leon ini jago
opportunity,
banget. Tapi
still
Leon ini
makes
kan
it
terkenal ya.
happen.
Dia emang dulu tim mana
This
guys?
has been a
Leon ini.
disgusting
Dia kan
game
terkenal
from
dulunya.
Alliance. And they're here to play. Whew, yeah, they were.
Gila nggak
They're
Leon?
here for business, Blank. This ain't no leisure trip.
Bro,
They're heating up the studio.
beneran
The energy
Cinderella
down there must have been wild. You're
story.
thinking everyone else on the squad looking towards Leon, just seeing him make the plays, blown
Tuh, dia
away by the
main
fact that he just
sendiri.
continued to add insult to injury at every opportunity. The 1 HP hit as well behind the rock, but it could have been over.
Crazy. It was crazy. It could have ended right there and then, Jackie. The best thing is, though, some of those rotations, which I'm sure the desk will break down, but as a solo, you really have to pump those minuscule details in those end games. Where he moves up towards the high
Nggak
ground,
pernahnya
realizes this
gue
is the best
sekaget
spot for me.
ini
I can
ada
play
orang main
on
solo
Lions Rock,
bukan
get
1v3
some
aja
identifying
udah ngelawan
information
berapa
on the
tim.
teams below us, then play off the back
Terus
of
dia
that.
WCD
Goodness
pula.
me, even just shooting
Gila.
the tires out of the car as well.
Gila sih,
Man,
guys.
what a crazy game from that. Let's see what the desk has to say, because we're all out.
Gila.
Tembak jadi. Nice one. Anjing telur.
Kalau tapi kalem ya. Jadi Ryzen di Miramar. Waktu itu Ryzen pada gitu lah. Aku nggak tahu ya. Gila, Cok. Gila. Keren. Patut diapresiasi. Jago banget. Leon gila. Jawaban Leon. Banyak nih klipnya di TikTok emang ya. Udah main solo versus squad aja, lucu banget. Ya udahlah, at least Leonnya player Indo lah guys, tetap Indo pride. Halo. Ya gak sih, at least Leonnya player Indo. There's Indonesian flag. Jadi still Indo pride. Terus kita keluar. Gue bisa nggak ya kayak gitu guys main. Gue main begitu guys, lawan satu. Tapi dia udah kayak benar-benar semuanya berpihak pada dia ya. Kayak dunia ini berpihak pada dia. Oh my name is Hi Nikita. Where you come from? Bisa kalau ranknya gold deh, jalan nih. Gold lagi rank gua. I'm from Myanmar. Oh really? Hi. Hi Myanmar. Wait, gue ke toilet dulu ya.
A statement has been made by Alliance, and that statement is, we're here and we're here to win. What a phenomenal performance out of them. Again, Leon in particular, the first back-to-back chicken dinner we've had, also their third chicken dinner so far here in our group stage.
And you mentioned Leon. I mean, he was alive with 8 teams still surrounding him for him to survive all of that. We've been talking about, are we finally going to be starting to see a team being able to get those back-to-back chicken dinners, which we didn't get a chance to see yesterday with all the uncertainty? It's good to see that Alliance, out of all the teams, Alliance ends up taking that back-to-back chicken dinner.
I mean, they're feeling it, right? It was ridiculous this game. Not only did they start things off by hitting the crossroads south of East Bridge and taking out 2 members of Falcons who should know that area and should have command of that area, they then go on to be able to win out a ridiculous scenario down towards the bot. Do I need to make a noise? Wow, look this, 2 over the
I don't think you are
1Ks.
indeed for 2 simultaneous 1,000
yeah, it's
plus
difficult.
damage. But the fact is, this game, it wasn't a team game, honestly. It boiled down to those solos. Tulika coming in for Mad Bull, so important to see because Zerich got eliminated early, and Zerich is typically the player you look at when it comes to Mad Bulls, and for him to step up when they needed it, especially against Vampire there, we saw with the shotgun, that was getting Mad Bulls back in the mix here.
What better way? Legends of PUBG Mobile here at the final moments. 1v1v1v1, all on different angles. Alliance having the high ground. Big, pivotal decision maker here for this final moments.
It really was. And then for me, Top, I was hoping we'll start seeing Top being able to clutch it up. One of the factors that was a bit questionable out of Team Falcons in their region is their clutch factor. Unluckily for him, he wasn't able to do it, but Alliance, 24 points, and Mad Bulls, the way that that team was able to rotate, we'll talk about that a little bit later, it was quite impressive. They ended up with those 15 points.
Alliance might have passed Tianba here for first place, and Alliance, they're guaranteed. guaranteed through to make it to the main event now. So now it's all for them about how many more points can we score to potentially take home, what is it, 70 grand for first place here in the group stage?
Big stuff. I mean, yeah, and the difference in which both of these teams have been able to make it to the top as well, right? Tiamba, no win under the belt just yet. We're Alliance 3. They were the first to get 2, and then they were the first to get 3 straight away right after it here for the tournament.
A team that we're talking about that we actually got a chance to see there again on that second page was Al-Ula IHC. I mean, we're wondering what was going on in the first 2 matches. Now back-to-back matches where they are able to put up points. And it wasn't just elimination points out of IHC. It was actually some placement points as well.
Yeah, very true indeed. And we're taking a look at the second page. You can see Team Liquid there off the back of their start with their win. They have been a little bit quiet, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit. A lot.
I think Team Liquid is able to thrive in situations where, again, as I mentioned earlier, where they control space, but they need to be able to control, in controlling space, they need the lobby to be a bit more predictable about how things are going to be moving in around them. Again, there's a bit of chaos right now in the first 2 days.
Chaos was the perfect statement for that last match, too, considering the zone we had going very far southeast, 50% of it was water. We saw multiple teams, Team Liquid and Vampire, both take into the island as well, where obviously Vampire came out ahead in that one, but that was not an easy zone to play whatsoever.
It really wasn't, and for me, Vampire decided to make the push towards Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls was able to defend that compound super well, considering that they moved in super early too. With Mad Bulls, their early rotations, we've been talking about this, and it's something that we were talking about it yesterday, and we're starting to see it more today too. Those early rotations from most of these teams, being able to set themselves up, being able to defend a compound, if you are able to get into a compound, has been working wonders.
We find ourselves in another interesting moment in this game as well, where 4MV had sent it very rapidly into the center of some of these final circles. And again, it comes down to what Team Liquid did in the previous Erangel, where they went to a location a little bit too early. If 4MV goes there a little bit too early, you see Al-Ula IHC get in there right behind them and then make it work. So again, it's all about timing in a lot of these moves.
With that 4MV push, that 2v2 split, sending it to the middle during Circle 5, were you happy with that?
No.
Because I was not, man. I was. I actually, we were talking about this. I thought that they were going to be sending it towards Falcons and then clearing that area and then controlling the compound and then working the way up. But once I saw them split, I was like, oh, no, this is not going to end well.
Oh, we're taking a look here at our overalls, and Alliance have been able to do it. But as you always point out, seven placement points outside of their chicken dinners, whereas Tiamba has 29 points outside of their chicken dinners. Night and day between the two teams. But nonetheless, it's been enough for Alliance to get themselves through into the main event.
Alliance, I'm not complaining, all right? If you're going to be getting back-to-back chicken dinners and you're going to continue to get chicken dinners, you know what? Do whatever you want to do in regards to those playing points. I want to look at D+, and it's a team that I'm going to keep a close eye on because besides what they did yesterday, let me actually check real quick. They started off the day with 57 points. That means after 4 matches, they've only gotten 2 points, and it kind of goes along the lines of what you were talking about, Kyle, which is that team just kept getting blessed. They were able to take advantage yesterday, and it's starting to look like a fluke.
Man, it's been a non-starter today, hasn't it? Only the 2 points on the board. And again, you know, we've seen you pose the question of, okay, how are they going to fare when they have to chase the circle
oh my
a little
God,
bit?
boom.
And unfortunately, it's been kind of catastrophic. It's not been great.
You know,
it's been absolutely awful.
Boom Esports
That's my
here.
TikTok account.
One of the few teams who have played out 6 matches so far and being surpassed by others, TJB, Al-Ula IHC, Team Liquid, even Falcons knocking on that door. It's getting some rough times for some of these teams in Group Yellow, which I think we're kind of all having to agree Group Yellow is definitely looking like to be the weakest group overall.
Yeah, 1 through 8 has been completely painted red for now, but beyond all of that, I'm expecting in the next game or 2, teams like Reject, who by the way, Brute Force have now taken over, I'm expecting these guys to, if they don't do something, they're going to be falling down beyond where some of these Group Green, or the better performers in Group Green, are going to be actually able to push up. So if that happens in the next game, something needs to happen for these guys.
Something needs to happen indeed, and they're starting to run out of time as well. Remember, this is the last day of play here for our Group Red, and it comes down to tomorrow with Group Yellow and Green still to play. By the way, Seven, I'm going to challenge you here to do something here that you're probably going to hate me for. Did you know, if you follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on TikTok, up from now until July 30th, and post a video of you doing your favorite victory dance, whether it's in-game or out-of-game, you're automatically entered to win potentially up to $3,000 in virtual gift cards. And I want to see what kind of dance you got going on here, Seven, for us today.
I wanted to do something, but I saw your face. I'm
Habis
like,
ini
you know what?
Miramar
I'm
ya
not
guys,
gonna do it.
Miramar 2.
No, okay. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Maybe our casters could dance first. So we're going to head back over to Jackie and Blank to kick off our 5th match of the day.
Udo Alliance currently #1 in the crowd right now. You know, if anyone's dancing, it'll be Udo Alliance dancing on top of the death crates coming through from the rest of the squads here in the lobby, because they are taking names, taking numbers, putting up points here, and it's going to be incredibly hard, if not impossible at this point, to drop them out from that top 12.
Oh yeah, if you're dancing on at home and want to get your victory dance in, get those fingers up, do the one finger blank, because all it takes is one man. Leon's proving that individually with some show-stopping maneuvers and giving it the gravitas that this grand stage really deserves, right? There's no better time to make a play like that than in this building.
Match 4 as well. Unreasonable behavior. You just come off the back of the halfway point, everyone's feeling kind of chilled out, going to bring up the energy a little bit, and they just go off. They just go off. Everyone's like, well, what's going on? Where have they got this energy from? It's Pepsi Max.
Oh yeah, it's refueled them, tanked them up, much like the path plane that's now departing. And of course, like, you can be refueled if you grab yourself the GT20 Pro as well, Blank, so you can be dialed in no matter where you are in the world when competing in PUBG Mobile.
That's what you need to do. This phone looks awesome, plays awesome. You need to grab one at the end of the day. But here we go, heading into our 5th match here. Miramar's all the way to the end of this one. We've got one coming up right after this, but stick around because this has been a slobber knocker of a tournament so far. Just plays galore. You never know what's going to happen next. You might do now, though. Alliance might just keep putting up numbers. And I said it might be very difficult for them to drop out of the top 12, but it might make it even more difficult for teams to jump into the top 12. You're playing alongside them, and they are just stealing points right now.
Yeah, they can gatekeep. Like, they really can.
Big time.
They've got control of the ladder at the
apalagi guys
minute.
kayak drop
In a
zone
game of snakes and ladders, Blanks, it's all about
Sultan
trying to
Arabnya
climb those
nggak ada
ladders and avoid the
niatan
snakes. But
ngedonate
it's
gua
hard
gitu.
when they're poisonous and they're winning 1v4s
Nobar
back to
doang,
back to
nggak
back.
donate.
Dude, you're talking about snakes here, but
Kagak
Leon's
niatan
as a
nonton gitu,
solo, more
kagak
like
ada
a
niatan
hydra
nonton.
in that
yeah.
last match. Unbelievable plays coming through from this guy. But at the moment, we have a very much Western-leaning playing path, dropping a lot of teams into uncomfortable positions at the moment. You got IHC up towards Monte Nuevo. A couple of teams giving ground towards them. Reject dropping towards San Martin. A lot of teams probably going to be getting on their bikes here, getting in their buggies, trying to head a little bit further up towards that northeast side. Will limit the loot time, though. That is the big thing here for a lot of teams. Teams like D plus Kia, IHC, Brute Force will be looted and booted, ready to go in this game, but they will have to push through a lot more teams than a team like Team Liquid, who is already heading up towards that northeast side.
I'm going to do it again. Who's going to win, Blank?
Buya ini pasti boom kocak.
Bro, I think I'd be
Boom
remiss not
udah
to say
S18
Alliance.
gitu.
Yeah.
Really, yeah.
I think that's a fair choice at this
Yeah,
point.
I
It'd be
think
kind
the
of
hat
rude to
trick-
go against them.
Yeah, a hat trick's on its way, apparently, but we'll see. We will see.
Gue baru
You're
tahu
down
ada di
towards that south
RX.
side, playing around Los Leones. We'll see what they can get
Di
done
sini.
from that position. They got a
Genji
couple of
nggak
squads
ada,
around them. Bro
Genji.
Harami, who honestly threw that last match away.
It really did, bro. That rotate
cleaned
had
it
us
up.
scratching our heads. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, it didn't make much sense. I mean, Harami's a good team. What are you doing? Also, check out our cool skins here for Pmwc. There is some pretty awesome ones in there, including the Violet set too. So, obviously, we'll be heading into the game looking cool, looking fresh, looking for some big, big maneuvers. On our map at the moment, Mad Bull's down towards Puerto Paraíso. Just absolutely exclude
Masih
themselves
early deh,
from anyone
santai.
else,
Iya sih.
isolating themselves in
Lihat
Paraíso
besok ya.
itself because they need some paradise
Masih 6 match
after that
pertama
last game.
kemarin. Apa-apa.
It was
Sampai kapan sih ini?
crushing.
Gue nggak tahu lagi
You're in a
timelinenya. Lu tau nggak
3v1
timelinenya? Sampai kapan
times
weh?
3. Like, what have you done?
Man,
How have you achieved this?
Just the backstabs as well. The way you could see the wheels come off, the whole thing start to unravel. Like, it's gut-wrenching to watch, but you imagine how bad it feels to play in those scenarios where you're just watching it unfold.
Massively. I mean, for Mad Balls as well, you're on the up and up on
You're
that game.
cute on
You've had a
TikTok. Thank
horrid
you.
day so far. To then get to a point where you're like, I'm dominating this lobby. We're absolutely nailing it. Tulik is feeling good. And then for it all to just crumble in front of your eyes, you've got to also imagine the talks in between the team. Like, Tulik has got to be mad.
Bro, the guy
But
was sitting at
English
like what,
and Felice.
1.2k damage, still on the climb. Like, he was hitting some mad shots, finding opportunities to rotate on himself. You're right, but also the other thing is, right, you got like, what, 10 minutes max? How do you even unpack the bag on that one and reset? You got to just look past it.
Just get in, just like, look, guys, forget about it. And we'll go again. We'll try and get some points scored towards the end of the day. So we've at least got a good inning coming into tomorrow. It's sad though, bro. It's really, really sad. Looking at the map though, we do have some teams taking resistance towards the center now. You got Vampire, as well as Team Liquid, Reject, hovering around Power Grid right now. Bit of a split from them. I think it's okay for now. Most teams are more worried about getting that loot on board with the Western leading play.
Sekarang ntar lah, password ya.
Yeah, I
radang
like to see
radang
Reject
ngeri
as
loh.
well. I know I am like the #1 Reject guy. I'm always in the corner. I even brought my own homemade
Gue
fire.
lagi pesan halodoc.
You are Reject.
Yeah, I always get
Lagi
rejected.
nunggu halodoc.
Well, luckily you accept me, Black.
Obat
I do
radang.
accept you, bro. Yeah, I
Gue kayak
accept your choices
nggak
in the
minum air
game.
putih
I mean, to be
dikit,
honest with you,
minum
yesterday Reject looked
manis-manis
kind of
gitu
nice.
kayak
Yeah, they did.
minum-minum
And we said it before and we'll say it again, it just feels
yang
like Reject just
berasa-berasa,
cannot play
tapi
close
air putihnya
quarters
kurang.
combat. And I
Tuh gue
think
literally
that's
langsung radang.
something that they'll need
Kayak
to
gue tuh,
work on.
makanya gue tuh
Right
gak
now they
suka
are safe,
minuman manis.
but you imagine
Tapi
that's gonna change
kemarin-kemarin
tomorrow.
gue tuh kayak
I think
main
they
kan
need
keluar
around
ke
about
Amaria
70
gitu-gitu
points at the
beberapa
end of
kali
this
main
day
keluar.
to feel a
Jadi
little
gue
bit better
otomatis
about their
belinya
position.
minuman berasa
2 days to
terus.
play, 35 points. That's not
Gara-gara
a bad
makan
average. It's
bakso
not the best
kemarin
average in
kan.
the world,
Kemarin
but
itu bukan bakso
should
jadi
be
itu
good enough.
kayak
Some of these teams down below
mie
aren't able to
ini.
play their hearts out. The
Mie-
difficulty is tomorrow, Red is not
Apa
going to be
namanya?
playing, which means Alliance is not going to be playing. And we
Mau
all know
nyampe
that
Semarang
Alliance is the one
radang
that's sucking
sariawan
up a lot of
sumpah.
these points, and it
Cuma
might be a case
ya
that
gue gak
with
separah itu
Tiamba,
sih. Cuma gue kayak
Alliance
gampang
out,
radang
both
anjir. Itu
really
sakit
big
banget
teams
nih
here,
sama
it's going to enable a lot of these squads in
Jadi
green
gue
and
kemarin
yellow
tuh
to just shoot
makan
over the
apa
lobby.
sih
So Reject's kind of
mie
important
pedes
in a
gitu
really
dah,
difficult
mie
group
mala,
here, I would say.
mie mala
Yeah, if you're
gitu
going to
tuh.
straighten up and fly right,
Beuh.
I think it has to obviously
Itu
start
enak
here
banget
and then
tapi
have a big finish towards
pedes,
it.
coba enak
Need some
banget.
back-to-back
Dan
moments
gue
and try and farm as many
minumnya
points as you can. 'Cause like we said, you can't
minumnya
leave it in
es
the
teh
hands of someone
manis.
else.
Jadi
Just sat on the
kayak
wayside watching
udah
tomorrow,
radang,
that's going to feel
itu
so
tuh
rough
udah
when you
kayak
look at it and go, all
kalau
right, yeah, I
caruan
guess we just have
radang
to
lah,
try and
minum es teh
survive.
manis,
I mean,
makan mie
exactly. Like,
mala.
coming into this group, I do think that Reject has been hurt.
Terus gue makan
just
sayur
by
yang
being
dipanggang
sat in
gitu,
Group
tapi
Red.
minyaknya
'Cause if
banyak
you look
banget.
at it, DXA
Dan
being a
itu
great
juga
team,
bikin gue
Besiktas
radang
Black
karena
been
gue
able to put up some
kalau
really
minyaknya
good
banyak
performances.
juga. Makanya
Alliance,
gue kalau makan
insane.
tuh kayak
You've also
lumayan
got Full Miracle
pilih-pilih karena
Vibes,
gue
big
gampang
favorite for a
radang.
lot of teams coming into this one. Brute Force, one of the best teams from EMEA, and then you've got Reject, which a lot of people didn't have too much hope for. But on our screens, that's your teammate.
Dasar lupa siapa penyakit tas semua.
He's not got the medic bullets.
Aman
Can't get
aja.
back on his feet.
Asam lambung gue tuh jarang kambuh, kecuali gue kayak seminggu
He's
full
so
makan
dialed in.
pedes,
He's so
itu
dialed
baru
in. That's
kambuh.
what that is. Just shows how confident he is in the firefight. He's trying to take
Belum
everyone out of
parah,
commission.
ya
This is you
udah
do.
parah
It's being
sih,
tested
tapi
early
ya
on. I mean,
udah.
maybe there's a timeline here. TJB, if they can
Waktu
find
gue
the right
masuk rumah
targets,
sakit
are
gue
able to
1
build
minggu
something off the back of it. But you get the vision
makan
around the corner.
pedes.
He's got the air maxes on. He bumps in. That's it, dude. It's done.
I mean, it's a full reset as well for Alliance. This is nuts right now for
Wah,
this team. Tom's
gila.
about dropping out, but here comes Harami.
Langsung
trying to
ini
make
weh.
a more decent rotation before, but again,
Bener-bener
this is
setelah
gonna be a 4v2.
chicken terbitlah
No real
dusun tuh
possibility of getting a
literally
third player
selalu
back from here.
aja
I
dari
don't
tadi.
think nade through the window could be
Ngakak.
devastating to
Aduh,
the squad.
Leonnya udah
Doesn't do all
meninggal
that much
lagi,
damage.
ente dah.
Bounces back off the window frame.
Uh-oh, okay, so they've still got a little bit of leeway, but the peek through the window is good at least. Federale's making issues as he comes in to sweep his way through the building and deny the response. They were trying to play medic and
Yaudah
get
langsung
themselves back in
tulisan
the
emang
fight,
gitu
but it's all down
Zak.
to one man. This time it's Jimmy that's got to withstand the
Jimmy.
entire team, and they run on in to clean up, looking to throw him out of commission. They're going to get buckled, they're going to get battered, and honestly, Black, it's going south quick.
Tapi udah dapat 4, lumayan lah. Nggak yang 0 banget.
They had to bring 2
Ya nggak
teams to the
sih?
table
Yang
just
penting
to
nggak
shut
0
them
banget.
down.
Lumayan
Goodness
lompat.
me. And what's this, Jackie? Mad Bulls. They're dead.
They're gone.
When did that happen? We were talking about the mental game. They flubbed it.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of...
It's ruined them.
Probably going to be worse now
It's
as
gonna
well,
get
right?
worse.
That doesn't get any better.
Oh, dear, dear me. That is upsetting, to say the least. I didn't even see them go out. There is not on my radar.
Yeah, that's rough, bro. We're dialing in with you do Alliance, just taking fight after fight. You look back for the overall perspective, untunnel vision, Mad Ball's gone. Ooh, not even 1 point with their name as well. That really is going to be savage for them. Got to sit on the wayside for the whole match.
Yeah, it wasn't even a reset. It was just a power off, apparently, for this team after that match.
Hard shutdown.
Hard shutdown. Looking here, though, we're going to get our second circle. This is the biggest shift we'll have on Miramar. It is the
Gila.
one that has the most
Circle-nya
weight
masih
on
gede
it.
banget.
A lot
Lama
of teams
nih.
all trying to stay
Pasti
as central
perangnya.
as possible, and it is the
Kalau
right
di,
play here.
apa namanya?
It is indeed. Get yourself set up. I would
Miramar.
like to see a little bit from Liquid on this one, actually. Have them get back into it. I know coming into the event, event, you were pretty confident Liquid would have some good stock too on Black.
Yeah, I was. I mean, they won the first game of the day on Sandhawk. They did well on that one. But again, it was just pretty easy rotation for them to make. It was the right heads-up decision. And again, that's something that Team Liquid are good at, is just making the right decisions in the right moments. But they're coming up against a caliber of teams that are so hungry to make it into the main tournament here. It's intense for them, and I think that they're getting to grips with the fact that no one is really going to be allowing you to just get away with this as much anymore.
There's no freebies, there's no easy ones. We're seeing that with the quality of competition we've had over the course of the day already. Everyone is playing their absolute hearts out, and it's what you've got to do. It's so important that you accumulate those points at this stage. You know you're getting close towards that midnight hour.
Yeah, 12th place or 13th place and down was like, that is a rough position to be in. Survival stage is so brutal. We'll be covering it very shortly after tomorrow's games, where we'll clear all this one up for you. Tie a little ribbon on it and get gone straight into those 2 days of grueling play for the main tournament. Right now we've got to set our sights on Miramar, set our sight towards that central position. You've got that high ground over towards that northwest side, which a lot of teams are taking advantage of right now. We're looking at Brute Force, as well as IHC, Falcons looking down towards some of these teams. DXAV did pick themselves up a nice position, but we're getting a replay right now on this fight between Bro Harami as well as Alliance. Again, didn't feel all that impressive with the fact that Alliance had already taken a massive beating from Tongji Bao earlier on. Still came back from it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose as well, you know, we're talking about the potential of the point hoover that is just going to be sucking up so many of those points and bloating in that first place. At least there you start off that potential. Still found a way to get themselves 4 elim points off the game as well, though. All things considered, it's been a pretty good day in the office for them.
Breaking the triple digits, they're looking around almost a 9-point average per game, which is nuts. Probably higher than that, because we've not even concluded our 6th match. I think at 120, you're on a 10-point average, which is sort of CCT levels, you know, championship caliber team.
Also defined as gross. Really quite outrageous. I would give you that one as well, mate. It's filthy. You know, the way they've been playing. We were really impressed yesterday, and I think they've only leveled up more. So if that's something where that power level is going to increase, bud, you look in towards the main event, boy, that could be absolutely outrageous if they can maintain tougher competition, but it could be tasty.
Yeah, I like that viewpoint from Chips there. Just looks over, sees a flaming UAZ across the horizon. I don't know what's going on there, but it doesn't look good. Next circle did hit whilst we were rambling, yapping on the broadcast. Head down to the south side here, cutting out a lot of that high ground up towards the northwest and more standing up towards Picardo. And a Picardo finish is always fun. Get the crate drop, see if anyone's able to pick this one up whilst we're waiting.
20 lebih
kalau down to 13 teams already.
Boom juga 25 anjay.
3 from the lobby this early on is pretty massive, considering how big the map is as well. Like, you're not expecting teams to come into close contact so early, but with that playing path, it just clumped everyone up.
Feeling like you want to force the fights a little bit as well. As soon as they saw that opportunity onto YouTube, it makes sense why that one occurred. The Mad Bulls situation's a whole other kettle of fish, but
yeah, we don't talk about that one.
No, we don't talk about Mad Bulls Fight Club.
We do not.
Talon
I don't want to talk about it really. I think I'd prefer to have the boys just reset themselves. Guys have been casting for a long time, and it just doesn't feel good seeing them.
Tapi itu kayaknya yang 98 udah 12 match deh. Soalnya ada yang 12 match. Ada yang main lagi hari ini tim mana gitu. Jadi kalau Talon kan baru 6 match. Kalau itu ada yang udah 12 match, jadi kayak ya udah.
Instantly sent away by Osal.
Kayaknya itu yang 98 udah 12.
They really want to follow it up with the mini 14. Few pot shots going out. Yeah, bandage yourself back up and try to get away.
Nah besok nih Boom sama Talon harus bisa nyusul karena besok
headshot would have done him in.
Sama Talon sama-sama match ke 12 dua-duanya.
Very wrong for Talon. Equally at the moment, not doing so hot for themselves. 23 points currently on the games. Got to remember that they have only had 1 day of play though. You sort of compare that to a Tiamba who it was all the rage earlier today. Just broke their triple digits as well with their 4 eliminations on this game. I think it must have been Tiamba that took down Mad Bulls in that case. Love to see a replay on that one. I'm sure that we'll have it either on the death segment or on the recap at the end of the day. Who knows? I couldn't tell you right now. I don't have that kind of power.
We'll get you the Mystic Ball
Thanks.
You can divine it out.
I need it.
We'll have that set up for the rest of the event, don't worry. For Miracle Vibes, though, I don't know if they'll be really able to use that ball to assess the situation here, because all they're living in right now is the present that results in them taking a ton of damage. Opening shots getting whizzed onto them. It's been a bit topsy-turvy for them.
Secure top 12 aja lah intinya, bener.
Tiamba, though,
At least
going in.
masuk
This is what they do
grand
best. They like
finalnya
to
dulu nih.
try and converge on a unit together and see if they can swipe their way through. Talon do bring the claws out, and they slice back. Bond down, looking for the close quarters compound fight with the DBS. The team trying to reset. You've got Talon on the outskirts as well with an age. Can get a nice lob on that through the window, potentially cause some issues. And issues are what are happening here for Tiamba Blank. It's not getting any
Tiamba
better
juga
on this
kenapa anjir? Kayak beberapa
Nice,
match terakhir tuh
bounce
kayak
on the nade there
kenapa?
from QZ. Is it going to
Ada
be
apa,
enough
bro,
though,
sama
really? It's
Tiamba?
just damage pouring in through the windows at the moment. QZ has had some incredible moments for himself,
Wah,
burning down
kebakar.
the top of the stairs, taking a lot of damage off the back of that one. Nade going to be sent around the side. Could have been a huge DBS shot. What was that? I heard the shot. It was on target.
GG,
It felt
bro.
like it just didn't hit. It looked like it just didn't hit. It felt
Udah
like it was
pada
set up for the
100
play,
poin
right?
tuh,
The instant
anjay.
sweep down the stairs. I'm baffled, Blank.
Tapi Yudu juga tadi
The
98
bullets
tambah
have just
4.
flowed round him.
99, 100, dan
On either side of his side, there was
102.
two players there.
Right in front of him, dead center. He was set up for it. Could have been success on the stairway. You clean two. Oh, it's gone. It's gone, but
I can't tell if the shot didn't register or it's just a minute lag where you hear the shot, but he's already been taken down at that point. But he felt like he'd been robbed there.
that's rough. That is rough to watch, and it's got to feel even worse for Tiamba to actually experience it. They thought they had a golden opportunity, one that was put on a platter there to go in for the swoop down on the Talon, but they withstand.
Nice position from Reject at the moment. I love this spot when you play along this ridge side up towards the northeast. Good shots. The drive-by comes through. Tony K laid bare there by the boys on Besiktas.
Tony K, he's a man that you need to keep down if you can. Don't give him any room to breathe. Bullets now coming through from all angles. Liquid have a lay of the land from the side. You've got Falcons close by as well, and Reject up on the hill. You go from finding one opportunity to establish a knock to realizing you can have that happen to your whole squad in quick succession now.
And they get themselves into a position here where I think they assume they'll be pretty safe, but I think they all had to head in towards the shack there. I think it was a bit overzealous trying to take advantage of the overlook. There's too many teams looking over towards that position right now. You've got a huge amount of squads who all move nice and early up towards that northeast side to get away from that western plane path, who are now all just stuck in a room together. On the other hand of things, if you cut this circle down the middle, you've basically just got two teams out on the west. But the Xavier as well as IHC. Nice shot from Jappy though.
Taking a couple of pot shots as they find that opportunity. You look to set up with the response. I mean, Brute Force have a little bit of leeway in the back line, but the rest of the squad is taking so much damage that it's crumbling away. Any opportunity they might have really had there now looks like it's starting to crumble. Whereas you've got the Bro Boys starting to push up, but back. They've got the brass knuckles on, Blank. They want to commit to this one.
Left, right, good night here on the Brute Force
Lucu banget lagi
team.
tuh helmnya, helm
Like you
Nemo.
said, they've got the
Gemoy.
force, they're brutish, but the defense is not there. Wearing the Barbarian's outfit here. No knight in shining armor. They're bruising here in this game.
And Odin, you know
Bruising
Odin?
for a bruising and not the way they would want it to go with how this one is starting to pan out. So many squads on top of one another as well, and that utility really will go the extra mile. Looking to see if you can get those nades on target, take the vehicle out. They know where Vampire is. You really have to try and provide yourself a bit of cover here. Heal yourselves back up and reset from that.
Circle about to pop here. We're waiting to see where this one goes because it can favor a lot of teams. Honestly, I do love Reject's position while 4B is attempting to get rid of the guys here on D plus Kia. Nice nades after nice nades here from the boys. 3 of them left. They did take a big amount of damage earlier on. Circle heads up towards that northwest side. IHC, Xavier happy with this one.
Xavier will be over the moon, but I tell you who won't right here on your screens. You can see those nades have not stopped the barrage that has been blowing away anything for D plus Kia and making them feel like they need to bail out on this. It's uncomfortable. You've got to get the quick moves on the reset, see if you can top yourselves back up and maybe close the gap a little bit, pushing somewhat up the hill. You give yourself a bit of cover to play with, try and get ahead of the arc on these nades for Miracle Vibes. If they can get in close, you might be able to finally put the pin on this one and slow it down.
closing this one out just a little bit for Deepless
Di
Kid.
game
Give
melempem
some
gini.
space to work with.
Tadi awal-awal ngeri banget kan, gacor
K's
banget.
up close now.
Kemarin
He's had
mainnya
some
sangat.
good
Tadi
moments in the
awal-awal
past.
match
He
juga
sees
masih
team just
sangar.
running. He's going in for the
Match
run
1
over.
match
Opens
2
things
sama
up
match
here.
2,
4K
match
gets the
1 match 1
double
doang
breakdown.
gitu.
Will only pick up one though.
Wih, gila, dikatain
He
melempem
still
dia
gets the
langsung
repick back.
dapet
He's
2
able to take
coy.
the angle once again and find another one off the back of it. It was looking so good for Miracle 5. And they had him trapped. And now it's getting
Talon
back to
nice.
Vincent. Talon have seen their opportunity to sweep straight in and continue
Berparti ya.
piling the pressure on. They don't want to give Team
Let's
Plus
go.
any room to
Talon.
withstand this fight. You're right on top of them when they're low HP across
Semoga
the board.
besok
You
Bung
spread
juga
the
gaspol,
pressure on their back
amin.
as well.
Besok
Hey,
udah
you
ada
got
WP
Kwaci. This should
offline
be
nih,
simple
ayo
for him.
gacor
And
dong.
he jibes round. They're just crumbling.
Deepless Kid has had a hard task ahead of them. Just
Deepless
one left with chips
K.
here.
DK.
Ozal on the floor, crawling round, passing that information back, but this is a big moment now for Chips. Can he weather them?
When the chips are down, he's got to do
Besok aja
something
dia Talon.
huge. The DPS, we know it can roar, but not in this situation.
Gila sih Talon.
Overwhelmed, too many angles to
Mantap ya.
prioritize. He falters and the team
Domination.
falls.
Roars as loud as he
Mantap,
can, but
mantap,
Talon
Talon.
comes in with a quick trank dart there, take him out. Tiamba couldn't handle it either. Just added to the amount of pelts that they are having on their backs at the moment. We're back on Reject side. 4 players still up, strong position on this eastern edge. They can still clear out here, I would say. They're going to be very worried about Bro
Secure
Harami.
30 plus
So Vampire
poin hari ini.
Esports living in the wings here.
Nanti iri dong, Boom.
For me, it's just if they can maintain the distance
Gue
when
iri
they've got
tau.
space, it's fine. We've seen them hitting huge shots on the snipes, on
Boom
the Mini
25
14. They're
aja.
able to establish that
Boom
control.
lap
When
game,
you get in
apa-apa,
close,
apa-apa.
it feels like it goes wrong in close quarters combat. So Reject needs to play to their strengths on this one. It's not going to be as easy as saying that. There's pressure being applied from the other squads that are looking to advance. Liquid as well, finding slight opportunities to take pot shots, establishing chip damage back over onto Vampire.
Yeah, Reject playing kind of scared here, but I don't think he can at this point in time. 46 points after 2 days is not enough. You need to start picking up points right now, and they are thinning as we speak. 32 players, left alive. And only so many of those points are available. 28 eliminations, but with the amount of action that's going
Lucunya,
on, Falcons
lucu nih.
coming up,
Seru nih,
to have a
udah
little
mulai
peek over
perang-perang.
towards Team Liquid's position, and just nades pouring
Wah,
over the top towards
gila.
Harami.
CPE.
Vampire trying to clear them out off this high ground, but it's very tough.
Ooh, Ocio took the peak as well and got flicked on by Falcons in the
Oh
meanwhile.
my
as
God,
this
ini
fight
tuh
carries on
kayak-
in front of our very eyes.
Wah.
We've got trade, but it's all about a nade. That's what's going to blow up to bits blank. Goodbye, Vampire.
Dapat semua.
A stake in the heart for that team. Insane
Ih,
nade from
gila,
Bro
Harami,
Harami. I mean,
bro.
they sent
Harami,
back,
bro.
what was it, 7,
Dapat
8
semua,
nades
anjay.
towards Bro Harami. They just need the one.
Well placed. A detonation. They've been eating nitro for breakfast because this game's getting explosive right now.
Reject.
Things are starting to heat up inside of the battleground blank. Meanwhile, DXavier, they're still chilling. They've had control for so long in a comfortable position whilst the rest of the squads are forced to fight it out for any sort of rotate.
Reject just not able to do too much here. I mean, Team Liquid, they're playing the slow game right now. The Knight on the Horse moved to D4, playing it tactically, but it's Bro Harami bringing the C4
RC
over
lo,
towards
lo gue
Vampire
kayak red
Esports,
dot, red dot.
attempting to just blast them back, and I think that they can carry this one on. They got the full reset on the loot from Vampire 2. It's just this vehicle, they have to send it in, but Duello with the M249, the big gun in the back pocket,
Gitu.
ruins their day.
Karena gini
Throws in the
bentuknya.
clip and lets it rip. Everyone taken down in
Harami
seconds there
gini.
as the meaty weapon claws its way through them. Reject. It's looking like it was starting to go south, but if they can bring the energy back after commanding respect in that fight, could still have a good run ahead of them.
Iya lagi.
Falcons been testing the waters for a long, long time, and they're starting to go from lukewarm to very, very hot quite quickly as Team Liquid has been keeping a lot of teams around them at bay. In the meantime, IHC, DXavier, are living in their own land, really. Not much happening on that side of the map.
They're just safe. They're out of the fight. They don't want to get stuck into it if they don't need to. Just look for an opportunity, maybe one that could be presented by Lamborghini's Rotate. He's starting to pull up stealth style around the back of the compound.
You're at a peak right now over towards Falcons, are really nice. Little off angle for them.
Nice, nice.
I don't know what
Apakah
IHC is doing.
Talon?
They had a great
Oh,
position
udah
over
berapa nih
towards that
guys
northwest
hitungan
side,
poinnya?
with Demo
Berarti.
getting knocked out. as DXavier solidifies their position. Reject using that high ground to push Team Liquid back. This could be a good game for them, but it's a case of getting back across towards Talon, which is going to be the difficulty. Talon trying to hold back the boys from IHC. They're a tough team, they're a strong team, they're an aggressive team, but playing uphill, never simple for any team in PUBG Mobile.
Talon have popped the smokes, and they're looking to leave them broke if they find an opportunity to peek down onto IHC. One man's gonna fall. Demo taken out of commission. Meanwhile, Reject, they've been causing so much
Yoro baru
infighting
nyalain
for both
Diko ya
Liquid
pasti.
and
Iya anjir
Falcons.
namanya
They're
Yoro,
finding
Cok.
snapshots into the back line each time and making it uncomfortable for them to move. So they're just taking shots at each other whilst
Bisa nggak
Reject
sini?
is sitting pretty. Talon is still just trying to hold this push as well. Slight moves up the hill.
2-3,
There is a tag back.
tambah
That's
8.
Lamborghini that was
Udah
building the
30
flank.
lebih,
He gets
Cok.
one shot off onto Sarah.
Yeah, heading down there now is a very bad ordeal. Here's the off angle we were talking about earlier though from Lamborghini. You spotted it, you sniffed it out, and he has spotted the guys on Falcons too now with the binocs, looking to make it uncomfortable with Chua though. Circle starts to move in. Do they pick him up or do they go on as 3? Pretty uncomfortable as well for the fact that they haven't had to do too much in the game. They're losing a player at this point,
Talon
at this
Brimstone.
very exact time in the match is so
Dia
uncomfortable
namanya
to
Talon
deal with.
Yoro.
Looks like Lamborghini's hopped in the vehicle trying to make his move, at least now walking back on his feet, potentially
Yoro
going
tuh
for that pick up
artinya
on
malam.
Chua.
Oh ya
They know
kah?
it could be really lucrative to have the
Oh,
4-player
aku
squad
baru
live the
tahu.
longer this one goes on, especially with the damage that's being established to the other teams, like we're starting to see here. Falcons, they've been getting pushed from pillar to post. They've had nowhere to go. Liquid have always had their pathway blocked. They knew Lamborghini was in the back, but with him moving off, they get an
Wah,
opportunity
buset,
to dive in the
buset.
vehicles, try and create some space, try and cause some issues.
Ah,
That's
gila.
a smart move there.
Berani
They had to
banget
make
ya.
it. They had to make it now. But look at this, Chief just ripping
Wah.
them to pieces
Wah.
on the side. Regiosio will actually slap back there a little bit
Anjir.
over towards the guys on Team Liquid, but it's Inix from Talon who's got behind them. Can Reject stay underneath,
Ada
stay
Reject.
undetected for long enough? They're able to play out this game. They've got a good bit of cover, but they're all inside this shack. One nade could be the difference between them and this game.
They draw the crosshair off slightly with the peek up towards the backside, keeping them guessing. They're so close in elims right now, competing amongst each other. Talon with 8, Reject with 7 to their name. But like you say, they're in a bit of a bad spot. You've got to build
Buset,
off the back of it.
buset.
Hope you get an opportunity
Hampir aja.
presented by some of the other squads that are firing bullets uphill towards Talon's angle.
Man, it felt like things just got real intense in the Pmwc here group stage. Teams are
Talon
gunning for
nggak
these
masuk ke
performances.
zona ya?
In comes Cardozin, not going
Harus
to get very
turun ya?
far though as Sarah spots him with the
Boomnya mana
AUG.
besok?
We'll put an end to them. 4 eliminations, not quite enough. Good shots from Axel though on Talon. Takes down Duello, leaves Reject as a 3. DXavier were able to pick up Chua, and for good reason. That guy is sick with the nades. And in geometry like this, you desperately need someone who's able to just clear out those ditches.
They knew they needed him. And Lamborghini, his mission was a success. The damage he did previously as well, that's going to put him in a good mental space to try and see if they can bring this one out. You're going to have to start getting a move on though, Blank. Things don't come easy now.
All these teams on the eastern side, a really difficult rotation for them to make. They've got to slip down this hill. For Reject, this is slightly more comfortable with the fact that Talon's going to have to move off this high ground further towards IHC zone. But look at this, man. What a great viewpoint we've got right now on the bird's eye view. Just looking at this position that DXavier's got set up, it feels like it's in the bag for them as Talon just starts to take casualties.
Yeah, it could be a game-winning spot for them if they can just deliver when it comes to actually hitting the good shots, the money makers. IHC, it's been a bit bumpy on this one. They've had opportunities, but it's felt like it's been so rough on the rotates. Meanwhile, you've had Reject trapped inside of a building for so long. They knew they had to move. They start to fan out, but you're giving isolated fights where they can take 2v1s, focus the fire, and shut a man down. That is just the solo of Falcons as well. He's really revealed himself. He's put a target on his back for the other squads. Reject slow back, IHC get pushed. They're looking for the bonnet. They want to run him down. He turns, burns onto Misery that's now going to be feeling that emotion. And they try and keep it going.
Bro?
All right,
Kalau
Talon
kalah
taking hot
aneh.
shots. You got the fight back from OCO as well onto Falcons, who finally finds the solo and shuts that man down. Issues being arisen. How on earth is he still standing as the vehicle whizzes by?
Godless still alive for so long here. Doesn't need a
Kalau
god
penuh
because he makes
ujung-ujungnya
his
dia
own
mati ya.
miracles apparently. Nades over the top from Rogue. Will take out
Wih,
another.
rusuh banget, rusuh
This
banget.
is intense, Jackie. Incredible plays
Wah.
coming through from IHC. And they managed to get themselves still in this game, playing alongside this Ridge. Reject in the meantime, they moved out.
Dapat 10 tapi poinnya, guys.
Like a K9, but they're not fine anymore
Itu
towards that
besar
top
loh.
side of the map. It's IHC,
Lumayan loh
a
dapat 10
2v4.
poin.
IHC.
Gede loh itu, bukan
Is there
lumayan lagi
somehow,
loh.
some way they can find the upset to pick up the
10
2v4 and clap back Lamborghini, denying
DX
the potential
udah,
as he strikes
DX.
first, leaves it all on one. They want to close it down and walk away with the chicken dinner. They played a smart game. They played a positional game. And in each and every fight, they're finding success. With the 4 players alive, they will take it home as they're going to grab themselves the chicken dinner.
Great game there from DX Xavier. Honestly, it didn't look too impressive, but you take that high ground, you see it still in the circle. I think what was impressive from DX Xavier there, you know, they're not elated on that game. It's no surprise because it didn't take too much, but it's the fact that they were constantly looking, constantly spotting these other players in the lobby. They had great ideas of where everyone was in that end game to ensure that ridgeline was basically the winning move. And we called it really early on that is just disgusting to play against. But awesome game from a lot of teams. Anyone on that Eastern Edge, my heart goes out to them because it was a tough match to play in.
It was a scrap. It was an absolute scrap. You know, you're looking at that consistent fight between Falcons, Liquid, Reject, where they were just all taking pot shots consistently. One knock, one res, one knock, one pickup. It's rough, but DX Xavier, like we said, they just played the classical game. They played the numbers and it pays off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for DX Xavier, that is a nice match for them. I don't think they were too far down the standings either, so that's just some more points in the pocket. I think that sits them up towards the 70s point, which I said earlier is sort of where you really want to be to feel pretty safe. They've got one more game to tackle as well, where they'll be able to get some more points on the board. This was just unbelievable to watch, though. The fact that he was just alive for so long and they could not deal with him. He opened the floodgates for a second place for IHC.
Yeah, he was mad. It actually was ridiculous. So you're looking at the way he was playing this one. There's a timeline he does go on to just entirely take the squad, but it could have been huge.
It could have been massive, honestly. Again, though, Reject do a really good job in that game. I'm proud of them there. They know they need more points. It's their final day to play in. One more match, though, on Miramar. See if they can do something similar. I do think if you get that circle going further over towards the eastern side, potentially they have a better game there.
Potentially, but I tell you what, we've been getting good games all damn day. It's been delivering here today, Blank. It's been a good day. Day 2 has been really quite spicy.
Yeah, I've been loving it. It's like we said yesterday, it's full of jalapenos, you know? It's the jalapeno gameplay. I love it so much, but things are still going to get more spicy at the end of the day. In the meantime, let's head to a quick break.
Berapa menit sih ini breaknya? Dia jangan bengong, nggak bengong anjay. Nih gue PC-nya lagi buka WhatsApp. 2 menit, ntar dulu dah. Toilet dulu guys, toilet. Streamer pegel sialan. Nah nih, gue streamer kerja. Real cuy.
Là một thành viên mới của team DX thì em cảm thấy rất là vui và hãnh diện khi được là đội tuyển đại diện Việt Nam đi thi đấu. Còn về mặt em có mặt được ở trong đội hình chính thức để thi đấu giải đấu này thì em đã bỏ công tập luyện chăm chỉ và thích nghi với team, thích nghi với một đội hình mới nhiều. Mối quan hệ của những thành viên trong team thì em thấy rất là thân thiết, hòa đồng như anh em sống một nhà với nhau. Còn vị trí và vai trò mỗi người trong team thì Lambo thì đảm nhận vị trí in-game leader, Barazin thì là cover cũng như người scout trong team, còn Shadow thì là tanker, Chô Cóng cũng là tanker, em là tanker trong team. Sau những sai lầm ở Pmwc vừa rồi thì bọn em cũng rút ra nhiều kinh nghiệm và học hỏi nhiều hơn, cũng như train nhiều hơn mỗi ngày để tham dự giải Pmwc này một cách tốt nhất. Cảm ơn mọi người đã luôn theo dõi và ủng hộ team Deceiver và mong mọi người sẽ cổ vũ cho đội tuyển mình trong thời gian sắp tới đây, giải Pmwc này.
The Dingoes, our standout team from Vietnam, able to get themselves a chicken dinner and honestly some points desperately needed when it comes to Pmwc. Obviously not a very high elimination game, but either way, getting as many points as possible to make sure they can make it into the main event.
He's massive.
He's gotten pretty big.
This is what it feels like to be tall. This is awesome. I like this. We should keep it like this forever.
We can't have this.
No. 15 points for them with only 5 eliminations. Talon, though, you know, 7, you were talking about Talon at the start of the day. You wanted to talk about him yesterday. They are proven to be a pretty strong team, especially in the elim department.
They are, and this is the second time that I see them perform really well. And I was talking about Mystery, one of the players that I wanted to see how he was performing. So far, he has been performing really good, too. Al-Ula ex-IHC, though, I want to keep an eye on that team. We were talking, I think it was 2 matches ago, how they were only being able to get elims. We were talking about the IHC that kind of won PMGC by them being able to win elims. Guess what? Now it's 2 games in a row where they've been able to get the elims, and on top of that, they've been able to get the placement points.
Well, not only them, but looking at Harami, considering they were in 23rd place with 9 points, they pick up 10 points in this match to help catapult them up because they're desperately going to need it. Yes, they still get to play tomorrow, but it's not like things are going to be easier tomorrow. Well,
Yeah.
It might kind of be because Group Yellow.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
From what we saw from day one.
They find themselves in a really difficult spot, right, when it comes to just being put into Group Green. The fact that there's all these insane teams and Harami's going to have to try and compete against it. He's so tiny now. It's great. I love it.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
What? Anyways, okay, we can come back. We'll let you back into the mix
come
here.
along.
Trying to play around with the studio, and that's kind of actually how short he is in person. You can't really see there is an elevated ground below.
It's not like I'm tall, by the way.
No.
But
I
you
mean,
are taller
if you
than
want,
me.
we can do our segment like
That
this.
far.
We can do a segment like this
Like
right
this?
next
All
to
right,
each
let's
other.
see it.
Which is unfortunate.
We're looking at the highlights.
Yeah, we can look at the highlights here. We had some sick nades as well come through. Was that Talon on the Vampire, if I'm not mistaken?
By the way, not sure. DX, we've been talking about this team for the longest time in regards to how passive they play. And you were talking about how you think maybe they're playing passive because it is going to be the last 2 matches for them. I feel like they're just playing the way they've been playing the whole time, Jason.
And he's still on a box. You just can't see it. Yeah, I think we're having a couple of teams we did talk about before, Claris, with playing with a little bit of hesitation. And I think we're kind of seeing it more clearly here, especially for teams in Group Red, because this next match is their final match until it's decided of who potentially is going to make it or not.
Yeah, and this Miramar Circle kind of exacerbated that a little bit as we take a look at the overall leaderboards. I mean, like, the Circle didn't allow anybody to head towards the center for a long time because it was so edge heavy. So very, very difficult for all of these teams to try and get something going towards the center. That means all the crashes were happening on the edge. That means it happens a circle, 2, even 3 circles earlier. Very difficult.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, we're going to have to talk about it. You were just talking about it too, Jason. With Group Red, they're going to be playing their last match. D plus Kia today, I mean, after such a dominant day 1, we're left wondering, was that going to be a fluke? So far, it's looking like it because this team...
a single placement today.
It's just insane. They've only gotten 5 points today, and it has all come from eliminations. And luckily, we're seeing this now because if we would have seen them before, they got 3 more points this last match. It would have been even worse.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but no, I love being the bearer
You love
of bad
it?
news.
Yeah, what am I saying? What
are you?
Yeah, but
it's evil Loris.
No, I think D plus Kia, obviously yesterday, they maybe look a little bit foolish in terms of like their initial placement with how things were going, but again, the circles came to them, and when they've had to chase today, they've not been able to really solidify themselves in some of these games, so it's tough.
Look at 7th place, though, Besiktas. We're going to have to point them out really quickly. 20 placement points outside of their win, but 24 limbs. They have the least amount of eliminations on this top 8 out of every group or every team in Group Red. That's not a good sign for them, but they are playing, it seems to be like, just to try to qualify at this rate. But 24 limbs, this is not going to cut it. If you want to win Pmwc, you got to bump those numbers
I mean, we've got 3 groups, right? And if you're taking 4 teams from each of those groups, likely Red is going to be hoping that it's probably their top 4 that are probably going to make it if you're averaging things out. That's not how it always goes when it's 3 groups style, but the 4 that are at the bottom in Red have to be very, very scared about this next game.
They really do. I mean, with the ways that some of these other teams are playing, right? Talon Esports right now at 38 points. On top of that, Al-Ula IXC, with them being now in the top 12 as well, that's impressive. And then we're going to be looking at some of the other teams that are going to be coming in tomorrow when Group Jello comes around, like DRX. Boy, I guess with the performance that Harami just had, it's making DRX performance look even worse from day 1.
DRX, I don't see a world. Is there any world? They have to have an insane day tomorrow to try and climb up.
And the thing is, that's to try to get top 12. I mean, if they don't do it here, they're going to be sent into the survival stage where only 4 teams get through. And you have, obviously, the teams who didn't make it from here, but you also have teams like Team Spirit waiting for them, looking to make their mark here at Pmwc. But speaking of brute force, this is taking a look at their playing yesterday versus today. I know we checked in on this before 7, and they were kind of playing on pace with how they were doing yesterday. But this is the team lowest at the moment in Group Red.
I mean, for a team that won their PMSL, for a team that had a little bit of hype behind them, because now they had more international experience. I was expecting a lot more. I was going to be honest. I thought they were going to be in top 12. They have disappointed.
I almost bet you Claris is feeling the opposite way. This is kind of how we expected things to go for them. But you know what? We expect to go to our casters because it's time to get underway here with our final match in our 2nd day of play. Blink, Jackie, take it away.
Jason, your expectations are correct. Myself and Blank in the building. Last game of the day. The games have been delivering today, Blank. We have had some intense moments from start to finish, but the grand finale, we've been keeping that waiting in the wings, and I can't wait for it.
The 6th game to take the cake here. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to watch things explode on the screens. We head to Miramar for one final time today, and then Group Red's done. That is the big thing to look out for here, is that Group Red will no longer be playing. So let me just round those off for you. Group Force Tiamba,
bentar lagi deh sampai.
Reject,
Ntar
D plus
di
Kia,
tengah gue
the
ngambil
Xavier,
dulu halodeck
Besiktas
ya.
Black, and the one and only
Hah, kalau nggak
Yudu
ngambil halodeck
Alliance.
nggak bisa dititip kalau udah
You're
malam.
at home thinking, damn, this looks good, but could it look even better? Maybe on a 144 Hz screen at 120 FPS with low response time? Get yourself a GT 20 Pro.
Just get it.
It's that easy. They're flying off the shelves.
Super simple. Like Jackie says, they're flying off the shelves, so just watch out. Might hit you in the face, or just try and grab one.
Yeah,
You're good to
use
go.
the defense pan.
Use the defense pan.
To catch it.
You got the attack pan, the defense pan. This moment requires a defense pan.
Yeah, not the attack pan. Don't attack the foe. Instead, purchase it and use it, as it will be a really good experience, much like this game is going to be. Match 6 blank, we've been waiting for this one, and with what we've seen today, I think there's room for something quite crazy here.
There is, yeah, but I mean, this ain't so crazy. It's the exact same playing map we saw from last game. What's this all about? We do have everyone just doing the exact same thing. Maybe they'll have learned. Maybe everyone's going to try and take up that position over towards Western Picardo. Pick up the same positions that DX Xavier and ISC were able to get themselves pretty damn good game off the back of. But yeah, most teams heading out once again. Team Liquid, I think they had a chance in that game, but sort of messed it up just a little bit. We'd have a much different circle though. Less forgiving, much further over towards that eastern side. Mad Bulls might be able to get a good one off of the back of this, considering they'll be dropping pod to Paraíso, but it's a hot drop between Falcons and Tiamba.
All right, here we go. Strap in then, as already the action is kicking off. The handguns pulled out to deal some damage as Tiamba. They've been thrust into fights quite a few times today. It's been a bit hit and miss. Last game, they went down with 4 elim points off the back of being crashed on by 2 squads. Into this one, they have 1 man knocked immediately as Falcons look to see how much insult they can add.
I mean, with the revolve, this just starts to devolve right now for Tiamba. Losing a player right off the bat like that is just not enjoyable. And again, Tiamba had built themselves up a massive score bank as well already, so going out, not ideal, but I think that they've already done enough, I would say, in today to make it through to the main tournament, ending this with a 2nd place. But you want to be first, man, don't you, really?
Oh, yeah. You always want to be first. Second feels like, you know, first to come second, Black.
Exactly. The worst. You don't want it.
No.
First to come second, maybe even third. Things continue for teams like Formidable Vibes or DX Xavier. Falcons, though, in 16th place. This fight, winning this one, be able to have a good game off the back of it would be very, very nice for this team, because right now their point scoring potential on the day hasn't been amazing. Hasn't been great here, Jackie. Tiamba on the balcony, looking out for some shots here. I'm sure they'd love to take out Alliance in that 1st place spot. I remember
besok berarti last day sebelum Bay
today
Emang
alongside
iya ya?
Tiamba, so that would be locked
Emang
in
secepat
if
itu?
that's the
Gue
case.
nggak tahu sih.
That's what they're gunning for and hoping to take.
Gue nggak tahu sih.
For Falcons
Nggak
as
tahu,
well,
mungkin
as much
masih
as
ada
you get
hari
that
lain, tapi
opening
nggak tahu juga.
establisher, you take the first elim,
Dapat juga ya,
it's the
cuma
knock-on effect that could come from
12
this one.
match
You have to
berarti.
clean up
Gua
this
nggak
fight
tahu,
without any real
Real.
issues. You don't want to give away picks. You don't want to lose any players on this.
12
You're
per
leaving yourself in a
18
detriment
match-nya.
of the position throughout the rest
Oh,
of
18
this
berarti
fight.
masih ada sehari lagi. Kalau boom baru 2 match. 2 kali.
Uzi in his hands.
Baru
They come
sekali
running around the
kemarin,
corner,
besok
playing
2
a
kali.
little off
Berarti
angle on
besok
the stairs.
12.
It could be kind of cheeky,
Berarti
Mike, that headshot hitbox. He's
tiap
ready.
I love the fact that he's got double Uzi.
tiap
He's
tim,
got
pokoknya
Uzi in
semua
the back
tim
pocket as
main
well. As a
3 hari.
secondary.
Grup
Stun grenade round the corner,
18
blinds him.
match.
Quick Molotov,
Aduh,
I
sayang
like
banget
that
dong,
Molotov
cuma
actually, that's
18
really
match.
good. Heads towards the side room actually as
Entahlah.
well, so this might actually catch him off guard. He is a solo, all on his lonesome. Tiamba brought down to 3 players pretty early.
Here's the engagement.
Nice.
Bond knows that this is going on, and Bond does respond onto East. He was playing that off angle on the balcony for so long, saw the opportunity to get stuck in. Now, this is what we were talking about. If things really start to unravel here for Falcons, you're going from feeling like, yeah, that was a pretty nice drop, to, oh, what have we done?
Yeah, exactly. It's all gone wrong. I mean, to be honest with you, Tiamba's sort of a weird team to be hot dropping, though I do
Ya,
think this is
60
more of a
poin
case
minimal.
of the
Heh, apa kabar?
situation
Boom,
rather than the plan.
anjay.
With the plane being so far over towards that
Udah
western
lah,
side,
doain
sometimes
aja
you
deh.
have to go for something like
Gua
this.
udah nggak tahu.
But Tiamba have sort of brought it back here, just a little bit. Average eliminations here on Miramar, 1. Goodness me, Falcons. It's gone bad to worse. Since being pipped to the post in Pmwc, it's just felt bad for this team.
Tianba nih war mulu di awal weh, beberapa match terakhir ini.
That's one statistic you do want to improve on. Meanwhile, for Tiamba, things looking a little bit better on the numbers game. And XC up close. Oh, he's coming around the corner swinging. He's throwing out the left hooks, the right hooks. He's even got uppercuts to give out
Kali
to
ini
Falcons.
menang.
And he makes it uncomfortable. They have the numbers to work with, but you still got a bit of a backline. They do find the peak towards the top floor. Bond, lucky to make his move. Can at least go for the medic mission.
I mean, the best part about this is that they've just identified where the last player is. Nowhere in the building. You get a full reset on this. Action has to dip out. Knows he just has to wrap this game out now. Needs to snake it through towards the end. Just get some points. 29 points. Total of 30 with the elimination able to pick up early there in that fight. It's not great for them. Similarly for VPE, Mad Bulls, Bro Harami, not had a great day today. Quick replay. on the revolver at the start here. Felt like they were trying to regroup on the building.
Bisa
Unlucky
boom
start,
namanya Pmwc
NXC
deh.
now with the DBS.
Doain aja guys.
It's
Gue udah nggak tahu gimana lah.
They really thought they had that one. And honestly, from the start they had, you're probably thinking, all right, yeah, we can really clean up on this, but not going to go that way. That was the knockback that resulted in just a reset, so it doesn't matter too much.
Pretty smart play from NXC as well, because all he shows from that top floor is the micro Uzi.
Yeah.
Doesn't let him know he's got the DBS until it's too late when they try to push him. So very, very smart play. Obviously, he could have gone topsy-turvy if Falcons had a DBS to themselves, but surely they would have pushed up the stairs and gone for the refrag on that if they had it. So for NXC, he knew he was in a good spot. He knew he's in probably one of the best spots in that situation. So I think for NXC, plays that really smartly, and that's why Tiamba's currently on top. 103 eliminations now, 1 point ahead of Udo Alliance. You know, but sometimes that's all you need. If Udo Alliance go down, 4 players out in the next few minutes, they've already won. They've taken first place.
I'll be happy with that.
Lama nih, war dong.
Like you said earlier,
Berantem,
man, put a
berantem.
ribbon on it, chip it off, and just be content with the day as a whole. Udo Alliance, though, as much as it felt like a bit of a blip with the uncomfortable fights they were thrown into last time around, I don't hope that that'd be the same situation here. I think from what we've seen, they've looked good individually, but it's been the team play as well.
Yeah, I think for Udo Alliance as well, that last game, like you said, felt unlucky, right? They took a really good fight versus Tongji Bao and then just had the unfortunate nature of coming against Bro Harami pretty much instantly afterwards. So I think for Alliance, unfortunate situation, not much you can do about it. Everyone was so close together at the beginning of the game there that Tongji Bao really shouldn't have taken that fight in the first place. But yeah, once they were locked in, they were locked in. There was no escape from it. The key was thrown away. Look at the map though. Tongji Bao currently with a nice central position. Mad Bulls moved out early, headed up towards Impala. They're on their outer edges right now, and DXavier moving in from the north. So those are sort of the big teams I'm looking at. But Reject do have a central spot. Again, Reject wanting to put up more games, more points on this game. They need it. 6th place right now. It looks good, but it could get bad tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could slip down quite quickly when they rotate
Last
around
match,
and
yeah.
switch up the group.
Yeah,
so you'd hope if
last
they have
match.
any fight left in them, this is when we'd start to see it displayed.
Tomorrow
Especially
we
here in the last matchup
going
of the
to
night, Game
watch
6. You want them to
Boom
give us
and
some
Talon.
Next circle popping soon. See where this one heads off to. Again, a lot of interesting ground around here. I think a lot of times the most uncomfortable finishes would be a hard eastern shift over towards Impala, where you got a lot of that rocky high ground, but instead we're heading down towards the south, towards Los Leones. A bit more of a urban finish that we could end here. It does encompass the entirety of Los Leones as well, which actually cuts out a lot of space, Jackie.
Yeah, restricting that map, making it a bit more awkward for them. Everyone now on their mass migrations as they usher themselves into the new zone and look to try and get ahead of the curve, find themselves any kind of map control to work with. As you can see, everyone moving in. Udo Alliance up on the hill. Other squads down below. Mad Bulls further ahead. Chulika had a banging game, but then they went really south in the follow-up. You'd hope here that man and the rest of the squad can deliver, and there might be an opportunity for it. You're going to take shots in the side, at least on the rotate. Luckily, the geometry there giving him a little bit of a shroud on the road.
That's a killer rotate from the Mad Bulls, actually. The fact they've been able to make it through as well, that's just an instantaneous rotation. They were stuck out on the eastern side. Impala, DXavier took their position before, but wow, the fact they've been able to get in here on the outer skirts of Los Leones, incredible rotate. Not entirely sure how no one was able to pick off a single member from this team, but they took the right plays, isolated a lot of the line of sight as well as they headed through. This was overall a really good rotation from the Mad Bulls and could set themselves up for some success, where success looked limited just moments before.
Look at this, man. This happened so long ago. Tianba losing the first player, Falcons then just getting ripped to pieces, and they're still trapped amongst each other. You've got the nice establishers here of where our squads are setting themselves up after moving in. That's the only two that's miles away from the rest of the pack that are now all inside of the zone.
Team Liquid trying to get some scouting done here. Ricardo's and Federales spots him. He crashes out. Will need to try and live this one. Tries to get some cover. The reload goes through from Federales and he's behind the rock, but in comes DXavier. Chua here as well. Easy nade for Federales. Only has one nose, has to make it count. First aid kit might go off in time, but no, it will deal the damage necessary to take Cardozo down. Now picking this player back up, dangerous task.
Yeah.
Probably not one that you want to invest into with the rest of the team so far out in the distance on the northeast.
exposing yourself so much if you run the risk of going for it, knowing the angles that are there, and especially the players that are unknown as well further back. Tiamba looking to sweep, looking to clear. Oh, they drag the crosshair off at least and isolate the fight. You can get the pickup back in, so they do recover that and finally close down Falcons.
Sort of a cruel game there from Tiamba as well. The fact that they stayed in San Martin just to confirm that last elimination, making sure there's no rat behind them. I mean, you love to see it. You love to see it, and Tiamba will find themselves that final elim, taking them up to 4, but they are very low right now. And we're heading into Zone 3 very shortly. This game has just been blazing by, even in terms of just the rotates alone and the speed of the gameplay that we've seen. Brute force up towards La Bandita, trying to play around some of that geometry in that location, but centers up again. A little bit of Los Leones in, a lot of this high ground towards that eastern side. Uncomfortable circle here.
Nah, sekarang nih pasti ada pertempuran.
Close grouping. Bit of warmth from all these squads, Blank, because they're going to be on top of one another trying to fight for survival.
Tiamba kok jauh banget sih?
Tiamba
kok jauh banget?
Buset. Well, dude, it feels like they really are just having these games, so they get thrown into the deep end. Brute force as well. It feels like there's been opportunities to deliver, but they've been uncomfortable in a lot of the situations through other squads being able to control them, pen them in.
We will support Boom together tomorrow. Yeah.
Crate drops here. You can see we got some graphics.
Yeah, we got some AR.
We got some cool stuff going on.
You like that?
I like that.
Good.
Trophy came up behind it. It's a gorgeous trophy.
It is very pretty, actually.
Yeah, I am liking it. I'm liking it a lot. See, we'll get to lift that one at the end of the day. Rejects onto IHC. Good start for them.
Geng Pmwc itu terus setiap setahun sekali.
Man down. Ziol in the back lines.
Ooh. It's a nice tag back at least. He saw the opportunity to get the damage on. Takes the shot, connects it. Means that he can't overcommit. Divine does look to dip out, get himself into a better angle to tank himself back up. He's still got his squad around him as well, and they've got split ground to work with, so good height.
Yeah, for Reject, the big difficulty comes in the fact that they're far on this western side right now. They have a lot of ground to cover. Luckily, there is a ton of cover to work with as you pass through. You can see here, nice little shot of our map screen here as well. Map balls 4 and B, as well as IFC all penning the guys from Reject in. They could go for a southern rotate, but where do you go after that, Jackie? That's the difficulty.
Tiap tahun sekali gitu ada.
A lot of that zone for themselves on that south side. It's just a tough circle overall.
Terus kayak barengan kah semua cabang olahraga, semua cabang e-sport itu barengan atau enggak? Ada nggak sih sekarang yang e-sport World Cup ada lagi nggak selain PUBG atau satu-satu gitu ya?
No flow state gameplay here. It's got to be switched on. Smart decision making, time and time again. For Tiamba, they've been making their slow rotation around the back. There is some squads ahead of them as well. Timeline where they could run into a few. You've got the spread out as well for Brute Force that have moved up. That's Liquid that are in their eye line that, of course, lost one man earlier on.
Yeah, Cardozo going down is not a good thing for the team. I think he's a really good player on the squad. I think Ayala and Chief, though, definitely some of the big names on that team, including Mythic, and this is why I picked them as one of my big predictions, just because it is a team filled with powerhouses, but they have
dari
not
Malaysia baru subscribe. Hello, Malaysia. Hello, Shin
Asuka. That's a big issue,
you know,
especially early on in the tournament.
GE PUBG team in Myanmar. I don't know, GE.
Luckily, a lot of those top squads will be going out tomorrow, and maybe Team Liquid will be able to take some of these other teams to task.
Ada TI sama Valorant Champion juga kan? Iya, itu tuh termasuk e-sport World Cup apa beda? Kenapa kayak semua e-sport pada keriat gitu? Gue bingung dah.
From Falcons.
Got that first strike off onto TJB in the back line, but it's not really going to amount to too much. You do get the one full confirmation off the back of it, but the remaining trio has gone down to just a solo. All on one man, barely fighting to keep himself alive.
Genesis.
Blue biting at him.
I know Genesis.
The X do take a strike onto Brute Force as well from the sidelines.
Reject's not done too badly here, actually. I mean, with the circle just crushing in slightly, being more central, it's been given an opportunity to get rid of IHC, which means that backstop, that backline that might have caused some big problems in the future has been removed. Because the potential of the
baru tahun pertama kan
something they do so frequently as well. on that north side, controlling so much space as they look over towards teams that are maybe trying to get
Gue main
through.
besok iya.
Xavier,
Rizdo besok mainnya.
Should be able to take him down pretty easy with a nade. Doesn't want to expose himself either. Just clean this one up.
You see for the rest of the squad how they did opt out to just back off after they lost the first. They didn't like the fight they had to go up against with the Xavier, so they left Freezer for dead and rotated out with that. So another elim going their way as they pick that one up. Bit of a move now, a reshuffle from the reject squad. The Miracle Vibes do have the height though, up top. Hello.
Yeah, nice position. A lot of times you kind of want to come off this one at this stage of the game as the circle comes through, because you know you're probably going to be needing to move at some point. Get your parachute back out again. For Reject, they lost Zara on that rotate. Could have been a perfect rotate for them as well. All 4 players making it through. Still has a chance to try and crawl in, but you don't want to invest too many smokes when you know you desperately need those smokes in the future to get through Los Leones. But 4MV's definitely not making it easy. Here's Team Liquid. Car's on fire, but central position.
At least they're still alive at this point. It's looking a bit iffy for them with some of the engagements they were thrown into, had to split up and cut their losses. You probably will have to make some concessions if you want to survive this one. Vampire looking for the backstab as well as they fire out the shots, getting the tracing off. There is some damage done, but that's from the camp.
Yudu kenapa ya? Yudu gila sih. Gila sih.
The flower coming through, but instantly dispatched here by Besiktas.
Talon bisa lah nih, 40-an.
They spent quite a bit of time trying to deal with QZ. But he's making his way in too at this point. Vampire. Quite a lot of teams on this northern edge actually trying to play around these ridges on the valley. With Alliance making that split a little bit smaller right now, constricting. Controlling a bit more space, a bit more firmly, as opposed to having that split. But a lot of times this is what Alliance does well, is just accruing a lot of that information early on in the game. So they know what they need to do later. It's what Xavier did last game to get themselves a nice chicken dinner off the back of it. This is such a difficult circle, Jackie. You can see where the crossroads all meet, the high ground that sits all around it. It really is a case where there's at least 4 winning positions here in this game on the high grounds. Team Liquid is desperate for a southeast shift. QZ's not long for this world, that's for sure. I mean, it was pretty brazen of him. I'm pretty lucky that he's even survived this long.
Tried as best he could. Was looking for any opportunities, but they were few and far between.
Wah,
So it
Yudu
makes
nih
sense in the end. He
mantep
is
lah.
going to be shut down.
Aduh, Talon masih bisa tahu.
Equation. From the high ground you
Dapat
once
nggak ya?
had, he starts to make his move as well. For Miracle Vibes looking to potentially group back up a little bit here as Reject have given space between them. Be aware of this, so they know they've got that timeline. OCO still looking up towards the high ground, believing him to be there. So seeds of doubt in the mind.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty, just wondering about where these players are a lot of times for Reject. As they pass through perilous ground, let's be honest. Luckily able to get through, but this is the cover I was talking about. Gives you ample chance to get in. They still are on the outskirts of the city and the outskirts of the circle too, but I think that they've circumvented enough of 4MV that this should be a possibility to get in. But with 13 teams still alive, there's been a lot of survivors in this game.
Barely holding on by a thread for some of them. For a good chunk of the squads, everyone's sitting looking pretty comfortable with how they've been able to establish themselves in the game. And the confidence to stay spread as well for Yudu Alliance, that's been a big boon for them in the fights they've been taking. These individuals have been really powerful in the 1v1s, in the third parties when they take these backstabs, these little shots to put pressure on. Like again here, the long range fight coming in, that is rough.
Masih dapet.
It's a nice shot as well, because that's their initial
Terus kayak
scout
bisa
as well.
gitu ya.
It's not likely the rest of the team's going to get in.
Gue
This is
nggak
some
ada yang
great
kena anjir.
overlooks that Alliance has been controlling. It seems to be the plan from the very beginning of the game. I like this from this team, just cutting out a lot of these rotations on the northern side.
Besok gue minimal dapat 40 poin buat amanin top 12.
A lot of space to work with going into the end game, because like I said, 13 teams is a lot, but it's
Gimana ya
mainly
caranya?
favored that highly just because of a lot of the urban area around here, a lot of the ditches, a lot of the ridge sides.
Doain aja guys yang terbaik besok sumpah dah.
Another push out and Toshpik straight into the
Siapa tahu kan tiba-tiba boom besok gacor.
shots and he has to go back.
Sent packing immediately as he was looking for the getaway, has to turn the vehicle around.
How was he hit that?
All right, engine block's gonna blow. He'll get shut down by the shrapnel on that one, so the getaway mission not gonna be completed there.
Just directly into that rock, just ruins the rotate. Tony
bisa nggak sih deh back to back PMSL mah bisa. Harusnya bisa, soalnya waktu kemarin PMSL juga begitu kan mainnya. Tiba-tiba menggila, tiba-tiba enggak.
Considering these guys were the back-to-back winners of mid-season the last couple of years.
You're going to need something huge though. Spread those wings, see if they can soar into action going into this last matchup especially.
Are you a streamer and when does it go live? Yes, I am. I stream on my YouTube and TikTok also.
Long distance
but
again. Still opportunities for Alliance to put bullets downrange onto Posa, and that is
focusing my stream on YouTube.
Nasty little nade there.
You can
search
my YouTube
and they've been pressuring them for
channel.
so long. Leon's jumps into the shack. I imagine to try and resupply on whatever supplies they have. I don't think that Besiktas was in too many fights, so they should have a lot on those death crates. But here comes Brute Force from behind. And Vampires are now stuck between two difficult positions, and Leon's is just pumping the bullets in.
Everyone's looking for damage in the
Saya poin paling kecil di grup red itu 56.
Firefight where everyone else is thrown
Oh my
into the
god.
commotion, the chaos.
Gimana dong?
Guessing, and it's working. You hit onto Tony K, a man that we know can make big moves with him isolated.
Ini kalau bisa boom kenapa-napa udah pasti dihujat guys.
The elevated angle, easy for
Gue
the
sangat yakin.
and they clean up.
Alliance, 9 eliminations so far in this game. At Tiamba, the little lead they've got, it's not enough to keep Alliance
You can
at bay.
subscribe to my YouTube channel,
They hit that
nih.
120, the 10-point average, which would have been a
Just check out
crazy
the
way
description
to finish out
box.
this tournament.
There's
For them, at least in Group Red.
my
I'll be glad to
Instagram
see it, and with the
and
way they're playing
TikTok
so far,
and
doesn't seem that
YouTube
unlikely to me.
link.
Bro
Link
Harame
on my
in a
bio.
real tough spot.
On
Nades available
Boom
for
Esports
Alliance. Smoke's going
description.
down to provide a little bit of cover to peek off the back of.
Don't forget to like and share guys.
There we
Nice.
go. He bides his time. Coil.
Gue udah kayak, lu tau gak sih selama gue nonton ini, yang ada di otak gue tuh kayak, aduh besok boom gimana ya, poinnya 25. Gue bener-bener di otak gue kayak gitu Jir.
Man, that's on point.
Kayak aduh gimana ya
More
besok.
damage is flowing through. It's just one guy as well dealing this amount of pain. The smokes go down. They're going to attempt to get some of these reses through. Flex comes out from the side. Worried about some of the high ground though, and I think that's reasonable. No one's really looking at this at the moment. Sort of an isolated fight for Alliance versus Bro Harame.
Wah, wah, talonnya anjay.
Sharp enough on that one. As D plus Kia are able to respond back at least in the first
Malah dia
engagement
yang
that's given
itu.
to them. The nades are still being rained out as well from Flax, who does even more damage. But finally,
Buset semuanya pada bikin granat gitu sih.
Will flush out Cluck as well. So unable to keep going.
Gila,
Jimmy's up
semua
close and
orang
personal.
main
Molotov goes in.
granat.
They're all
Kebakar.
burning. Send out the side, and with the jump shot, will finish things off here. In the air.
Wah gila.
Feels the breeze.
Yudu menyala bang.
His own
Cuma ada 2 sebutan buat besok deh. Nice atau nice.
The only one that can take out Jimmy seems to be himself here.
Gua gak mau bayangin guys besok udah kita nonton aja.
An absolute inferno.
Apapun yang terjadi. Coba ya aku tetap berharap yang terbaik.
Recovery mission is going to be a little bit of an X on his back though.
Oh masih ada talent sama Yudu yang ada Indo Pride-nya. Haha sialan lu Kuro.
This is what we're talking about. That
Jangan
momentum they've
dong,
got
harus
behind
ada
them right now.
boom.
They're willing to go for confidence plays.
Kayak
This is what that engagement
gak
was
hoki aja
supposed
gitu
to be.
loh
With Talon
kemarin.
looking to take the fight against DK Plus. It's really looking awkward. I mean, you've got the high
Bener-bener
ground.
yang
They're down towards the bottom
tusun-tusun
of the
gitu
ridge,
loh.
priming an aid, hoping maybe that would be a nice tap across Misery. He's wanted to get stuck into some of these fights. He's had some unlucky engagements over the course of the past few games. It feels like he gets isolated. He goes down easy. If he can step up here, it'd be a big boon for the team as they go for the
Kalau
push
boom
up the
enter
hill,
masih ada
closing the
survival.
gap,
Emang
trying to
iya
get
bisa.
those SMGs in close range. The shotguns causing problems as the
Terus
bullets
itu gimana
travels
sih
off, but it's
konsepnya?
barely any
YouTube
damage
link
done onto Talon as they were taking shots and cleaning their
on
way
description
through them
box.
bit by bit.
Or wait, I give you
Talon's able to take them out.
my
They
YouTube
tried to unlock the
link.
gates there with those smokes, which might have been able to get towards that top side, but they missed the crucial Molotov,
here.
which lines up towards that side. It's more missing on the timing,
Yeah,
really, because they did stop them from pushing that ridge side for quite a
That's
while.
my
but
YouTube.
They sat around, redesignating the smokes, and I think the difference maker there would have been a speedier push.
Ngapain ya gue ngasih link YouTube kan yang ngetiknya akun YouTube gue sendiri, kocak. Di grup stage diambil 12. Tim di survival diambil 4 tim. Ya paling survival guys. Cari top 12 ke sih saya 12 ke bawah. Yang survivalnya belum mulai.
Oh mate, what's happening? A nuts engagement there from Team Liquid, honestly. Mythic goes crazy in those endgame moments, almost wins the trade versus Talon on the high ground, and Reject's still in.
Nih, play
with
guys.
Little cool rotates towards beginning the game, just micro.
Ini pak yang tadi aja yang ada kebakaran semuanya ada.
Instantaneous knocks over towards all these guys, walks back into his own Molotov. I think he was just riding the high.
Habis group stage, tuh masih ada kesempatan, weh, tenang lah. Kesempatan, ada survival.
You've got Reject on that elevated angle. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom end of it, that's Alliance that have been forced to fight this continuously. Mad Bulls, they got some of the business here. They're looking to see if they can keep themselves alive. Small shroud of the smoke, that's going to dissipate. Bullet will connect off the clean angle as Reject gets stuck into that one.
This high ground is just disgusting to play against. These nades coming through, massive one onto Misery. That might just open things up a little bit here for Reject. They get this high ground, they have a real winning chance in this game. Another nade over the top, a good amount of chip damage, but it's Axel who has to be the linchpin here. That one looks close, goes a bit too far. The airburst is not there, and the two players in the back now trying to attempt to keep Axel at bay. But this gives time for Alliance to regroup, reconsider their options. 13 eliminations once again. This has been one of the most
berani gerak nggak kreatif juga, nge-stay doang, tapi killnya banyak, nggak apa-apa lah. Cuma kalau kemarin tusun terus, gue juga nggak bisa ada pembelaan. Kalau kemarin tusun terus dan emang tusun. Cuma kalau sebelumnya, kalau stay ya selama killnya banyak daripada stay mati.
And this gives time for the other squads. Like you said, you can reset, start to move up, get yourselves into a better position, and whilst they're infighting, you can scale up.
Apex.
Cuma kemarin nggak ngerti lagi dah.
The nade goes long from Reject.
Bisa-bisanya weh.
Not able to take him down. Baron playing a
gue nggak nonton sih, kayak gue nonton sekilas-sekilas doang, nggak yang bener-bener mantengin. Tapi gue ngeliat kayak hasil skornya tusun.
For Miracle vibes, back towards the compound side. Alliance slowing it down. The two duos versus the two trios that are still alive and kicking. High ground could be so prevalent, it could be so beneficial. Misery scouting down below, clearing all these angles, wants to have a good assess of the lay of the land and know exactly where Alliance could be. Doesn't over-egg the pudding though, Blank. He pulls back, plays with the rest of the squad. They're looking to play this smart.
Yeah, for Talon this should be in the back pocket, right? They just have to play intelligently, not push too far out, and not shake the boat on the top of this mountain. Because the opportunity is here for them to get a ton of points off the back of this one. But again, this is a team that has been struggling in the group stage. Alliance underneath, biding their time. You wouldn't believe it, but we're in the final circle here. This is going to crunch everyone in, and it's very dangerous for Talon, because they've not been able to get enough done at this point in time that the circle's going to push them off that high ground into the jaws of Alliance and 4MV.
Teman maaf tapi kemarin cuma kill. Ya kan kemarin gue udah bilang kalau kemarin gue nggak ada pembelaan karena emang gue juga stres liatnya kalau kemarin. Bener-bener kayak ya udah. And anyway bukan gue juga yang main jadi kayak gue juga nggak bisa bilang apa-apa, gue juga nggak begitu ngerti PUBG gimana-gimananya.
Utility to play with, and they really are throwing out the dynamite.
Cuma gue merasa mereka sudah prove themselves di PMSL dengan back-to-back kill yang banyak juga, and that's good. But di Pmwc nggak ada good-goodnya anjir. Sejauh ini ya, nggak tahu besok. Let's see.
Now looks towards Alliance here to break them up. Their last game of the day. Reaper drops down from up on high.
Oh, he goes for it. The drop down into the engagement, now panicking. The snap second decision making of how to recover this one. You know you're down effectively in a 1v2 isolated fight. You got nades raining down on top of your head. Like you said, the Apex Predator, the man that's been making the difference here for Miracle Vibes, so close to upsetting the potential of another pickup, another chicken dinner for Alliance. If he can just find control of the game from this point, doesn't want to waste his time going for the res, instead switches out to the nades. You got the push up from Flax. He's looking to make his move in. Heavy chip damage done that's going to keep him pent. He's struggling as the drop comes through, denies Alliance, and they grab that one.
4MV, what a finishing game there. Was tough, great angles
A miracle
held, and Talon just
vibes.
could not face up against them.
Hashtag berapa deh baru join? Hashtag berapa apanya?
Siapa?
Siapa?
4MV to lift them high and toss them down. What a game from them. Not easy whatsoever, taking two fights at the same time to enable themselves to take that game, and in the final moments, a 1v1. Not an easy decision to make that jump off the top side and hit the air shot as well. Really, really well played for 4MV, and I think this is the 4MV a lot of people are expecting to see on the stage here at Pmwc.
Yeah, they're playing up to the environment. Big stage players is what we just saw there. The decision making, the way they controlled the fights, and the nades, man, that is absolutely sick.
Can't quite believe it himself. Yeah.
Have a good night. Thank you, Nate.
Really, really well done. Very well placed. You can kind of see the difference between a team like 4MV and Reject. The way that 4MV set this fight up, they had that backline member. They had a general idea of where to be sending these grenades because they had constant information flowing back from their backline. So Apex just tosses these grenades in, and they're all on target. It really does require you to have a very well-oiled team, some good refrags here as well. And again, this is how a lot of teams describe 4MV is just tactical in their nature. It's a nice game, and I expect to see more of it out of this team because they've had a slow start.
Doesn't matter how you start, though, if you can finish strong and bring that momentum out when it matters most. And that is going to be a good one, at least in terms of the energy as well. You're going to go home feeling pretty happy with that result.
Yeah, you absolutely are. And I mean, for 4Miracle Vibes...
Aku butuh overall standing ya udah. Nanti sampai kita sampai overall standing. Ini sebenarnya bisa
not survival stage for them, but into the main tournament. That is a nice bit of momentum to have, honestly. And it's what you desperately need because you don't want to be going through the group stage thinking, this is really tough. And then having to play against the best of the best again in that main tournament.
Yeah, you thought that difficulty level was hard? We're going to double it. Keep it going.
We're going to dial that thing up.
Yeah, bring it all the way up. But let's bring it back down to the studio with Jason Kaplan. Ooh, what are you saying, Jason?
Man, I'm just happy to see 4MV close things out for another day. They closed out things yesterday, and they closed out things yet again today to pick themselves up another chicken dinner. And 7, I'm gonna start things off talking about those nades. You're seeing all these other teams I brought up to you. You never like realized it, that other teams just can't seem to compete when it comes to 4MV with nades. Taking on Talon with no vision, opening things up for them to knock them out.
I want to give a shout out to Boom, all right? Because of Boom, you started mentioning how good 4Miracle Vibes grenades were. And ever since then, I just, every single time, man, they throw a nade, it hits it perfectly without them even knowing if the player's actually...
Lama masih ngomong dulu Jay.
Why are they catching strays? What's this?
Because it was really bad.
Say, right?
Boom's nades were...
I'm not even going to joke around with this, but
Nih.
of course, you did look at the end, though, for Alliance.
Oh, ini yang
A very
match.
awkward play you were talking about in the final zone.
Yeah, so it's a little bit rough, right? Because if you're taking that 1v1, obviously neither player can really go for a res or anything like that. You kind of want to keep yourself up against the wall if you're the one on the ground. Of course, 4MV trying to charge up an aid and trying to go for the damage here. I feel like you're a little bit better to just stay up against the wall and wait for 4MV to have to try and come off. Maybe you take a little bit less damage and maybe you win when the drop shot comes in, but it's really a fine line. Very, very close, and 4MV does make it out in the end.
We're also talking about Talon Esports being able to finish off the day there with 14 points. And Reject, too, one of the teams that's not going to be playing tomorrow. They're going to be sitting out. It's going to be 10 points as they already played all of their matches. And going back to what we were talking about Alliance, too, I guess if we have to start nitpicking a little bit with that team, has to be their end games, because every single time they have gotten a chicken dinner in the past, it's always been a little bit sketchy for us.
Well, speaking of nitpicking here, Team Falcons, the initial fight against Tiamba, you saw Top just disappointed in that push they had in a 2-on-1. They get knocked out with only 1 point, and they did score a ridiculously low amount of points here today. But one thing we have to keep in mind is looking into tomorrow, as we were discussing, Group Yellow does seem to be, and statistically, as we saw with day one, the weakest team, or sorry, weakest group that we have here. Yep. Now kind of you have to look at the comparison of how.
Lama banget Jir,
Red
mana
do
ya
against
overall
yellow, but how green
standingnya?
gonna do against yellow.
It's weird, right? Because you would think
Lama ya.
to yourself, coming in, oh well, if Reds could do good against yellow, then green certainly will. However, it does feel like today Red kind of surpassed their expectations going up against green.
You know, we kind of like dominated too. For me though, the biggest question mark is there is so many teams in Group Yellow that perform absolutely awful in day one. Oof. I wonder if them being able to sit out today, being able to do a little bit more homework, watching those VODs, doing all of that stuff, if maybe tomorrow they're going to be bringing a spark that was missing in that first day.
I think one thing that I'm having to keep in mind is this is the first day of play for Group Green, right? Yesterday, Group Red played a day. They had 6 matches under their belt. Then they come into today against warm against the toughest group, the Group of Death.
Nah,
but
abis
they
ini
went
harusnya.
cold against the
Enggak ya?
easiest group. Now we're seeing the other way going to happen.
Masih belum aja.
To tomorrow against the weakest group, warm.
Astaga.
There is a potential. I'm sorry, I'm doing some like weird 4D chess right here, where they could pull off a ton of points, and that means if you're in Group Red at the bottom of your leader of your group, you could easily be knocked out.
Yeah, but what if Group Green, right? If they
it's true. Keep going. What do you got?
I've got nothing.
Dasarnya masih banyak ngomong nggak capek. Iya mereka nggak capek lah.
You just cooked for
Gak mau
about a good 3 minutes.
istirahat
It
kah
was
bang?
spectacular. Yum chef's kiss, I think. I don't know.
Yantasho.
Well, you were talking about Group Red outdoing Group Green today. Let's take a look here at our daily winners, which actually means we had 2 chicken dinners for our Group Green, and the rest went the way of Group Red. Of course, Alliance
Wah
the
gila
back-to-back.
I mean, they almost
Back
got
to
3 on the
back.
day. Let's be real. Like, Alliance completely surpassed my expectations. I'm very excited to see them in the main event here. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, when you get to the main event, the lobby, that is the lobby. It is going to be difficult to be able to get away with some of the things they did. But even in this last game,
Tapi mantep ya nih, saya nih mengerikan juga weh. Saya ini pada mengerikan tim-timnya
taking those fights the way they did
dibanding region lain
all
gitu.
day, and they kept doing it throughout the day.
Gak tau sih, at least hari ini sayanya menyala abangku. Tuh, ada Yudu, ada DX, ada 3 dari
it
saya.
did seem like they were just slacking off a little bit more. They were willing to engage into fights that maybe earlier in the day they weren't willing to do. And also with us having a back-to-back chicken dinner winner today, it's kind of what I was mentioning yesterday in regards of how the uncertainty was happening within those groups. And now you were saying with Group Red, at least we now possibly have a favorite, but who knows? I mean, it's only day 2 of group stages.
Yeah, none of us know, and that's kind of the upside here. Something that makes me really excited for tomorrow of what will happen. But it is time to get into this, and I asked you guys this beforehand, so you have time to prepare who our Sony MVP of the day is going to be. Do you have an answer for me? I think we're all in agreement it's probably from Alliance or QZ.
I think it's somebody from Alliance.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'm going to also agree. Do you have a name?
Yudu mau masak, please Bang Kaiser mau lihat overall standing. Lama banget.
Oh yeah.
Let's go ngasih.
Survival time in the MVP formula.
Yeah, across the team, everyone really put in a good shift. So, yeah.
Okay. So let's take a look here at our Sony
15.
MVP of the day and who it's going to be.
More Illims than yesterday?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's fine.
To be fair, in one of those matches, we did see him play in the high ground position, giving them cover on top
MVP-nya.
of one of those buildings to get a lot of damage in, which I'm
Gue
assuming
kira MVP-nya
one of the reasons that he's actually,
ini.
I think this
Siapa namanya?
No, it's not the position that he gets the MVP, but either way, this
Siapa
is the
namanya?
one. The fact is, Alliance, everyone was playing extremely well. I'd actually be really curious to
Si
see like the
itu lah,
breakdown
si
per player of how many limbs and how many
Leon.
damage they have across the team, because
Gue
it's gotta
kira si
be pretty
Leon.
close.
I think there's an interesting thing, obviously. We've seen them
Kata
do
gue
those
masih
big
lama.
wide splits,
Kata gue
right?
masih lama.
And
Kata
everyone's
gue
able to get
cek
away
aja ya
with those
nanti
big
di
wide splits in
Instagram.
lobbies like this.
Overall
Each individual
standingnya.
player needs to have a lot of confidence about being able to stay alive, and in that case, they need to be having confidence in taking their fights themselves. So it doesn't surprise me
Halo
that
dek gue udah sampai.
again, any of them could have probably taken the MVP spot. Cluck was here, he was able to take it, and there was moments where he was in central positions in the splits. Those moments.
Udah ngantuk. Gue halo dek gue sampai cuy.
I think you gotta give the flowers to whoever
Apa sekarang? Let's go.
for Alliance, because every single time they do
Nggak sih,
go
belum
into
sampai
those
banget,
splits,
udah
they
deket.
make sure that their back is fully secure. They make sure that they're not gonna be engaging into any surprise fights, which usually is the case for some of the other teams. They might end up getting surprised when they do end up with those big splits. Alliance right now played the perfect day.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us would have ever predicted, and I think even the Indo talent would never predicted to see Alliance be the top team from SEA But you know what? They're going to be doing it. They're going to be topping the table at the end of day 2. We're going to see here by how much. That's a pretty big lead.
That's good. I mean, nobody's gonna. Well,
Ke
nobody
satu,
so
Jir.
far has got themselves 3 wins on the board. Never mind so many kind of extra
You
high
do.
Yeah,
finishes.
I think 7 sees exactly what I'm looking at. Fact is, okay, none of these teams on this front page play tomorrow.
Yep.
So that means they have
Tapi ini
over
dulu 12.
70-point lead compared to any other team from Group Green or Group Yellow. For 70 points, for someone to close that gap, I think we might be looking at our first place finish at the end of group stage.
WWC dia udah 3 kali.
I think Alliance might be doing it. It depends on how dominating Green can potentially be against Yellow, but 70-something points on the day.
Yeah, if someone decides a huge pop-off day, maybe they can make it.
I mean, Alliance only have...
That's a huge testament to what they've been able to do
60 points a day on average from
I think
this.
the thing I'm going to be looking at now is going to be on that 6th, 7th, and 8th place. Those teams, I feel like with the performance...
8 besarnya udah 12 match ya, weh.
They're going to be kind of biting their nails, hoping that tomorrow some of the teams don't end up performing well and overpassing them, because I feel like they didn't do well enough.
That's the thing, right? We were theorizing alongside John Allen what the cutoff might
Tianba gila sih. Tianba dia no WWCD loh, lihat. GG enggak? Dia nggak ada WWCD tapi mantep banget gacor killnya.
Reject might actually be safe now. Obviously you would think maybe 4 teams from red, 4 teams from green, 4 teams from yellow, but Reject might be safe, so maybe we'll get 5 from red going in. D plus Kia, Besiktas, Brute Force. It is scary times, I think.
It's crazy to see Besiktas there because they did end up getting a win, but just those elimination points from that team were absolutely non-existent. And now we're looking at some of the other performances. IHC, I feel like that team performed so well, especially at the first 2 games.
Baru 6
we're
match.
going to be getting the same IHC that we've been seeing
Tapi udah
recently.
5-2
Possibly
aja.
going to be getting a new IHC. So
Alpha
far, I'm impressed with the
7,
last 4 games.
Aula, Tim Liquid. Ini pada baru 6 match. GG sih.
That's it. That's your contribution to the conversation. I mean, yeah, big day nonetheless, as we can see here further down the list. And again, all these teams will be playing tomorrow. Are there any teams that you're kind of disappointed in?
17
I would go with Mad Bulls. I would go with Boom. And even maybe IWNRX. Especially being that low.
Are you just going to name every team on this
I
page?
named 3. There's 8 teams there, I named 3, James.
Tuh kata casternya juga, casternya kecewa sama Boom sama Red Bulls, apa tadi? Mad Bulls. Karena menurut casternya katanya kayak
Tomorrow gonna have to be a huge day for them.
Terus katanya DRX juga katanya harusnya nggak slow itu katanya gitu. Boom kapan main besok? Besok ya guys, besok see you guys. Besok di Watch Party offline di M-Block. Kalian kalau mau ikut langsung aja tuh daftar di link yang ada di pin komen sama Boomin tuh di situ ya. Udah deh, bye bye. Terima kasih yang udah pada nonton. See you besok. Besok aku nggak Watch Party online. Aku besok watch party offline, jadi see you besok secara langsung. Besok ada Kak Kwaci nggak ada? Ada aku, Jesslyn, sama Rea. Jadi langsung aja daftar ya. Cepet masih bisa tuh daftar. Harus daftar, free kok guys, free. Sampai bertemu di M-Block, sampai bertemu di M-Block-an. Langsung daftar ya sekarang ya, hahaha hihoho. Oke, nggak datang sialan. Ada gua nggak datang loh. Ya udah deh, bye bye guys. Terima kasih sudah pada nonton.